Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 2 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 3, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by JustSomeoneFictional on Wattpad. Now let's start. The next morning, Bakugo woke up slowly to Deku petting his head again. He smiled and nuzzled against him, gripping onto his shirt. "Good morning, Kaken," Deku said softly. Bakugo lifted his head as he blinked awake and kissed him, soft and slow before pulling back. "Good morning." Deku smiled more and kissed him again softly. "Have you been awake long?" Bakugo asked as he yawned and stretched. "Just for a bit. I was enjoying watching you sleep, Kaken. You're so cute," Deku said happily. Bakugo grunted and nuzzled his face back down against him. Deku slid his hand down his back and up under the hoodie, tracing small circles on his lower back. Deku stopped then and pushed Bakugo off of him, making him whine, trying not to let go. He watched as Deku crawled over on top of him and nestled down between his legs and leaned in to kiss his neck. "𝗳𝗧𝗏." Bakugo stammered, feeling him hard against him as he squeezed his legs around his waist and wrapped his arms around him. Deku kept kissing his neck and slid his hand around his waist, gripping onto it. "Your waist is so little, Kaken." "Who the F are you calling 𝗧𝗪𝗓?" Bakugo grumbled before Deku cut him off with a deep kiss. Bakugo's anger melted as he kissed him back, feeling Deku grinding down against him. He wrapped his legs around him, arching into him and gripping onto the back of his shirt. "Kaken." Deku breathed as he slid his hand down beneath his breathes. "𝗳𝗧𝗏." Bakugo stammered reluctantly, "We need to wait till everyone leaves." Deku laid his head against his shoulder as he rubbed right next to his pee-pee. "Yeah." Bakugo groaned, "Corny but nerd." Deku turned his head and kissed his neck again and liked it. "You're corny nerd." Bakugo huffed and headbutt him, making Deku pull back. "Ow. Kaken. Roll over." He grumbled and pushed them over to where he was on top. Deku blushed as he watched him crawl down and pull his breathes and boxers down. He grabbed his pee-pee and looked up at him with a still slightly angry face before skinning it into his mouth. Deku shuddered and breathed at how intense Bakugo was being and reached down at him. He put his hand on Bakugo's head and ran his fingers through his hair as he continued, Kaken, you didn't have to." Bakugo groaned against him as he worked to get the right rhythm, enjoying peeking up at the look on Deku's face as he watched. He pulled off just to tease him a bit, liking and kissing it as he rubbed the tip with his thumb. "Want me to stop, then?" Deku shuddered beneath him. "Kaken." Bakugo smirked then liked back up to the tip and wrapped his lips around it, taking him back in slowly. Deku couldn't help but to grip onto his hair then, moving up into his mouth. Bakugo grunted, closing his eyes as Deku continued. He let go with his hand and gripped onto Deku's hips, trying to keep him from pushing too far in and failing. "This effort." Deku grabbed onto his shoulder and gripped the hoodie there as he kept moving up and holding him down. "Kaken. Kaken." Bakugo grunted against him each time it hit in his throat till Deku finally came. Bakugo swallowed, trying his best not to choke before Deku released him enough for him to lean up. Bakugo breathed and wiped his mouth. "Feel better now, nerd." Kaken," Deku said in a daze. Bakugo crawled back up him and kissed his cheek and down to his ear, biting it. "Yeah. You're the best, Kaken," Deku said as he turned to face him and kissed him. After a moment, Deku pulled away and pushed Bakugo on his back and slid his hand down the front of his breathes again, sliding them down. Bakugo arched into his touch and gripped onto his arms. Deku crawled down and kissed around his waist, lifting his hoodie up before sliding his hand back down to grip onto his pages. He kissed down to it and kissed around the tip before sliding it in his mouth, humming softly against him. Bakugo kept holding onto his arms, gripping his shirt sleeves as he breathed down at him. "Will he do it again?" "Should I ask?" No, I'm not asking that." Deku kept going slow at first then started to pick up his pace as Bakugo squirmed beneath him. He noticed that look on his face and smiled against him as he leaned up. "Want something, Kaken?" Bakugo blushed and looked away with an angry face, refusing to admit what it was. Deku wanted to tease and mess with him more, but he didn't want him to get too angry. He kept rubbing him with his hand and started skinning his fingers, getting them nice and wet. Bakugo tensed as he started watching again, bringing one arm up to hide his face. Hey, he knows I like it. He bit down on the sleeve as he let out a small sound, feeling Deku press a finger in before skinning his pee-pee back into his mouth. He worked his finger in all the way, finding the spot Bakugo liked pretty quickly and peeked up at him. Bakugo was trying his best to be quiet, biting onto the sleeve still as he curled his toes. 𝗧𝗲𝗄𝗧. It feels so good. Deku worked another finger in, drawing out a pained sound from Bakugo as he laid his head back and let go of Deku's shirt and gripped onto the sheets. Deku kept going and found a good pace as Bakugo squirmed beneath him, huffing and miming softly. 𝗧𝗪𝗑. Bakugo cried out softly as he reached for him and gripped onto his hair. Deku slid his mouth off again as he kept rubbing him inside. 𝗧𝗜𝗧𝗏. He cooed. Bakugo squirmed more, gritting his teeth as he struggled to keep his voice in check. Deku threw the tip back into his mouth then and Bakugo covered his mouth, groaning against it as he came. Deku leaned up and slid his fingers out slowly, watching him. Feel good, 𝗂𝗂𝗏. Bakugo nodded, catching his breath as Deku climbed off the bed to go wash his hands. When he came back, Bakugo pulled up his breathes then reached for him. Deku blushed at the sight and smiled, 𝗂𝗂𝗏, and jumped into bed again, hugging him tightly. Bakugo huffed a laugh at Deku's reaction and squeezed him back before kissing him. Ready to go get breakfast? Deku asked, smiling and nuzzling against his cheek. In a minute. Bakugo said as he nuzzled his face down against Deku's neck. 𝗧𝗲𝗄𝗧. 𝗂𝗂𝗏. Deku asked as he pulled him against him. I love you, 𝗧𝗲𝗄𝗧. Bakugo said as he buried his face against his shoulder. 𝗂𝗂𝗏, you're so sweet this morning. Deku giggled and leaned back. I love you too, 𝗂𝗏. Bakugo made an angry face at him but softened up as Deku kissed his forehead. Okay, I guess I'm ready now. Once they were up they made their way to the cafeteria, holding hands. The others had already pushed the tables together as they entered and joined them. Good morning, guys. Kirishima said excitedly. Good morning. Deku said happily as they sat down with their trays. How's your arms doing, by the way? Physical therapy been going good? Zero asked them. A lot better. I'm hoping they'll let us join you guys soon. Deku said as he looked down at his hands. Yeah, I'm probably gonna train again later today, see how it feels. Bakugo agreed. Just don't overdo it, you guys. Tsu said, if you hurt yourselves further then you'll be out on bed rest even longer. Yeah, that would 𝗧𝗑𝗧𝗏, Kaminari said before smirking. Granted, I bet you two keep each other occupied anyways. Deku blushed as Bakugo gave him a look. It'll be great to have you guys helping us. Kirishima said. Are you able to do much though? Midoriya. I know you mentioned losing one for all. Mina asked. Yeah, I still have the embers for now, Deku explained. Pretty much the base power but I can feel it weakening. I won't be able to use it for long. But until then, I'll help as much as I can. It still saddened Bakugo knowing Deku was quirkless again. He reached over and put his hand on Deku's leg as he kept eating. Deku smiled softly at him and put his hand over his. They all kept chatting as they finished up and headed out to get the day started. Bakugo and Deku headed towards the counselor's office and Bakugo noticed Deku was a bit fidgety and holding onto his hand a bit tighter and asked, You alright, 𝗧𝗲𝗄𝗧? Well, I guess I'm a bit nervous. Deku admitted as they neared the door. It's gonna be alright. If you get too uncomfortable we can leave, okay? Bakugo assured him and he nodded. As they went in, a small, young woman with dark skin and black curly hair welcomed them. Hi there. It's so good to meet you too. My name is Rachel, but you can call me Ray for short. It's nice to meet you too. Deku said as he bowed. I'm Izuka Midoriya, and this is Keiichi Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo smirked at him before Rachel said, No need to be so formal or nervous. We're going to be getting to know each other and I want you to speak freely and comfortably, okay? She said with a warm smile. Right. Deku smiled and she led them to a couch. The room was designed to be comfortable, with nice soft couches in a deep blue that matched the curtains. There were plants scattered around and a homey atmosphere overall. "So," she began as she sat across from them, noticing they were sitting with their legs touching and still holding hands, "Mr. Aizawa has filled me in a bit about your situation, but I'd like to hear it from you directly. What brings you here today, Izuku?" "Well, I guess I sort of had a panic attack yesterday. Mr. Aizawa said I probably needed to go to therapy about everything that happened, since it's still affecting me so much." Deku explained. "And Katsuki is here with you to help you through this?" She asked softly. Well, yeah. It happened when we weren't together. We've been spending most of our time together since the battle. I've noticed I get uneasy when he's not with me," he said shyly. "I see. I won't make you say what happened. Mr. Aizawa told me what it is you saw that day," she said with a sympathetic smile. "Katsuki, it seems you're very lucky to be here. That whole experience must have been very traumatizing for the both of you." "Yeah, and as long as Kaken is with me, I don't really think about it for the most part. But when I can't see him and I think about it." Deku was shaking slightly, seeing it in his mind again. Bakugo squeezed his hand slightly, watching him closely as he continued, I just can't get the image out of my head sometimes. I showed up to fight, not knowing what to expect after having gotten separated. No one told me what had happened. No one said Kaken was hurt. That he wasn't. Tears blurred his vision then as Bakugo put his arm around him and rubbed his back. "Aizu," Bakugo said, leaning close. "I can only imagine how shocking that was for you. I heard from Mr. Aizawa that you two were childhood friends and rivals, and had went through a rough patch but were getting closer in those last few weeks prior to the battle." She said, "Why ya? Well, it's sort of complicated." Deku laughed through his tears slightly. "I used to be in butt to him," Bakugo said bluntly, "but recent events made me realize how stupid I was, and I started working on being a better friend to him." "That's good to hear. I'm glad you two were able to make up, and then some it seems," she said with a knowing smile. Bakugo and Deku both blushed as Deku wiped his tears. "So has this only happened the one time?" she asked. "Yeah, well, twice I guess. The first time was when I woke up in the hospital, and Kaken was still down the hall. All Might and the nurses were trying to calm me down, but Kaken ended up coming in and that's when I felt like I was able to breathe again," Deku said, realizing it had been more intense than he thought. "I see, and since then, you two have pretty much stayed right next to each other?" she asked. Deku nodded, blushing. "Well, it's good to keep your stress levels down and knowing that keeping him close prevents the panic attacks is a good thing. However, we're going to have to address how to handle it when you're apart," she began. "I'm not going to say to separate or anything, but I do want to ask you to challenge yourself whenever you feel able to. Try to do some things apart, with someone else that you trust, just for a few minutes at a time and work your way up gradually. We need to know you can manage by yourself and don't grow dependent on him being there constantly. Does that sound like something you can handle?" Deku thought about it a moment and nodded. "What if it happens again? Katsuki can stay close by. We'll keep it separation by just a room or two at first and work your way up. And if it does happen and you feel the panic rising, just try to focus on your breathing. Take deep breaths, counting if you need to, and release them slowly. Another thing to help prior to it getting that bad, when you start to have those memories, maybe keep a photo of you two that you've taken recently. You can pull it up to remind yourself that he's okay now." "Okay," Deku said as he nodded and looked over at Bakugo before smiling as he remembered the pictures he had of him. "And Katsuki, how have you been handling all of this? Are you okay during your time apart?" she asked. "Oh, well, to be honest, I'm not sure. Like we've said, we haven't actually been apart that much. I think I'm fine, though. I was having dreams of it for a bit, and I'd wake up still thinking my heart wasn't there. I haven't had that happen the last few nights, though," Bakugo explained as he rubbed the back of his neck, looking away. "I see. It's good that it's becoming less frequent. After that type of experience, bad dreams are always going to happen, but over time it should calm down. Is there something else, though, that's bothering you?" she asked, noticing he seemed to be holding back. Deku looked at him and rubbed his hand with his thumb as Bakugo glanced at their hands. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 really. 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Deku prodded. Well, it's just, I guess I feel a bit responsible. Since the battle, Izuku had to give up one for all, and I feel like if I had been able to help more, he wouldn't have had to lose his quirk. Bakugo admitted, looking away. Before Deku could say anything, he continued, I was so mean to him, back when he was quirkless. It was the final eye-opener. I needed to really see how awful I had been to him. I hate myself for how I used to be, and sometimes, the guilt feels suffocating. 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Deku pleaded as he grabbed his arm. Nothing is your fault, you know. You did this when All Might fought All for One. 2. You keep blaming yourself for things out of our control. Do you think all of this guilt stems mostly from how you used to treat Izuku? She asked. I'd never really thought about it like that, but yeah. Things just kept happening. I'd need to be saved and I hated it, and Izuku, you were the one who always came after me no matter what. I didn't realize how much I'd grown to rely on you and need you there until you were gone out of my reach. Bakugo said as he looked at Deku with tears in his eyes. Then things were finally going good, and we were training together every day, fighting and working together. I didn't realize how happy that made me. Even when I was angry because I felt you were getting ahead of me, it just drove me to do better and push myself. I really hate how things had to turn out, but also I want you to know you're fine just how you are, quirk or no quirk. And I was so wrong for how I treated you before. 𝗧𝗵𝗃. I told you it's okay. Deku said, smiling as tears streamed down his face. You two have definitely been through a lot together, even prior to this battle, Rachel said. Katsuki, I think you could benefit from simple open communication like this. Anytime you're feeling this guilt, go ahead and voice it to Izuku, and remind yourself and let him remind you that everything that has happened is in the past. It's okay to feel the guilt, it reminds us of our growth and how we've changed as a person. But you also need to focus on who you want to be, and make new memories to replace the bad ones. Bakugo nodded and put his face down against his arm, wiping his tears and hiding his face. I think you two are very lucky to have each other. It's crucial to have a good support system when dealing with any kind of guilt or trauma. The fact that you've overcome so many obstacles together shows how close you two are. She said, smiling. Definitely remember you also have your friends and teachers as well though. From what I've heard, you're both very loved here. Deku smiled and nodded as Bakugo wiped his face again and gave Deku a small smile. I feel like that's a good stopping point for today, Rachel said as she stood. I'd like to see you both again a week from now if that works for you. Yeah, we can do that. Deku said as they stood as well. Remember to practice being separated in small amounts, and how to handle the anxiety that comes with it. She reminded him as they made their way out. It's not something you should force though, just work on it when you're ready. We will, thank you, Deku said as they said goodbye. Once they were out of the room and started making their way back to the dorms, Deku peeked over at Bakugo and asked softly, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. You okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Bakugo said, giving him a small smile. How about you? Yeah, he said with a small smile as well. I just want you to be okay. Bakugo smirked. There you go again, worrying about everyone but yourself. I'll always worry about you, 𝗧𝗵𝗃, if I know you're hurt or upset. Deku told him. Yeah, well I'll always worry about you too, Aizu. Bakugo said as he stopped once they were outside, and pulled him into a hug. Deku hugged him back tightly, burying his face against his shoulder. Oh, Bakugo said as he pulled away. What time is our physical therapy? Ah. Deku said as he pulled out his phone. Oh, we're good, we've got just enough time to get there if we leave now. After that, they made their way to the train station and headed to physical therapy. They were able to do a lot more this time and without as much soreness. They also discussed when they could return to doing hero work, getting them to allow them off of bed rest a few days earlier than previously discussed, so long as they know their limits and rest often between strenuous activities. On their way back to the train station, Bakugo noticed most places around them had been opened back up and messaged Kirishima, asking about the mall and restaurants. Once Kirishima told him they were mostly all up and running, he glanced over at Deku and said, Hey, Aizu. Yeah, Kaken. Deku asked as they walked. How about we have that first date? He said, blushing. Deku blushed as well and smiled, looking away. Alright now. Yeah, Kirishima and the others are expanding out, helping in neighboring cities now because this one's mostly cleaned up already. He said the mall is up and running, along with some restaurants in the area. Wanna go? Bakugo asked, squeezing his hands slightly. Yeah, that sounds like fun. Deku said excitedly, can we go back to the dorms and change first? Oh, and I also want to shower. Bakugo smiled, yeah, we can do that. Once they were back at the dorms, Deku started feeling nervous thinking about what to wear. He'd never been on a date before, and wanted to dress nice but not overdress. They stopped by his room to look through his closet since he'd only brought a couple shirts and shorts and sweatpants to Bakugo's room. He decided to go with Bakugo's skull shirt and grabbed his blue hoodie to wear with it along with some jeans. Once back to Bakugo's room, he picked out a white shirt, Deku's hoodie to wear over it, some black breathes and a chain necklace. They were both blushing at the thought of going out together as they made their way to the bath. I'm really excited, Kaken. Deku admitted as they put their clothes down and started to undress. Yeah, Bakugo said, blushing, what all do you want to do? Just see what's open. Yeah, we can shop a bit and maybe play some games at the arcade there. Deku said excitedly as they got to the showers and began washing up. Yeah, I think I want to eat first. Then we can run around and do whatever you want. Bakugo said, smiling. They finished up pretty quickly and got dressed, smiling at the fact they were wearing each other's clothes. As they were on their way out they ran into Mr. Aizawa. Oh, are you going somewhere? Yeah, to the mall. Deku said, smiling. Alright, before you go I was going to ask how the counseling session went. Aizawa said, it was nice, actually, Deku explained. She was able to offer a lot of advice and kind of gave us homework before we go back next week. Ah, I see. That's good then, I hope it helps. You two have fun and don't stay out too late. Aizawa said as they said goodbye. Once they were alone again on their way to the train station, Deku gave Bakugo a smile and said, yeah, we can't be out too late anyways, I want to be back before everyone else. Bakugo smirked at him and teased, oh, why is that Aizu? Deku blushed and smiled at him, you know why, Kaken? Bakugo blushed then too, wishing he could kiss him right there. Once they got to the mall, they walked down the area with the restaurants and decided on a place that they both liked. They sat across from each other, both unable to stop smiling as they kept thinking about this being their first date. They were fidgety for a few moments until their feet accidentally bumped each other's and then they stayed that way, keeping contact. Hey, you're those kids from UA, right? You guys were amazing against Shigaraki. Their server said as she was about to take their order, oh wow, it's so amazing to meet you in person. Deku laughed nervously and Bakugo gave her an angry look and said, yeah, we're trying not to think about that 𝗧𝗓𝗍 right now. Oh, sorry, of course. She stammered before taking their order and walking away. Kaken, it was okay. Deku said even though he was glad he shut it down. They had been approached on the train as well, and Bakugo was tired of running people off. Extras need to mind their own DMN business. Bakugo huffed before staring down at his hands. He glanced up at Deku and reached his hands out on the table. Deku blushed and smiled, putting his hands in his. What is it, Kaken? Just wanted to touch you, he said, pouting and looking. But Deku felt like he could die from his cuteness. How about I sit over there with you? Bakugo nodded and let his hands go and scooted over in the booth. Deku smiled and hopped up, joining him on his side. They held hands again as they scooted against each other and their server returned with their drinks. She smiled nervously as she sat them down and told them the food would be out shortly. I think you scared her, Kaken. Deku said with a guilty look. Nah, I think she's just being weird 'cause we're. He nodded at their hands. Deku blushed. Oh yeah, I guess the public will learn that we're together now. Bakugo said, that's a good thing. If anyone ever wants to mess with you, they'll know they'll have me to deal with. Deku smiled. Kaken? You keep saying things that makes me want to kiss you. Bakugo smirked. Gotta watch the PD still. Yeah, I know, Deku pouted, but this is okay, right? he said as he held onto his arm and leaned his cheek against his shoulder. Bakugo smiled and nodded, yeah, it's fine. Bakugo noticed their server with some other workers chatting before she came over with their food. As they ate, he kept noticing them looking over at them and was getting irritated. You okay, Kaken? Deku asked, noticing him glaring. I think they're still talking about us. It's pissing me off. Bakugo huffed. Deku laughed slightly and said, we're gonna be talked about a lot, especially when you become a pro. Bakugo blushed and pouted at him. Yeah, guess you're right. Still annoying. Deku nudged his arm. Number 1, Pro Hero Dynamite. Bakugo smirked at him and nudged him back. And his partner, Aizu-sensei. Deku blushed and looked away, smiling. Why you getting so flustered, Aizu-sensei? Bakugo teased. Deku giggled. Kaken, stop. I'm not even a teacher yet. Will I be in trouble if I don't? Bakugo raised an eyebrow. What's my punishment gonna be, sensei? Deku's face went completely red as Bakugo laughed. Deku couldn't think straight as he pictured what punishing him could entail. Bakugo kept eating and smiling over at him, loving the flustered look on his face. Once they were done, Bakugo paid for their food and Deku complained that they should split it. You can get it next time, nerd. Bakugo told him as they walked out. Deku blushed as he realized this was only the first of many dates they would have and nodded, right. They walked around for a bit and looked in a couple of stores, checking out clothes and of course the latest All Might merch. One shop was filled with games and action figures, and even had a bunch of the cards they collected as kids. They decided to head towards the arcade next, and passed by a jewelry store which caught Bakugo's eye. Oh, wanna go in, Kaken? Deku asked. Yeah. Bakugo said and they started to look around. Bakugo blushed as he thought. I'd like to get us something. Rings would obviously be way too much right now. He rubbed the back of his neck as he glanced around. Hey Kaken, this looks like your necklace. Deku pointed out, I've never really worn much jewelry. Yeah. Bakugo said, do you like it? Yeah, I think yours looks super good on you. He said smiling. Hi there, can I help you find anything specific? A worker asked once she was done helping another customer. That one is super popular right now, you can even get an engraved pendant to go on it. Ah, thanks, I think we're just looking though. Deku said and Bakugo nodded. They kept glancing around before heading out and Bakugo said, oh, there's a bathroom Aizu, do you need to go before we hit the arcade? Oh yeah, actually I do. Deku said laughing, you coming too? Nah, I'm good, I'll wait right here. Bakugo answered. Okay, I'll be just a sec. Deku said as he walked to the bathroom. The second the door shut behind him, Bakugo ran back into the store and asked for 2 of the necklaces, wanting one to have a red gemstone and one with green, blushing as he picked their eye colors. When she asked about engravings, he told her to put IM and KB on the back of them and paid her quickly, saying he'd be back to pick them up in a bit. He went back out to find Deku exiting the bathroom and walking over to him. Did you look around in the store again, Kaken? Deku asked, having noticed him walking out. Oh yeah, someone else recognized me and I hid for a sec. Bakugo said, looking away and taking his hand. Come on, let's go. Deku smiled and followed him to the arcade where they played games against each other, laughing and having fun like when they were little. They were both feeling competitive and kept getting excited when winning. After playing for a while and racking up on tickets, they went to the counter to pick out a prize and had just enough for 2 plushies. Deku picked out the best genist and gave it to Bakugo, while Bakugo got the All Might one and gave it to Deku. He thought it was stupid, but also couldn't stop smiling and laughing at how silly it was. As they made their way out, Bakugo handed his to Deku and asked him to wait outside of the jewelry store for a second. I'll be right back. Bakugo said. Oh, okay. Deku said as he watched him go in, wondering what he was doing. He came back out and walked up to him blushing and held out a box. Whoa. Kaken, what is this? Deku stammered, face turning red. Hey, chill out. It's not AF in proposal 𝗧𝗏. Bakugo huffed as he looked around, embarrassed. He opened it up to show him the matching necklaces and took out the one with the red gem in the pendant and gave it to him. Deku stuffed the plushies under his arm and took the necklace, looking at it carefully, noticing their initials on the back. 𝗂𝗂𝗃. He said, smiling, "This is amazing, 𝗂𝗂𝗃." Bakugo pouted, looking away as he took his out with the green gem. "I thought maybe it could help when we're separate. Give you something to hold on to help calm you down." Deku teared up as he held it and nodded, 𝗂𝗂𝗃. "Oh, don't cry." Bakugo groaned, almost regretting it. Deku wiped his tears and smiled. "You're the best, 𝗂𝗂𝗃. I love it." Bakugo huffed as he stuck the box in his pocket. "Yeah, of course I am. Will you help me put it on? I want to wear it right now," Deku said excitedly. Bakugo smiled and took it, unclasping it and putting it around his neck. "There." Deku looked down and held on to it. "Thank you, 𝗂𝗂𝗃." Then looked up at him and held out his hand. Bakugo blushed again and handed him his, letting him put it on for him. He couldn't help but to smile down at it. Deku took his hand then and then said, "Oh, I just remembered." He pulled out his phone and opened the camera. "We need to take a picture." Bakugo huffed a laugh. "Yeah." Deku held the phone out and snapped a pic of them, surprised to see that Bakugo was actually smiling softly in it. "Send that to me," Bakugo said as he looked at it. Deku nodded and sent it to him excitedly as they continued walking. Bakugo blushed and set it as his wallpaper and noticed Deku doing the same. They decided to make one last stop to grab some ice cream, which Deku insisted on buying this time. They noticed the sun was already setting as they got back to the train station and headed back to UA. "I wonder what time they'll be getting back," Deku said, wishing they had more time. Kirishima said they'd be at least another hour and that the commute is about 30 minutes out. Bakugo told him as he showed him their messages and gave him a teasing smile. "So I'll have plenty of time to please you, corny nerd." Deku blushed and smiled back. "I'll make you feel good too, 𝗂𝗂𝗃." Once they were back, they hurried up to Bakugo's room and Deku sat down their plushies on the desk as Bakugo locked the door. The moment they looked at each other, they were already crossing the room, wrapping their arms around each other and going into a deep kiss. They stood there like that for a few moments, tilting their heads to kiss as deeply as they could as they gripped onto each other's clothes. They only pulled away to start shrugging off their jackets and pulling off their shirts. Bakugo grabbed Deku's waist and started backing up, pulling him with him towards the bed as they kissed again. Deku slid his hands down Bakugo's sides and grabbed the edge of his briefs and boxers and tugged them down as Bakugo did the same to him. Deku noticed they were only wearing their necklaces now and smiled before leaning back into their kiss. Bakugo fell back on the bed with Deku between his legs and felt him already grinding down against him. Deku leaned back and gripped onto the back of Bakugo's thighs, pulling him up farther on the bed before crawling over him and kissing him again. Bakugo arched up against him, wrapping his arms and legs around him. Deku held himself up with one arm and trailed his hand along Bakugo's thigh, pulling him tighter against him, itching 𝗂𝗂𝗃. 𝗂𝗂𝗃. Deku breathed against him, breathing between kisses. Bakugo ran his hand up his back and grabbed his hair, pulling his head to the side as he kissed down his neck and bit down while skiing. Deku whined and gripped his thigh harder, pushing against him. Bakugo pulled off after a moment and nipped at his bottom lip. "Aizu. Hurry up." Deku blushed and kissed him again before reaching over to the nightstand and grabbing the oil from the drawer. Bakugo glanced away and tensed as Deku started rubbing him with it with his fingers and slid one in. Bakugo was breathing and looked back down, seeing Deku getting himself ready as well, making his pee-pee nice and wet. Deku kept rubbing his finger in and out of him, watching his face carefully. "Feel okay, 𝗂𝗂𝗃?" "Yes, fine." Bakugo said as he squirmed beneath his touch. Deku leaned back down, kissing him again as he slid in another finger and grinded down against him. Bakugo cried out against his lips, clinging to him and clawing at his back. Deku kissed away from his lips and to his ear as he kept pumping his fingers in and out. "𝗂𝗂𝗃. I love you, 𝗂𝗂𝗃." Bakugo blushed and curled his toes as Deku started hitting his good spot. "Fuck." Deku kissed his ear and down his neck, biting it softly. "Aizu. P put it in. I wanna feel you." Bakugo whined. Deku groaned against his neck, never thinking he'd hear him beg like that. He leaned back then, pulling his fingers out, making Bakugo flinch. He grabbed his PP and lined up the tip, pressing into him slowly. Bakugo was hanging onto his arms, breathing as he watched. He gritted his teeth as he felt it sliding in and leaned his head back. Deku. Deku leaned down over him, putting his hands on his head and kissing him as he pushed until he was completely inside. Bakugo was trembling beneath him and wrapped his arms around him, kissing him back desperately. Kaken. You okay, Kaken? Deku breathed between kisses. Course I am. Bakugo grunted, hurry up and move. Deku slid out slowly, making Bakugo tense again as he let out soft sounds against his lips before going back in. He kept moving slowly at first, letting Bakugo get adjusted to him before picking up the pace. Deku gripped onto his hair, groaning against him as he pushed into him again and again. Bakugo was crying out against him, unable to keep in his voice any longer as he clawed desperately at his back. Feels good. Deku feels so good. He wrapped his legs around his waist, locking his ankles together as Deku leaned over on one arm, reaching down to rub Bakugo's PP as he kept moving. Deku. Bakugo whined, looking up at him and the necklace swinging from his neck. I love you, I love you. Izuku. Deku's breath hitched and he leaned in again, kissing him harder and deeper than before. Kaken. Bakugo cried against him, more Aizu. Deku leaned up and let go of his PP, grabbing his thighs and shoving them up against him as he slammed into him harder. Bakugo cried out, gripping onto the bedsheets. Izu. Chimen Kaken. Deku called out as he kept going, knowing he was being too rough. Bakugo had tears in his eyes as he kept crying out, pulling at the sheets till his knuckles turned white. Holy SHT. He's not even touching there anymore, but... Aizu. I think I'm... Bakugo stammered between breaths. Me too, Kaken, I'm about to... Deku rasped as he pushed in hard and fell down against him, kissing him as he came. Bakugo cried out against his lips, wrapping his arms and legs around him tightly as he came as well. They breathed against each other, kissing slowly and softly. Kaken. Deku breathed between small kisses. That was amazing, Kaken. Bakugo agreed, body still trembling. I love you so much, Kaken. Deku said as he kissed down his cheek and nuzzled his face down next to him. Bakugo nuzzled his face against him too, kissing his neck and shoulders softly a few times. I love you too, Aizu. Deku shifted then and pulled out slowly, making Bakugo squirm against him. He kissed him a few more times before getting up and going to the bathroom to clean up. Bakugo started to join him and realized how sore he was and laid back, hiding his face with his hands. Phew-uck. Deku came back in there after washing off at the sink and sat on the edge of the bed with a wet rag. How you feeling, Kaken? Bakugo didn't answer as he blushed, still hiding his face. Deku reached over and started wiping him down with the rag and Bakugo grunted and took it from him. I got it. Deku smiled at him and got back up. Maybe we should shower again. Yeah. Bakugo agreed, though he dreaded getting up, and wash the sheets again. Deku blushed as he watched him sit up slowly and swing his legs off the bed, grabbing his stomach. Kaken, are you okay? I was too rough again. F that, I'm fine. Bakugo huffed. You can't be too rough with me. Deku faced away, sighing and rolling his eyes, trying not to laugh. Bakugo glared over at him. What? Nothing, Kaken. Deku said innocently, then walked up to him. Need help getting up? Bakugo glared up at him, then looked away, embarrassed. Deku held out his hand and Bakugo pouted as he noticed before reaching up and taking it. Deku's smile softened as he pulled him up into a hug and kissed his cheek. Bakugo grunted and hugged him back, pressing against him and nuzzling his face against his shoulder. He pulled away after a moment and threw on some sweatpants and grabbed some clean clothes as Deku did the same. They made their way to the bath and cleaned up before deciding to soak for a bit. They relaxed down in the water and Deku stretched his arms out along the edge. Bakugo scooted against him and nuzzled down with his head down against him as Deku wrapped his arm around him. So, I know it's gonna SCK, but when do you want to try being apart again? Bakugo asked after a few moments, glancing up at him. Oh well. Deku said, thinking, I'm not sure. It's like I don't feel like I'll have a problem, but at the same time I don't want to even do it. I like being right here with you. Bakugo smirked at him. We can't always be side by side, you know, especially since you're going to be teaching at some point while I'm out doing hero work. Oh yeah, I guess you're right. Deku said, looking down with an embarrassed smile. I guess we can try it when everyone gets back, maybe after dinner. They'll probably want to hang out again anyways. Yeah, that sounds like a plan, Bakugo said as he kissed his cheek. I won't be far. Deku smiled and nodded before kissing him softly. Bakugo leaned in to kiss again, then brought his hand up to his cheek as they kept kissing. Kaken. Deku whined. Bakugo smirked at him again and backed off. Sorry, sensei. Deku blushed again and hid his face with his hand. Stop doing that. Bakugo huffed a laugh and pulled him against him. But you're cute when you're flustered, Aizu-sensei. Deku glanced at him and whined again. Then they heard the door open and Bakugo pulled his arms back and scooted away just slightly before Kirishima, Shiro, and Kaminari walked in. Hey guys. Kirishima said excitedly, how's your day been? Hey everyone. Deku said happily, it was great. We were busy all day. Yeah, Kirishima said you guys went to the mall and stuff. I'm glad everything's getting back to normal. Shiro said as they undressed. Yeah, everything was fine except people recognizing us from the video feed of the battle. Bakugo complained. Dude, I wasn't even in most of that and people are still running up to me asking about it. Kaminari said. Yeah, we've definitely gotten some free publicity from this whole thing. Kirishima said. Maybe it'll die down soon. Deku said with a smile. Oh, and we get to join you guys again soon. As long as we don't have any problems the next few days, we can start after that. Oh, nice man. Kirishima said excitedly as he joined them in the bath. They all kept talking for a bit about how the restoration progress was going, and Ida and Todoroki ended up joining them as well before Bakugo and Deku decided to leave. The moment Bakugo had gotten out of the water to grab his towel, Deku's face turned red as he noticed he'd left bruises on his thighs from earlier. Bakugo did the same as he noticed the red streaks he left on Deku's back, and they looked at each other, blushing as they pulled their clothes on quickly along with their necklaces. As soon as they were back in the hallway, they held hands and glanced at each other, thinking about the marks. We gotta be more careful. Deku said with a small laugh. Your fault. Bakugo said as he elbowed him. Hey, you two. Deku teased. Anyways, let's go eat. I'm sure the others won't be far behind us. Bakugo said, turning them towards the cafeteria. Once they got there, the girls were already sitting at the tables. Mina called over and waved to them as they got their food and joined them. So, how was your date? Mina asked. Bakugo grunted. He figured Kirishima told them. It was great. Deku beamed. We got lunch together and shopped around at the mall and even played at the arcade for a while. And got ice cream after. Oh man, I'm so jealous. Mina said, Kiri better take me out as soon as we get another free day. I want to go to the movie theater. Or a carnival. Did you guys get matching necklaces? Tsu asked, looking at them closer. They blushed and Bakugo glanced away as Deku said, Yeah, Kaken got them for us. Oh, who would have guessed you could be so sweet, Bakugo? Mina said, then looked up at the guys coming in. Hey guys. Hi Kiri. Kirishima smiled big and waved as they got their trays and joined them. Why don't you invite Jiro over here, Kaminari? Yuruka asked. She said she wants to keep sitting with Momo and them, Kaminari explained, then smirked at Bakugo and Deku. Unlike some people, we're not joined at the hip. Before Bakugo could do more than scowl, Kirishima said, Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. If I could spend all my time with Ishido, I would. Mina smiled excitedly and punched his arm. Kiri, stop, you're gonna make me blush. Hey, we actually have to ask you guys something about that. Bakugo said, getting serious. They all looked at him confused as Deku made a shy face. Bakugo squeezed his hand, glancing at him before looking back to the others. Well, we have had some issues since the battle. Bakugo said, hating that he had to admit needing help. Is this about the panic attack? Todoroki asked. Kirishima made a face at him like, why would you say that? Yeah. When we're separated, Izuku gets really nervous. During the battle, he saw me out there when I was down for the count. Bakugo explained, we're gonna try and work on that, and I need you extras to make sure he's okay when I'm not around. Ah, Deku, I didn't realize you were having trouble with something like that. 𝗬𝗓𝗧𝗏 said sympathetically. Ah, I feel like a PP now about the joined at the hip comment, sorry guys. Kaminari said, we'll help you, Midoriya. I can't imagine what it must have been like for you. Yeah, I'm so sorry guys, I know you two have been friends for a long time. For you to have that happen Bakugo and you having to see it Midoriya. Tsu said with concern. Are there any other triggers you know of? Besides being away from him? Zero asked. Well, the last time it happened I saw a video of the battle, I didn't even watch it. But it made me think of what I saw when I got there that day. Deku explained as he gripped onto Bakugo's hand tighter. Mr. Aizawa, Todoroki, and Kirishima showed up and helped me, and Mr. Aizawa got me to talk to Miss Rachel. I've been going to her too, since the battle. 𝗬𝗓𝗏 explained with a sad expression as Tsu rubbed her arm, after what happened with Toga. I'm sorry, 𝗬𝗓𝗏. Deku said with tears stinging his eyes. I think it's great Miss Rachel has been sent here, Ida started. I'm glad you're all seeking the help you need. Please don't hesitate ever to ask us for help as well. We'll do whatever we can to be here for you guys. As class president, it's my duty and honor to help my classmates. And as your friend as well. Since we're on the subject. Todoroki began, feeling tears threatening his eyes now as well. I was told Toya doesn't have much longer. I might ask someone to come with me tomorrow when I go to see him. Ah, Todoroki. Mina said softly, we'll all go if you need us. Everyone nodded in agreement and Todoroki wiped his eyes and smiled sadly. Thanks guys. I also want to help you all out in any way I can. You helped us a lot, 𝗬𝗏𝗏. Bakugo admitted, looking at him, we'll be here for you. Deku felt so moved by everyone's words, especially Bakugo being so openly empathetic. He smiled and wiped his tears. We'll overcome all of this, you guys. Bakugo leaned towards him and smiled, putting his arm around him. Deku pressed his forehead to his as he leaned in too. I know this is a touching moment, but please refrain from kissing in the cafeteria. Ida chided softly. I'll do what I want. Bakugo huffed at him as Deku's face turned red. Anyways, Todoroki began, trying to change the subject back. Did the therapist have any suggestions to help you, Midoriya? Ah, Deku began. Yeah, a few. Things. That's why we asked for you guys to help actually. She wants me to try and work my way up to being away from Kaken in small amounts, but stay with friends to make sure I'm okay. Are you wanting to do that tonight? Mina asked. We were thinking about playing games or watching a movie again before heading to bed. Bakugo can go sulk in his room while you hang out with us. Bakugo glared at that but nodded. Yeah, that works. I don't want to leave you alone though, Kaken. Deku said, glancing at him. I'll be fine, nerd. Just focus on yourself. Bakugo assured. Deku didn't seem convinced but nodded anyways. They all finished eating and cleaned up, arranging the tables back before leaving. Everyone made their way to the common room and Bakugo looked down at Deku's hand, pouting slightly. All right, nerd. I'll be in our room, 𝗧𝗏𝗏. Deku nodded, feeling the anxiety rising up at the thought of him leaving his side. Man, I've really got to get this under control. I got this. Plus ultra. Love you guys. Bakugo said as he squeezed his hand before letting go. Deku blushed and hugged him. I love you too, Kaken. Bakugo hugged him back then pushed him off and waved as he turned to leave. Come on, Deku, wanna help us pick out a game? 𝗬𝗓𝗏 called out to him. Oh why yeah. Deku said without taking his eyes off Bakugo. He couldn't help the rising sense of dread in his gut, watching him disappearing down the hallway and going into his room. He grabbed at his necklace and took a deep breath. You breathe 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. He smiled then and turned to the others and joined them. They kept him laughing and talking, trying to keep his mind occupied as they looked through some of 𝗬𝗏𝗏's games. They decided to take turns playing Twister, the first round being Deku against 𝗬𝗓𝗏𝗏, Tsu, and 𝗵𝗃 joined them and was quickly placed on spinner duty while the others watched and laughed as they struggled. Bakugo felt uneasy leaving Deku's side knowing it could trigger a panic attack again. As soon as he shut his door behind him, he leaned back against it and held onto the necklace. To think I used to push you away, Izuku. Now it makes me a nervous wreck when you're not next to me. Bakugo let go and pulled his phone out, checking his messages. Of course he hasn't said anything. Stupid, you literally just walked away from each other. He stared down at the picture of them from earlier and smiled, then walked over to the bed and laid down. He scrolled on his phone for a bit and watched a few short videos before growing frustrated, backing out and going to his messages, sending him a quick text. You holding up okay? He waited around for a bit, and when he didn't get a reply, he decided to peek out of his door and down the hall at them. In the common room, he saw most of them sitting on the couch while Deku was playing Twister with some of the others. He was all twisted up and had a big goofy grin on his face that made Bakugo smile. Todoroki noticed him looking and he blushed, pulling his head back in his room and shutting the door. Geez, I gotta get a grip. After a moment he heard a knock at the door and opened it immediately, thinking something might have happened with Deku. Hey, Todoroki said. Bakugo grimaced and started to shut the door in his face, but he stopped it with his foot. You all right? I'm fine, don't worry about me. Bakugo barked. Worried about Midoriya? Todoroki asked. Bakugo huffed and crossed his arms, letting him inside. I can't help it, you saw him the other night. He cries a lot but... Never like that. Todoroki came in and shut the door behind him. Yeah, he was very worked up. I have a feeling he'll be all right with the others, though. We should probably just make sure he isn't left alone for a while. Yeah, that's what I figured too. Still, I keep getting this nagging feeling in my chest that something's wrong when I can't see him. Bakugo admitted. Sounds like you've got separation anxiety. After what you two have been through, it would make sense. Todoroki walked over with him and they sat on the bed. I know you seemed like this once before, when Midoriya left UA and went out on his own. Bakugo blushed slightly, glancing down at his hands. Yeah. I was worried about him and set off it myself. I'd done him wrong for so long, and was finally working on being better, and the nerd up and runs away. He had his heart in the right place, Todoroki reasoned, trying to protect us from all for one. Yeah, but I was the one who was in the loop on everything before anyone else. He should have told me, instead of leaving some dumb note. Bakugo grumbled, pulling his legs up on the bed and hugging them with his arms. Izuku trusted me, even though I didn't deserve it. He's just that kind of person. So I can't help but to worry about him, you know. He won't take care of himself. Todoroki smiled over at him. You really love him. Bakugo blushed and glared at him, but then admitted, yeah. He's going to be all right, Bakugo. Todoroki said with a reassuring smile. Midoriya may not think about himself much, but he has you to look after him. And just like in this situation, when you're not able to be by his side, he'll have all of us to be there for him, too. Bakugo pouted and pressed his face down against his arms. Yeah. He heard a notification on his phone then and checked it to see a message from Deku. Yeah, I'm okay, Kaken. I miss you. Bakugo smiled down and messaged back. I miss you too, nerd. Is this long enough? I got anxious at first but I feel fine now. We're just playing games and I'm getting tired. Yeah, come on back. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 is here. That Midoriya? Todoroki asked. Yeah, he's gonna go ahead and come back now. We'll probably do this again tomorrow for longer, I guess. Bakugo explained. Sounds good, Todoroki said. And about the visit with Toya, I was actually going to see if you and Midoriya would be the ones to come with me. I've been around you two the most, and I'd feel bad taking the others away from their hero work. Yeah, we can do that, 𝗬𝗧𝗏. Bakugo said, giving him a small smile. Deku came in then and smiled at Todoroki as he walked over. Thanks for keeping Kaken company. No problem, Todoroki said as he stood. Wait, you didn't ask him to come here, did you? Bakugo huffed. No, he didn't. I just knew you were both worried. Todoroki explained. I'm gonna head to my room now. Good night, you guys. Deku sat down next to Bakugo as they said goodnight and watched him leave. As soon as the door shut, he leapt into Bakugo's arms. Kakin. Bakugo fell back against the bed, wrapping his arms around him. His heart started beating faster as he felt overwhelmed with emotion, holding Deku tightly to him. They stayed like that for a few moments, nuzzling their faces into each other. Bakugo squeezed his legs around him and kissed his cheek before Deku leaned back and kissed his lips. "I love you, Kakin," Deku said between small kisses. "I love you, 𝗧𝗲𝗄," Bakugo said before rolling them over to lay on their sides and nuzzled his head against his neck. Deku smiled and ran his hand up through his hair. "So, you do okay?" Bakugo asked as he ran his hand up the back of his shirt. "I was nervous at first, but then I held onto the necklace and took a deep breath and it worked. It calmed me down," Deku said happily. "After that, I was too distracted to let my mind wander." "Yeah, that's it," Bakugo said as he traced small circles along his back and kissed his neck softly. "𝗵𝗃𝗃 Kakin," Deku hummed as he slid his hand down to his hip and pressed into him. Bakugo smirked against him and leaned up, kissing his lips softly. "We need to sleep." "Kakin, it's early though," Deku said as he trailed his fingers below the seam of his breathes. Bakugo grabbed his hand and pulled it up slightly, grumbling, "I'm sleepy, 𝗧𝗲𝗄, and I want to go running in the morning." "𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃," Deku whined and nuzzled his face down against his head. "Okay." Bakugo smirked. "Turn the light off, nerd." Deku rolled out of bed and flipped it off before laying back down against him, wrapping him in his arms. Bakugo snuggled close with his head against his chest, wrapping his arm around him and pulling against him. "Good night, Kakin," Deku said softly, smiling down at him. "Good night, 𝗧𝗲𝗄," Bakugo said softly against him, already dozing off as Deku ran his fingers through his hair again. The next morning Deku blinked awake and felt around in the bed and didn't feel Bakugo. "Kakin? In here, nerd," Bakugo called from the bathroom. Deku groaned and nuzzled back down against the pillow. "Come back, Kakin." Bakugo walked in there brushing his teeth. "Time to get up." "Ah. Come snuggle first," Deku whined. Bakugo grunted and pulled the covers off of him. "Kachan," Deku cried as Bakugo huffed a laugh and went back to the sink. As he finished up, Deku came up behind him and hugged him, pressing against his back and nuzzling his face down against his neck. "Finally up." Bakugo smirked as he put his arms over his and arched back against him, feeling him more. Someone's happy to see me." Deku kissed and bit his neck then, sliding his hands down the front of his body and pulled him against him more, grinding against his butt. Bakugo pouted and leaned forward against the sink. "Hey, cut that out." "𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃 Kakin, this is your punishment for not snuggling," Deku teased as he nipped at his ear. Bakugo blushed and tensed up, feeling his breath as he kissed and pulled his ear with his teeth as he kept grinding into him. "Izuku," Bakugo grumbled as he pressed back against him. "I said I want to go running." Deku ran one hand up to his throat, pulling his face to his so he could kiss his lips. Bakugo groaned against him as he gripped onto the sink, the feeling of his hand around his throat giving him chill bumps. Deku slid his other hand down the front of his breathes and started rubbing his pee-pee while still squeezing his throat gently and kissing him. Bakugo was breathing between their kisses and reached up grabbing his wrist. Kakin." Deku breathed as he kissed back down his neck and kept rubbing him. He let go of his throat and started doing something behind Bakugo where he couldn't see in the mirror. "𝗧𝗲𝗄, wait till we get back." Bakugo whined between breaths. "You really want me to stop, Kakin?" Deku asked softly as he used his other hand to pull his breathes down and slid his wet fingers against him. Bakugo shuddered, leaning forward over the sink again as Deku slipped a finger in. 𝗧𝗲𝗄. Bakugo cried out softly, trying not to be too loud. Deku kissed and bit at his neck again as he worked in another finger while still rubbing his pee-pee with the other hand. Bakugo covered his mouth as he hemmed against it, feeling him touching the sensitive spot inside. Just when he was getting close, Deku slowed his movements and pulled his fingers out, making Bakugo whine back at him before he felt the tip of his pee-pee pressing against him. "𝗧𝗲𝗄, wait up." Bakugo gritted his teeth as Deku pushed into him, letting go of his pee-pee and grabbing onto his hips. Bakugo was breathing and holding onto the sink again as Deku pulled in and out of him slowly. "This is better than just my fingers though, right Kaken?" Deku asked as he watched his expression in the mirror. Bakugo blushed and looked up at him, losing all reason. "Yes, Aizu." Deku gripped him tighter and picked up his pace, slamming into him more now as Bakugo struggled to keep his voice in. He brought his hand back to his mouth, muffling his cries. "Kaken, you feel so good. You're so cute, Kaken," Deku said between breaths. Bakugo could barely stay on his feet and gave up on covering his mouth as he dropped his hand down to steady himself. Deku. Deku. Bakugo's legs felt weak beneath him as he laid down against the sink, Deku still pounding into him. If Deku. Deku. Bakugo cried out as he came, body trembling all over and breathing heavily. "Kaken. You came?" Deku asked against his ear, making him shudder. "Good boy, Kaken." He kissed and nipped his ear then and kissed down to his back as he kept going. He leaned back a bit and grabbed onto Bakugo's wrists, pulling him into him. Bakugo whined and cried out with every move as Deku slammed into him hard and fast. His body trembled as Deku finally came, letting go of his wrists and grabbing his hips again. Bakugo fell forwards against the sink again, lying there breathing and catching his breath. Deku laid against him for a moment, breathing as well. He kissed his back again softly a few times. "Feel good, Kaken?" Bakugo blushed, feeling amazing and also wondering where he got the good boy from, then remembered he'd said it to him once before. "Wait." He breathed, "I'm gonna kill you for this, you know." Deku slid out slowly, grimacing. "Sorry, Kaken. I guess I did get a bit carried away." Bakugo squirmed as he felt him pull out and huffed. "Dead. I'm gonna kill you dead." Deku smiled nervously and grabbed a rag and started cleaning them up. Bakugo's knees felt weak as he pulled his breathes and boxers back up once Deku was finished. He groaned slightly and gave Deku a menacing look. Deku avoided his gaze, starting to think he really went too far this time. He started walking out and noticed Bakugo still leaning against the sink and gulped. "Kaken. Phew-uck." Bakugo groaned and looked back at him, pouting. "F you and your big fing pages." Deku's face turned red as he ran over to help him to the bed. "I'm so sorry, Kaken." "𝗳𝗏𝗍𝗏." Bakugo smirked and grabbed him into a headlock. "Gotcha, nerd, you really think I'm that effin' weak?" Deku bursted out laughing as Bakugo tickled him mercilessly before stumbling forward. Are you really okay, Kaken?" Deku asked, catching his breath. "Yeah, you just made my knees weak and," Bakugo grumbled. "Guess we'll save the running for after breakfast." Sorry, Kaken," Deku said with a guilty smile before kissing him. "You were so cute though, I would have never thought about doing that in front of a mirror. I liked it." Bakugo blushed, corny but nerd. You liked it too, Kaken?" Deku said, smiling at him as they walked back into the bedroom. Bakugo couldn't hide his smile and grabbed his shirt, pulling him into a deep kiss. "Still gonna kill you later." Deku laughed nervously and they made their way out and to the cafeteria. As they neared, Bakugo's face turned red, remembering how loud he'd gotten. "𝗧𝗬𝗪." What is it, Kaken?" Deku asked. "Kirishima and Shoji. They probably heard us, you stupid shit nerd." Bakugo said, embarrassed. Deku smirked. "Well, if you had come back to bed when I asked you, I was gonna let you know they told me they were leaving out an hour early this morning." Bakugo stopped and looked at him like he'd grown another head. "What?" Deku gulped and glanced away. "Yeah, while we played games last night they filled me in. Everyone should be gone already." Bakugo practically growled as he grabbed his shirt, singeing it in his palm. But you could have told me that." Deku stammered. "Sorry, Kaken, I was going to but then you seemed so into it and I got carried away and sort of forgot." Bakugo pushed him back and stomped away angrily towards the cafeteria. Deku followed close behind, knowing he'd probably cool off soon. Bakugo was pouting angrily as he sat down, looking away from Deku as he ate. Deku couldn't help but smile at him and how cute his pouting face was. "Ken." Bakugo grunted and kept avoiding his gaze. "Kachan, Kakaen." Deku kept on. Bakugo glared at him and motioned his thumb across his neck, dead. Deku yelped and looked back at his breakfast nervously and kept eating. Even though Bakugo still seemed irritated, he held his hand on the way back up to the room. Deku felt more and more nervous as they made their way there. Once back in the room, Bakugo shut and locked the door behind him and smiled at him. Deku gulped, 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃. Steady now. Bakugo ordered as he crossed his arms. Deku's face turned red. Catch a dash. Bakugo glared at him and Deku shut his mouth and took off his clothes. Bakugo lay down too and nodded towards the bed. Lay down. Deku listened and laid down, scared and excited at the same time. Bakugo grabbed the oil and crawled up over him, pouring some in his hand before grabbing Deku's pee and rubbing it. Deku squirmed beneath him and reached for him, but Bakugo swatted his hands away. Nope, no touching, nerd. You've lost touching privileges. Deku whined, but, Kaken. Bakugo swung his leg over him, straddling his thighs now and let go of his pages. Deku squirmed, wanting to grab onto him as he watched. Bakugo gripped himself as he used his other hand to slide down and rub his butt. Deku blushed as he watched him and couldn't help but to reach for him again, earning his hands being smacked away as Bakugo huffed, No, 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁. Deku whined. Bakugo slid a finger in himself and huffed, leaning forward with his other hand against Deku's thigh. Deku was breathing now and gripping the sheets, so turned on he could hardly stand it. Bakugo lifted up then and grabbed Deku's pee, pressing it against him. Kaken, you bean. Deku started as Bakugo sat down against him, sliding it in. Bakugo groaned and looked down at him as he lifted back up and pushed back down. I'm gonna F your brains out, shitnerd. Deku shuddered beneath him, rocking his hips up against him. The second he tried to reach for him again, Bakugo grabbed his wrists and pinned him down. Kaken. Deku whined as he watched Bakugo continue to ride him. Bakugo was miming out loud now, knowing no one was next door to hear, breathing as he found a good rhythm. 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Deku blushed, loving the view of him and the way he slurred his name, Kaken. I want to touch you, Kaken. He pleaded. Bakugo gripped his wrists tighter, holding him down firmly as he continued, to bad. 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗄. Feels so good, Izuku. Kaken. Kaken. Deku breathed as he struggled, wanting to free his arms so he could hold him. He knew he could get loose with one for all, but didn't want to make Bakugo angry again. After a few moments, Bakugo was feeling way too sensitive and sore inside to keep it up, and his legs were trembling, still weak from earlier. He breathed down at Deku, letting go of his wrists and begging, Deku, F me, Deku. Deku shuddered and grabbed his shoulders, leaning up and shoving him onto his back and slammed into him. Bakugo cried out and wrapped his arms around him, clawing at his back desperately. Deku kissed him hard, breathing against him and sking and biting his bottom lip as he grabbed his thigh, pulling him into him. Deku. Bakugo cried against him. Deku reached up and grabbed a handful of his hair, yanking his head to the side and bit down on his neck before biting at his ear. Kaken, you're so hot, Kaken. Bakugo whined and squirmed beneath him, wrapping his legs around his waist. 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Kaken. Deku breathed against his ear before kissing back down and sking on his neck. You're mine, Kaken. Bakugo cried out again as he came, his body trembling as he clawed into Deku's back. Deku smiled against him and kissed back to his ear. Good boy, Kaken. Bakugo shuddered, arms falling to his sides and tears in his eyes as he breathed and turned his face to Deku's. 𝗧𝗐. Deku let go of his hair and grabbed his hand, lacing their fingers together as he kissed him slowly. Bakugo's sounds were muffled against him as they kept kissing while Deku moved into him. He slid his other hand off his thigh and placed it in his other hand as well, holding onto them as he kissed him deeper. Bakugo squeezed his legs around him as Deku shoved into him hard, leaking deep inside. 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗄. Kaken. Deku breathed against him. Bakugo felt completely limp as he laid there, catching his breath. That was good. Deku kissed him softly a few times as he breathed. Yeah, Kaken, you're the best, Kaken. Bakugo kissed him back gently, then laid his head back and let his legs fall from around him. Deku lifted up and slid out of him slowly, making Bakugo shudder before lying down next to him. They laid there resting a few moments before Bakugo leaned up. "We gotta go shower. And clean the Fing sheets again." Deku huffed a laugh. "Yeah, can we just snuggle for a minute first?" Bakugo blushed, remembering how all this started, and laid down against him, pulling the covers up over them. Deku smiled and wrapped his arms around him, kissing his head. "I love you, Kaken." Bakugo grunted but smiled. "I love you too, Izzy." They stayed like that for a while, nuzzling against each other, and ended up falling asleep again. When Bakugo woke up, he yawned and leaned up, grabbing his stomach. Kaken. Deku said as he stretched and blinked his eyes open. Bakugo pulled out of his embrace and hobbled to the bathroom. "Maybe we should buy some in condoms." Deku blushed. "Oh yeah. Sorry, Kaken." When he came back, they grabbed some breathes and threw them on and got clean clothes and headed to the bath. Bakugo was walking slower than normal, which made Deku blush furiously. He was completely lax now compared to his angry state from earlier. He was holding on to Deku's hand and leaning into him as they walked. "You okay, Kaken?" Deku asked cautiously as he looked at him. Bakugo mumbled and pouted at him slightly. "What is it, Kaken?" Deku asked as they walked in and shut the door behind them, making their way to the showers. Bakugo blushed more and glanced away, still not wanting to admit that he was sore. Deku wrapped his arms around him and kissed his cheek. "Let's get cleaned up and relax, Kaken." Bakugo also couldn't admit he loved this extra attention from Deku. He nodded, still blushing and pouting slightly at himself. After they got cleaned up, they stepped down into the bath and Deku smiled over at him, reaching out his arms. Bakugo scooted over to him, wrapping his arms around him and nuzzling his face into his neck. Deku let out a small laugh as he wrapped his arms around him. "You're so cute, Kaken." "Don't call me cute, stupid." Bakugo grumbled before kissing his cheek and nuzzling into him more. He leaned back after a second and swung his leg around him, sitting down in his lap and leaning into him, holding him close. Deku rubbed his back and kissed his shoulder. "Kaken?" Bakugo leaned back and looked at him. "Let's do it like this next time." "What, in the bath?" Deku asked, red-faced. "No, moron." Bakugo huffed and nodded down at them. "I'll sit in your lap." 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃. Deku ran his hands down and gripped his butt. "I like it." Bakugo blushed down at him and pulled his hands back up. "Not yet, though." Deku smiled guiltily as he hugged him close. "Yes, sir." Bakugo smiled and hugged him back, nuzzling his face against his head. "I love you, Aizu." Deku nuzzled back against him. "I love you too, Kaken." Bakugo pulled back just enough to kiss him then, small and gentle kisses, before nuzzling back down against him. Deku blushed at how cute he was being and held him, unable to stop smiling. It was funny seeing this side of Bakugo after he was so angry earlier. When Bakugo leaned back again, Deku slid his hands down to his sides, looking at his body. Bakugo lifted an eyebrow at him, wondering what he was staring at. Deku gripped his hands around his sides. "I love your body, Kaken. Your waist fits in my hands so perfectly." Bakugo blushed and looked away. "Add up, Aizu." Deku brought a hand up to his chest then, tracing his fingers gently across the giant scar in the center. Bakugo looked back at him then, softening his expression. "I'll never let anything happen to you again, Kaken," Deku declared softly as he leaned in and kissed his chest and looked up at him. "Your heart is mine now. And I won't let anyone hurt it again." Bakugo was so caught off guard that his breath hitched slightly as he held onto his shoulders. Deku tilted his head up and kissed him again, slowly and softly as his hand lingered there over the scar. Bakugo kissed back gently, tears threatening to stream down his face. "I think I'll be the one protecting you, nerd," Bakugo said as he smiled at him between kisses. "Yeah, guess you're right," Deku said with a sad smile as he teared up as well. "That's the one thing I'll really miss about having one for all." Bakugo gripped onto his shoulders tighter as his tears finally spilled out. "Aizu. I'm sorry, Aizu." "Wa Kaken," Deku cried, sniffling slightly. It's okay. Bakugo's breath shuddered as he sobbed. I wanted to compete with you for the rest of our lives, 𝗧𝗏. Deku pulled him down against him, rubbing his back as he cried softly too, yeah, Kaken. Well, I may not can keep up with you as a hero now, but you'll still have me here by your side always. Bakugo nuzzled against him, wrapping his arms around him tightly. In right, 𝗧𝗍𝗂. You're mine. All mine. And you can't leave me ever again. Deku nodded as he held him back just as tight. Yeah, and you're mine, Kaken. I'll never leave you. Bakugo nuzzled his face against his neck as he cried and then leaned back and kissed him again, deeper this time. After a few moments they started wiping their tears and smiled at each other, laughing softly at their emotional state. Ready to get out, Kaken? Deku asked as he kissed his chest again. Bakugo nodded and slid out of his lap. Once they got out, they got dried off and dressed and headed towards the common room where they found All Might and Mr. Aizawa talking. Oh hey All Might. Deku said excitedly, Hey Mr. Aizawa, good morning. All Might smiled at them as they walked up. Good morning, young Midoriya, young Bakugo. How are you two doing? We're fine. Bakugo said, making a lot of progress. Yeah, we only have a couple more days of physical therapy, then they're going to allow us to go back to doing hero work. With a few restrictions, of course. Deku explained happily. That's good to hear. All Might said. So, how about your mental state? Mr. Aizawa asked carefully. We worked on that last night actually, and I did good. I didn't have a panic attack this time. Deku told them. He did get nervous at first but was able to manage it better. I think we just shouldn't let him be alone for a while. Bakugo explained. Deku smiled guiltily. Yeah, sorry for the trouble. Midoriya, it's no trouble. Aizawa said. All Might joined in as well. Yeah kid, you've done so much, it's the least we can do to help you through the aftermath. I'm sorry you had such a big burden placed on you with my power, and young Bakugo, I'm sorry for what you've endured as well. You two are definitely some of the strongest and bravest heroes. Bakugo smiled softly and glanced away. I knew what I was getting into, All Might. Deku assured him. Anyways, we just came here to check on you too. Shoto also asked me to let you know he'd be coming back early today around lunch if you still felt like coming with him to see Toya. Aizawa explained. Right, of course. Deku nodded. Our physical therapy is right before lunch, so we should be back around the same time. Bakugo said. All right also. One other thing. We can't let this keep happening. Aizawa said as he pointed at the hickeys and bite marks on their necks, concerned that Bakugo's was especially noticeable. Deku and Bakugo's faces both went red as he continued. Classes will resume in a few weeks, you're 18 now, and you'll be third years. Younger students are going to be looking up to you both, especially after learning about your battles you've faced. I don't need my problem children inspiring any more problem children. Why yeah right sir. Sorry. Deku stammered and bowed. Bakugo huffed, still blushing, and crossed his arms. All right, on that note we'll be on our way. Have a good day and try to stay out of trouble. Aizawa said as he and All Might waved goodbye. Ugh, that was embarrassing. Deku groaned. It was annoying. Bakugo huffed as he grabbed his hand. Whatever though, let's go. I have been a bit intense. Deku said with a guilty look as he really looked at Bakugo's neck and how covered it was from their recent activities. Bakugo blushed. Is it that bad? Deku smiled nervously and nodded, making Bakugo's face turn even more red. Geez. Stupid nerd. After that they headed outside and went for a run. Deku couldn't help but be amazing that Bakugo was so recovered now considering how much his legs were trembling earlier. His face turned red and he shook his head as they continued, trying to not think about it. Once they were back they grabbed some water and went back to Bakugo's room where they sat and played games till time for physical therapy. On the train ride there, they normally just hold hands and share headphones to listen to music. This time Deku noticed Bakugo seemed more clingy, leaning into him and even resting his head on his shoulder. He felt a bit nervous with the looks they were getting, but Bakugo being so openly affectionate wasn't something he was going to protest. Their physical therapy went super well this time. Deku's arms seemed to be back to normal for the most part and without any pain. Bakugo's was still getting numb after a certain amount of use and strain, and wasn't able to handle lifting the same weight as his other arm could without sharp tingling pain. He was set off about it, but determined to get it back in perfect condition. Progress is honestly astounding. Their therapist told them as she reviewed their charts, "I know you're both eager to get back in the field. We've done pretty much all we can to help. I think it's safe to end this here and let you start back doing hero work tomorrow." Deku and Bakugo both smiled, excited as she continued, "But I want it limited to only 4 hours a day for the first 2 weeks. No heavy lifting, and don't try to use your quirk with that arm yet, okay?" Bakugo nodded, blushing slightly knowing he'd already done that. Deku smiled over at him, almost laughing at the guilty look on his face, prompting Bakugo to elbow him. Once they finished up, they made their way back to UA and saw Todoroki waiting in the common room. "Hey Todoroki. Sorry if we made you wait," Deku said as they walked up to him. "Hey, half and half," Bakugo said, noticing his sad expression. Todoroki gave them a small smile. "It's alright, thanks for doing this, guys." "No problem," Bakugo said as he looked at Deku. "Let us change real quick and we'll be ready to go." They had gotten sweaty from the run and physical therapy, so they went to Bakugo's room and put on some clean clothes. After that they met back up with Todoroki and they left out to go visit Toya. Deku felt nervous and sad for Todoroki as they arrived. They waited outside the room as Todoroki joined his family inside, and the doctors let them say their goodbyes before they took him off of the life support. It wasn't long before Todoroki came back out and looked up at them with tears in his eyes. Deku ran up to him and threw his arms around him as Bakugo came up and patted his shoulder. They stayed there with him and let him cry for a few minutes before he calmed down and wiped his tears. "You gonna be alright, Todoroki?" Deku asked with tears of his own. "Wait, why the hell are you crying?" Bakugo barked at him. "I can't help it," Deku whined. Todoroki couldn't help but laugh a little and smiled as he wiped the last of his tears. "Yeah, I'll be fine, guys. Thank you for being here for me." Yeah, Bakugo said, glancing away and crossing his arms. Deku smiled at them both and grabbed Bakugo's hand as they all started off to the train station. Once they were back, Bakugo and Deku stayed in the common room with Todoroki and listened to his stories about his chats with his brother. "I even learned his favorite food was soba too." Todoroki smiled. "Speaking of food, I'm starving," Bakugo said as he stood up. "Did you eat before we left, Todoroki?" Deku and Todoroki both looked at Bakugo in shock as Todoroki said, "Wow, Bakugo, I honestly thought you didn't know my name." "What the hell? Course I know your stupid name, Icy Hot." Bakugo barked. "Now do you morons want me to make us food or are you just going to gawk at me all day?" Yes please," Deku said excitedly. Todoroki smiled and nodded. "That sounds great." "Good," Bakugo huffed as he turned to head down the hall. "Now keep each other company while I cook, and don't let Aizu out of your sight, Icy Hot." "Got it," Todoroki responded as they watched him leave. "So, Midoriya, you've been doing all right since the other day." "Yeah, no problem so far," Deku said with a smile and grabbed his necklace. "Kaken got this for me and when I got nervous I held on to it and remembered that he's all right." Todoroki smiled softly. "That was sweet of him. When we first met, I thought he was just loud and obnoxious. He is, but he's also a good guy." Deku laughed and smiled awkwardly. "Yeah, Kaken has always had an intense personality. You know, they say quirks can affect personality. I wonder if that's the case for Bakugo. He does have an explosive temper." Todoroki pondered. "That would explain a few things," Deku said, "but he can also be very strategic, smart, and level-headed, even in difficult situations. He's really incredible." Todoroki gave him an amused smile. "With that mindset, I see how you were able to put up with him before." "Yeah," Deku said, glancing down. "Even though he was mean back then, we shared the same goal. Since he had a quirk, he was getting to live our dream, so watching him was inspiring for me." "Bakugo really relied on you being there too," Todoroki mentioned. "When you left UA, he looked really lost without you. It's hard to imagine Kaken needing me for anything," Deku said with a soft expression, "but I'm beginning to understand." Throughout the years, even when pushing me away, he'd always end up coming to me and opening up about his feelings. Yeah, you do have a way of making people do that, Todoroki said, giving him a look. Yeah, I think I may be a bit too pushy sometimes, Deku said with a nervous laugh. It's fine, Todoroki said. I think you're a perfect fit for someone like him. Deku smiled at that. Really? 𝗵𝗃𝗃. Though I have wondered, do either of you want children in the future? I was curious about that since you're both guys. Todoroki said. Oh, well, we haven't actually talked about that, Deku stammered. Kaken has just always been focused on being the #1 hero. He's never mentioned wanting kids before, so I don't really know. And as for me, I'll have my hands full with teaching kids already, I think. Ah, I see. Todoroki nodded. And sorry if that question was too personal. I know it's a bit early to think about that sort of thing anyways. No, you're fine, Deku said with a nervous laugh. It just never actually crossed my mind until now. You okay? Todoroki asked, noticing his expression changing. Yeah. Just, if Kaken did want kids, he could pass down his amazing quirk. And we couldn't. I guess I'd be holding him back, wouldn't I? Deku said as he thought out loud. I think that's something you two will need to discuss eventually, but you aren't holding him back, Midoriya. He's obviously in love with you, and I doubt he'd settle for less than what he actually wants in life. Todoroki reasoned. Deku smiled at that. Yeah, that's true. Oh, what about you, Todoroki? Are you wanting to have kids one day? Eventually, yeah. Todoroki smiled. I'd like to have a big family, a happy one. I want to give my kids a good life. The hell are you two going on about? Bakugo said as he walked in. Deku blushed and looked away as Todoroki glanced over at Bakugo and asked, Is the food ready? Not yet, I just came to check on Nerd. Bakugo said as he stepped in front of Deku. What are you so red-faced about? Oh, well, we were just talking about if we wanted kids one day. Deku explained. Todoroki wants a big family. Bakugo felt caught off guard and pouted down at him. Well, what about you? Well, I mean, I never really thought about it before. I figured I'd have my hands full with my students already, though. Deku said as he fidgeted his hands together. But what about you, Kaken? I don't need any loudmouth brats. Bakugo huffed. I already have a loud-mouth nerd. Deku blushed and looked up at him. Really, Kaken? But if you had gotten with a girl, then you dash. Bakugo grabbed his shirt and pulled him up from the couch, glaring at him. Don't say stupid. He grabbed Deku's hand and put it against his chest. My heart is yours. Remember. Deku's breath hitched as he nodded. Right? Sorry, Kaken, I just dash. Just nothing. Bakugo huffed, cutting him off again. Besides, if I wanted a kid that badly, we could just adopt, or get a surrogate or something. Dumbass. We're still too young to be talking about that SHT anyways. Deku didn't even think of those options as he smiled. Yeah, you're right, Kaken. Course I am. Bakugo said, blushing slightly and backing off as he remembered Todoroki was still sitting there. Now come on, the food's almost done. Once they got to the kitchen, Deku and Todoroki sat at the bar and watched as Bakugo fixed them bowls of soba and served it to them with a side of steamed vegetables. Thank you, Bakugo. Todoroki said with a soft smile. Yeah, thanks, Kaken. Deku said excitedly. Bakugo said as he got his own and joined them, sitting next to Deku and touching his leg against his. Deku smiled over at him, making Bakugo blush and look down at his food. It's really good, Bakugo. Did your mom teach you how to cook? Todoroki asked. Yeah, she made me learn all types of SHT growing up. Bakugo explained in an annoyed voice. That's why I can play the drums too. Every time I'd learn something, she'd come up with something new for me to do. Wow, you're amazing, Kaken. Deku beamed. Bakugo huffed. Tell me something I don't know. Todoroki smiled and kept eating. Once they were finished, Todoroki thanked them again for being with him and for the meal. He helped them clean up the dishes then and headed back to his room once they were finished. That was really nice of you, Kaken, Deku said after Todoroki walked out. What? Bakugo asked with a pout. You made soba for him, 'cause he said it's his favorite. Deku said, smiling and taking his hand as they started heading back towards Bakugo's room. Whatever, I just happened to notice the ingredients were all there. Bakugo huffed. Deku smiled to himself as he squeezed his hand a bit. You really are the best, Kakin. Bakugo blushed as he grunted and glanced away. Once they made it back to his room, they sat on the bed, still holding hands. So, Bakugo asked, bringing up their previous conversation, you'd think we'd talk about other stuff first. Deku blushed and looked down. Oh, other stuff? Bakugo nodded, looking away as well. Yeah, like. I want us to live together. When we have enough money, we should get our own place. Deku looked over at him excitedly. Ah, you're right. That would be amazing, Kakin. Bakugo looked at him, then down at their hands, blushing slightly as he rubbed his ring finger. Yeah. Well, you know. Deku blushed as well and Bakugo glanced away, embarrassed. Yeah, Kakin. Deku said as he let go of his hand and pulled him into his arms. Bakugo nuzzled into him, wrapping his arms around him as well. I love you so much, Kakin. Deku said as he held him tightly. Bakugo held on just as tight and pulled them back so that they were lying down on their sides. He nuzzled his face down against his chest and wrapped his legs around him. I love you too, Aizu. Deku smiled and ran his hand up to his head, running his fingers through his hair. Hey, Kakin. Bakugo asked. You never seemed to like people touching you or getting close to you before. Deku said, when did it change with me? Bakugo grunted and shrugged. I dunno. I think it just started 'cause I wanted to keep you close, so I'd know you were here within my reach and safe. And well, then I ended up liking it. Deku smiled. Yeah, I'm glad. Bakugo peeked up at him. You got me so used to it. I don't think I could sleep without you now. Deku blushed slightly. Yeah, I know I couldn't, Kakin. Bakugo pouted up at him for a moment and Deku brought his hand to his cheek and kissed him. What is it, Kakin? I dunno if it's these stupid feelings or just how my heart feels now from the injury. Bakugo said as he looked at him. Sometimes my chest hurts when I look at you, and it doesn't go away until we're as close as possible. When I was cooking for you and Icy Hot, I kept wanting you to come in and hug me from behind again like when I was in the bathroom earlier. Deku smiled and kissed him again. Are you saying you're clingy, Kakin? Bakugo glared at him and huffed before nuzzling his face down against his chest. Yeah, maybe I am. I just want you with me all the time. Deku blushed again and hugged him tightly. I want to be with you all the time too, Kakin. It's gonna be weird getting back to routine tomorrow and not having as much alone time anymore. Bakugo squeezed his legs around him more, pressing into him as he pouted up at him. Yeah. I'm looking forward to it, but also not. Deku kissed him softly and smiled. Me too. Bakugo kissed him back a few times, pulling slightly tighter against him, still pouting. Deku slid his hands down and up under his shirt, rubbing his back while kissing him slowly and deeply. Bakugo gripped onto Deku's shirt as he kissed back, pushing his body into his as much as he could. Deku ran one hand down and under his breathes, grabbing his butt. He was surprised when Bakugo didn't stop him, but instead started humming against him and nipped at his bottom lip, rocking his hips against him. Kakin. Deku cooed as he kissed to his ear and started grinding back against him. Are you wanting to, again? Bakugo whined slightly and bit his neck, heart pounding as he felt him against him. Kakin, not there. We'll get in trouble. Deku said as he ran his hand back up his back. Bakugo bit down again and //'d before he huffed. They can piece us off, I'll do what I want. Deku pushed him back, rolling on top of him and pushed down between his legs. No, we can't, you're being bad, Kakin. Bakugo smirked and pulled him tighter with his legs. You gonna do something about it? Since it. Deku narrowed his eyes and smiled down at him before leaning up and pulling his shirt off. Bakugo blushed as he watched him, his excitement growing. Yours too, Kakin. Deku ordered as he pulled him up and tugged off his shirt, tossing it to the side. He grabbed his sides and pushed him back down, grinding against him as he kissed him hard. Bakugo wrapped his arms around him, breathing between each kiss. Deku ran a hand up to his chest and rubbed his finger against his NPL, making him 𝗎𝗪𝗢𝗏 slightly. Hey, cut that out. Bakugo said, blushing. Nope, Kaken won't listen so I won't either. Deku said with a grin before kissing him again and pinching it between his fingertips. Bakugo grunted and squirmed beneath him, letting out little sounds as it became more sensitive. Deku pulled back from the kiss and crawled down, kissing his chest and looking up at him playfully before kissing his NPL. Kaken's chest is like a girl's. Bakugo blushed and hid his face with his arm as Deku started sking it. Stop that, 𝗧𝗬𝗍. Why, Kaken? Deku said before kissing again and moving to the other one and sking on it, making him squirm more. Bakugo pushed at his head, trying to make him let go. Deku smiled against him and pulled back and tugged Bakugo's breathes and boxers off. Want me to 𝗧𝗍𝗧 something else? Bakugo blushed and brought his knees together. No, stupid. I want you. What, Kaken? Deku asked as he slid his hands between his thighs slowly and pulled them apart. Bakugo glared at him then looked away, pouting, why no? Deku smiled, enjoying that he was able to tease him a bit without him getting too angry now. He decided he shouldn't push his luck too much though as he got up and grabbed the oil and slid his breathes off. He grabbed a towel while he was at it and made Bakugo lift up, placing it beneath them so they wouldn't have to change the sheets again. Bakugo watched him getting himself ready and wrapped his arms around him as he leaned over him. Deku leaned down and kissed him softly as he slid his finger against him and pushed it in. Bakugo let out a soft sound against him and rocked his hips towards his hand. Deku kissed him deeper and worked another finger in, rubbing them in and out slowly. Bakugo flinched and kissed back, wrapping his legs around him. This what you wanted, Kaken? Deku asked between kisses as he rubbed that spot he liked. Bakugo whined against his lips. 𝗧𝗬𝗍. He glanced down, holding onto his shoulders. Hurry and put it in, 𝗧𝗬𝗍. Kaken. Deku groaned against his lips before leaning up and sliding his fingers out. Bakugo's arms fell to his sides and he breathed, watching Deku press the tip against him and lean back over him, pushing in. Bakugo cried out, gripping onto the sheets before wrapping his arms back around him. Oh yeah, Kaken, hang on to me. Deku said as he pushed all the way in before wrapping his arms around him and sat back, pulling him up into his lap. Ah. Deku. Bakugo cried out as he sat fully against him and dug his fingers into his back. Deku slid his hands down to his butt and lifted him up slowly before dropping him back down. Bakugo leaned his head over his shoulder, gripping onto him desperately as Deku began moving up into him. You wanted it like this, right, Kaken? Deku breathed against his ear. Bakugo's legs trembled as he breathed and 𝗧𝗍𝗧𝗍. Kaken, you're so cute, Kaken. Deku said as he pushed into him harder. Bakugo as he clawed into his back, small tears forming in his eyes and his toes curling. You're gonna drive me crazy if you keep making those sounds. Deku said as he shuddered beneath him. Bakugo blushed and pushed him down on his back, taking control as he pushed up and back down on him desperately. 𝗧𝗍𝗧𝗍. More. Deku grabbed his throat and pulled him down into a kiss, making his breath hitch. They kissed hard and deep as he kept grinding his hips down against him and held onto Deku's shoulders. Deku grabbed his side and flipped them over again, breaking the kiss to lean up and grab his thighs and shove them back against him. He slammed into him hard and fast, making Bakugo cry out with each move. 𝗧𝗍𝗧𝗍. Bakugo whined as he grabbed onto the bedsheets. Deku slid one hand down his thigh and grabbed his PP, rubbing it as he kept pushing into him. 𝗧𝗍𝗧𝗍. Bakugo cried out louder and gritted his teeth as he came, toes curling and legs trembling around him. Deku let go of his PP and leaned down over him, kissing his tear-stained cheeks and edges of his eyes. Bakugo shuddered below him as he reached his hands up to hold onto his arms. Feel good, Kaken. Deku said as he slowed his movements and kissed his ear. Bakugo breathed and nodded. You finish too, 𝗧𝗬𝗧𝗍. Deku kissed to his lips then and grabbed his hip with one hand and ran his fingers through his hair with the other and shoved into him hard. Bakugo cried out against him and wrapped his arms around him as he picked up the pace again. He's gonna break me. Almost there, Kaken, just a bit more. Deku breathed as he gripped onto his hair and kissed him again, pushing into him hard. Bakugo's legs were weak as they trembled around Deku's waist. Izu. Ah. Kaken. Kaken. Deku shuddered against him and leaned back, pulling out as he came. Bakugo breathed up at him, completely worn out. Deku kissed him softly a few times. You did good. Kaken. Bakugo blushed and kissed back as he caught his breath. Deku nuzzled against him for a moment before crawling off and grabbing a wet rag to clean them up. He tossed the towel and rag into the laundry basket when he was done and laid back down, hugging Bakugo to him and pulling the covers over them. Bakugo nuzzled into his arms, wrapping his arms around him as well and sliding their legs together. Deku rubbed his back and kissed his forehead. I love you so much, Kaken. I love you too, Izuku. Bakugo said softly, his breathing finally evening out. Oh yeah, how's your heart feeling, Kaken? You don't think we're getting you too riled up, do you? Deku asked as he pulled his hand around to his chest. Fine. Bakugo said as he looked down and grabbed his hand, kissing it. Deku smiled and pushed his fingers between his and kissed his hand too. Bakugo smirked at him. You're so sappy, nerd. Deku laughed a little. You were being all cute first, Kaken. Bakugo huffed a laugh and kissed him, biting his bottom lip. Deku smiled and kissed back. You feel okay, Kaken? Course I do. Bakugo grumbled. I told you, don't worry about me. Deku gave him an exasperated smile, then they heard a knock at the door and tensed up. Hey guys, we're back. You in there? Kirishima called out. Yeah, what is it, spiky hair? Bakugo asked, trying to remember if he locked the door. Mr. Aizawa wants to talk to you guys. He heard from your physical therapist that you're gonna get to work with us again now. Kirishima said excitedly. Bakugo groaned under his breath as he threw the covers off. Alright, just give us a sec. Bakugo and Deku scrambled out of bed and started pulling their clothes on. Bakugo groaned slightly and blushed, his knees feeling weak. Deku gave him an I'm sorry look, earning a glare from Bakugo as they finished getting dressed. Deku ran his fingers through Bakugo's hair, fixing it before he opened the door, making him blush. They made their way to the common room where everyone was gathered and waved excitedly. Congrats, you guys. It's gonna be so great having you back with us. Mina shouted. Sato was holding a cake proudly and Hagakure and Momo shot streamers as everyone else was chatting excitedly. They had snacks set up and even a few balloons here and there. Deku laughed. Wow, thanks guys. You didn't have to do all this. We know, but we wanted an excuse to party. Mina said, teasing. Bakugo smiled over at Deku as they joined the others. The girls had stuck a party hat on Mr. Aizawa and kept laughing at his dull expression while some of the others were chatting and eating cake already. All Might joined them not long after and him and Aizawa filled them in on how things would go. They were going to be working with Best Jeanist, Edge Shot, Kirishima, and Siro in a nearby city on cleanup duty. Bakugo would be allowed to use his quirk with his left hand to help blast debris into smaller pieces and Deku would help clear it out, only being allowed to lift certain amounts. They were relieved to hear they'd be put together already and not have to ask, though Bakugo figured it was because of the panic attacks. He was thankful Mr. Aizawa was so understanding. After a little while, Mr. Aizawa and All Might told everyone good night and not to stay up too late and headed out. Okay guys. I got a few games for us to play. Hagakure said excitedly as she carried in a couple game boxes full of cards. Whoever wants to play, sit in a circle. Bakugo glanced at Deku, wondering if they should practice the distance thing again. Deku squeezed his hand as if he knew what he was thinking. Can we wait and do it again tomorrow? Bakugo knew. They needed to, but felt relieved that Deku didn't want to. Wanna play games? Deku said with a smile and they joined the circle. Besides them, it was Mina, Kirishima, Hagakure, Jiro, Kaminari, Siro, Tsu, and Yururika that joined in the circle while the others remained chatting on the couch and some started playing games on the console together. Hagakure saw how many were playing and decided to grab the most likely to box and sat in the circle with it. Okay guys, I'm going to read a prompt saying who's the most likely to, and whoever you think you'll point to immediately. Whoever gets pointed at the most will be out until one person is left and they win. To make it last longer though, let's do tallies again, think 3. Yeah, that sounds good. Mina said excitedly. Okay guys. First prompt, 𝗧𝗵𝗃 said as she drew a card and read, who's the most likely to get a tattoo? Bakugo looked around and him and Deku both pointed to Kaminari. Mina also got one and 𝗓𝗪 as well. Kaminari ended up with the most and got a tally. You know guys, I have actually been thinking about it. Kaminari said smiling, it'd be cool, right? Yeah, I want to get a few. 𝗓𝗪 said. Deku looked at Bakugo and blushed, imagining him with tattoos. Bakugo lifted a brow at him. What's that look for? Oh, nothing. Deku said with a nervous smile before 𝗧𝗵𝗃 drew the next card. Okay, who's the most likely to have a super successful career? She asked. Bakugo pointed at Deku and Deku pointed at Bakugo, both smiling at each other when they did. To their surprise, everyone else had pointed to them as well, with Bakugo actually having more than Deku. Yeah, go Kakin. Deku said as he got a tally. Bakugo made a face at him and said, the tallies are bad, moron. Deku laughed. Yeah, but it was 'cause you're going to be a great hero, Kakin. Yeah, can't deny Bakugo's got skill. Kaminari said. Yeah man. Number 1 in the sports festival and even after your injury you're still fired up as ever. Kirishima said. Yeah, but Midoriya is more likable. You gotta remember the public opinion has sway in the hero world. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 laughed. Yeah, you'll both be amazing, but Deku has a way of making everyone smile. 𝗎𝗪𝗢𝗏 agreed. Bakugo huffed a laugh and squeezed Deku's hand as he glanced over at him. Yeah, Aizu-sensei here is going to be great. Deku blushed and looked away. Kakin? Okay, 𝗧𝗵𝗃 said, getting them back on track. Who's the most likely to be the worst in the kitchen? Kirishima and Kaminari got all the votes that time, Kaminari earning a couple more. Hey, I'm not a bad cook. Granted, I don't really cook much. Or at all really. Kaminari groaned as the others laughed and he got a tally. Alright, who's the most likely to get married first? 𝗧𝗵𝗃 asked. This time, Mina got the most votes, and Deku blushed as her and Tsu had pointed towards him. He looked over at Bakugo who blushed slightly too, giving him a small smile. Okay, who's most likely to kiss on the first date? 𝗧𝗵𝗃 said, eyeing Bakugo and Deku. Bakugo received all the votes and huffed. Hey, what the hell? Come on, we know you probably made the first move. Mina said, giving him a look. Yeah, Bakugo. Were we right or were we right? 𝗧𝗪𝗃 giggled. Deku blushed again, remembering how Bakugo had grabbed him and pulled him in for their first kiss. Bakugo grumbled, yeah, fine, you got me. I knew it. Mina said, was it super sweet? Or were you like, kiss me good? Everyone laughed at that including Deku as Bakugo blushed and shouted angrily, of course not, stupid. I just effing did it. Did you know if he was okay with it first? 𝗧𝗵𝗃 asked in an accusing tone. Yeah, Midoriya, were you a victim? Blink if you need help. 𝗧𝗪𝗧 said, trying not to bust out laughing. No, it wasn't like that guys. I wanted it. Deku said with a nervous smile, making Bakugo blush furiously. They collectively went, oh, before laughing and moving on to the next prompt. Who's the most likely to go skinny dipping? 𝗧𝗵𝗃 sighed as everyone pointed to her, smiling, no fair. Anyways, let's see, alright, who's most likely to take a shower selfie? 𝗧𝗪𝗧 and Kaminari laughed as they remembered the whole spicy pic thing with Bakugo and Deku and pointed at Bakugo, while the others pointed at Mina. Hey! Mina whined, though she was guilty, and blushed at Kirishima for pointing at her. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 giggled then read the next one. Who's most likely to spend the most money on clothes? Mina got a few but 𝗧𝗵𝗃 got the most votes this time. Which is funny considering you don't wear them often. 𝗧𝗪𝗧 mentioned. Yeah, but I still enjoy them. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 said, okay, who's the most likely to start a band? This time 𝗔𝗪 got all the votes and she blushed, nodding, yeah, had that one coming. Who's most likely to get a piercing? 𝗧𝗵𝗃 asked next. Bakugo surprised everyone that round as he pointed to himself. Most of the votes went to Kaminari and Mina, Mina getting one more than he did. Man, I'm out. Mina groaned. You want piercings, Kakin? Deku asked as the others looked curious as well. Bakugo glared at them. Yeah, been thinking about getting my ears pierced. Now stop gawking at me. Deku smiled. I think it'd look good on you, 𝗂𝗂𝗧𝗏. Bakugo blushed at him. Yeah. Okay, guys, enough flirting. Kaminari said, earning a few laughs and a glare from Bakugo. Okay, let's see. 𝗧𝗪𝗄𝗧 pulled out the next card. Who's most likely to tell a secret right after hearing it? Bakugo huffed a laugh as he pointed at Deku. Deku also blushed and pointed at himself. 𝗧𝗪𝗄𝗧 got the most votes and whined about being out as the others laughed and asked, Midoriya? Yeah, Bakugo said with an amused smile. This nerd came running to me and blabbed about one for all way before you extras found out about it. Yeah, Deku said with a guilty look and laughed nervously. I sort of betrayed All Might's trust with that one. Bakugo smirked at him and Kirishima said, Wow, Midoriya, that's surprising actually. Did you two secretly get along this whole time and just fake the whole fighting stuff? Zero asked, laughing. No, I felt like I had to explain myself to 𝗂𝗂𝗧𝗏. He knew I was quirkless before and deserved an explanation to my sudden power. Deku explained. You didn't have to do that, stupid, Bakugo grunted. I was being a little itsy back then. If it were me, I'd have let me suffer. You would have found out eventually anyways, Deku reasoned, and you may not have been nice to me back then, but I still cared about you and how you felt. Bakugo felt like he'd been struck in the chest hearing those words, his heart seeming to stop. Damn, 𝗂𝗂𝗧𝗏. Kaminari said. Midoriya. Tsu said. The others kept chatting and laughing as 𝗧𝗪𝗄𝗧 read the next prompt, but Bakugo couldn't hear what they were saying. Damn it. Why the F was I like that? Deku was so considerate of me this whole time and I. 𝗂𝗂𝗧𝗏. Deku asked, grabbing his arm. 𝗂𝗂𝗧𝗏, no, don't cry. Bakugo blinked and realized there were tears in his eyes as he shuddered slightly, his mind and heart overrun with guilt. Everyone had gotten quiet and Kirishima asked, Bakugo, what's wrong? Bakugo swallowed dryly and grabbed his chest, making everyone get worried. If it hurts? Bakugo, is your heart okay? Tsu asked scared. 𝗂𝗂𝗧𝗏, let's go. Deku said, standing and pulling him up. The others watched with worried looks as Bakugo got up and walked with Deku down the hall to Bakugo's room. Once Deku shut the door behind them, he threw his arms around Bakugo. 𝗂𝗂𝗧𝗏, I'm so sorry, 𝗂𝗂𝗧𝗏. I didn't mean to upset you. Bakugo sniffled against him as his body shuddered. Aizu. Don't be sorry. I'm the one that's sorry. God, Aizu. Why was I such a 𝗂𝗂𝗧𝗏? Deku pleaded, holding him tighter. It's okay, 𝗂𝗂𝗧𝗏. I love you so much. Please, I hate how guilty you feel. What can I do to make you feel better, 𝗂𝗂𝗧𝗏? Bakugo trembled in his arms as he cried against his neck and lifted his hands up, gripping the front of his shirt. I just wish I was never like that to you, Izuku. I want to make you happy. I'm sorry I keep getting like this and making you worry. When it's my own fault. Hey, it's okay, 𝗂𝗂𝗧𝗏. Deku said softly, nuzzling his face against his head. I like that you're open with me. Always cry with me if you need to, okay? I just wish I could take your pain away. Bakugo sobbed against him. I don't deserve this, Izuku. I don't deserve you, your kindness, anything to do with you. Deku trembled slightly and pushed Bakugo back, holding him by his arms and looked him in the eye. He had tears now as well as he spoke. 𝗂𝗂𝗧𝗏, it doesn't even matter if you deserve this or not. He placed his hand on his chest. Your heart. It's mine now, remember. It doesn't matter what you think, 'cause this is my choice. Bakugo blushed as fresh tears rolled down his cheeks. I love you so much, Aizu. Deku smiled softly at him, blinking away his own tears as Bakugo threw his arms around him, nuzzling his face against his neck. Aizu, I'm sorry, Aizu, Bakugo said, sobbing against him. I love you, Aizu. Deku laughed softly and patted his head, running his fingers through his hair. I love you too, 𝗂𝗂𝗧𝗏, so much. Bakugo gripped onto the back of his shirt as he sniffled against him, body still trembling. Deku held him and rubbing his head as they heard a knock at the door. Hey, Bakugo, are you all right? Kirishima asked. Bakugo shuddered, unable to answer as he was catching his breath from all the crying. He's okay, Kirishima. Deku answered for him. Alright, let us know if you need us to get Mr. Aizawa or anything. Kirishima said before going back to the common room with the others. Bakugo's crying had calmed down now, but his body was still trembling slightly in Deku's embrace. He kept holding on to him for a few moments until Bakugo finally leaned back and let go of him to wipe his face. Feelin' better, Kaken? Deku asked, lowering his hands to his arms and rubbing them. Bakugo nodded as he took in a shaky breath, then glanced up at him. Can we lay down and you hold me now? Deku blushed, loving hearing him ask that. He nodded and took his hand, pulling him towards the bed. Of course, Kaken. He flipped the light off before lying down, wrapping the covers over them as Bakugo nuzzled into his embrace. Deku leaned over and stuck their phones on the chargers and set an alarm to make sure they were up in time for their first day back. Bakugo clung onto him while he was moving around and nuzzled back into him when he settled back down. Deku smiled down at him as he wrapped his arms back around him and started petting his head. You're so cute, Kaken. Bakugo stayed silent and gripped onto his shirt, a tight feeling in his chest still. Deku kissed his forehead as he kept running his fingers through his hair. Kaken. I love you, Kaken. Bakugo relaxed against him slightly. I love you, Aizu. Then he glanced up at him with that wanting expression, and his face puffy from crying. Deku leaned in and kissed him softly, and Bakugo melted into it. Every time Deku would start to pull back, Bakugo would kiss him again, desperate to not let him stop. Deku kissed him deeper then and felt Bakugo's leg slide over his, pulling it between his and grinding against it. Is it? Bakugo breathed between kisses, trailing one hand down to the front of his breathes. I need more, I need to be even closer. Kaken. Deku said, trying not to grind back against him, we should probably go to sleep, Kaken. Bakugo rubbed him, then grabbed the seam of his breathes, tugging it down slightly as he kept kissing him. Please. I need you, Izuku. Deku's heart raced, and he was struggling to listen to his own voice of reason as he kissed back softly and rubbed his back. Kaken. We have a big day tomorrow, and everyone's home right now. Bakugo trembled and slid his hand below his breathes and gripped his PP, rubbing it as he looked up at him with tears in his eyes again. Please, Aizu. I'll be quiet. He pleaded softly. Deku shuddered, his restraint vanishing, nowhere to be found as he listened to Bakugo beg for him. He reached up and grabbed his face, kissing him deeply and leaning into him. Bakugo kissed back, whining slightly against him as he kept rubbing him. Deku slid his hands to his shoulders and pushed him down on his back against the bed. He sat up on his knees and grabbed Bakugo's breathes and boxers, sliding them off of him. Bakugo's breathing was shaky as he watched him and leaned up, pulling his shirt off. Deku threw his clothes off next before grabbing the oil and getting them ready. Bakugo threw his arms back around him and spread his legs for him as he crawled over him. Deku leaned down and kissed him again, slowly and deeply, as he rubbed his finger against him for a moment and slid it in. Bakugo breathed against him between kisses as he wrapped his legs around him. Deku rubbed his finger in and out a few times as he kept kissing him before slipping a second one in. Bakugo ummed quietly against his lips, digging his fingers into his back. Kaken. Deku said softly between kisses, I love you, Kaken. I love you so much. Bakugo whined against him, locking his ankles around his waist. I love you, Aizu, I want you, please, Aizu. Deku grinded down against him as he kept rubbing him with his fingers, making sure he was ready. He slipped them out slowly and pulled back from their kiss, leaving Bakugo breathing up at him while he lined himself up. Bakugo flinched, gritting his teeth as Deku pushed in, settling back down over him as he slid in. Bakugo was doing his best to not let out any noise, with just small whimpers escaping from his lips. I love him so much. Aizu. Izu. Bakugo called softly, pulling him into a kiss again as Deku started moving inside him. Deku pushed into him slowly, rubbing his thigh with one hand as he leaned down with his elbow next to his head and slid his hand into Bakugo's hair, petting him softly. He brought his hand down to his cheek then, wiping away a tear with his thumb and spoke softly against his lips, "Kaken." Deku kissed him more intensely then, holding his face and rubbing it with his thumb still. Bakugo kissed back slowly, rubbing his hands along Deku's back. He was miming softly against his lips with every move, pleasure rippling through his body even as he still blinked back tears from his emotional state. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗧𝗏. I love this, Aizu, I love you being so close. Being inside me. Bakugo said between breaths as he nuzzled his forehead and nose against his. Kaken. Deku breathed against him as he brought his other hand down around him. Wrapped his arms underneath him and pulled him up as he leaned back, holding him in his lap and kissed him deeply, muffling Bakugo's cries. Bakugo gripped onto him desperately as he moved into him, holding him as close as he could while fighting to keep from crying out louder. Deku held his back with one hand and slid his other to his thigh, pulling him up and down against him. Bakugo's toes curled as he trembled against him and leaned his head down against his shoulder. Aizu. You feel so good as it. Sure. Kaken. Deku cooed as he kissed his ear. Yeah. You feel so good around me, Kaken. Bakugo bit down on his shoulder, holding on to him as his legs trembled. I'm Dash, he rasped and cried out against his shoulder as he came. Deku slowed a bit and moved his hands to his back, rubbing it softly. Kaken. Don't stop. Is it? Bakugo begged as he trembled against him still. But, Kaken, you just finished. Deku said softly. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏. I want you to finish too, Aizu. Bakugo said, catching his breath. But, Kaken. Deku said, kissing him softly, are you sure? Yes, please, Aizu. I want more, I need you, Izuku. Bakugo begged and kissed him back, holding onto him tighter. Deku shuddered but worried if he kept going like this, Bakugo wouldn't be able to hold his voice back. Okay, Kaken. He said as he laid him back down, can you cover your mouth for me, Kaken? Bakugo breathed up at him and listened, sliding one hand down to hold onto the sheets and covering his mouth with the other. Deku kissed his forehead then leaned back and pushed into him hard, grabbing his thighs. Bakugo groaned against his hand as Deku slammed into him, breathing down at him. Good boy, Kaken. Deku whispered between breaths, making Bakugo squirm, stay quiet for me. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏. Bakugo rasped, still miming against his hand with every move. I love when he says that. You're doing so good, Kaken. Deku cooed, pushing into him hard and fast. Bakugo felt pleasure rising up in him again already and turned his head to the side, grabbing the pillow and biting down on it. Then, it's so sensitive. Aizu. Come Izu. Bakugo called out into the pillow as Deku kept going, gripping onto his thighs even harder. Deku leaned down and kissed him, muffling his sounds as he kept moving into him. Bakugo ummed against his lips, wrapping his legs around his waist, throwing his arms around him. His toes curled and his body jolted as he came again, crying out loudly against Deku's lips. Deku pushed in deep then and shuddered as he finally came, groaning against him as well. Deku stayed there for a moment, breathing as he pulled his lips from his. Bakugo looked up at him and whimpered softly, Aizu. I love you, Aizu. I love you too, Kaken. Deku said, kissing his forehead, are you okay, Kaken? Bakugo nodded, yeah. Is it? Bakugo said, his breathing evening out slowly, sorry. I got so emotional. Deku smiled at him and kissed him softly, it's all right, Kaken. Bakugo smiled softly at him and squeezed him down against him, Aizu. I love you, Aizu. Deku smiled more, hugging him back, Kaken. I love you too, Kaken. You really love me after everything. Bakugo rasped softly, clinging on to him. Yes, Kaken. Deku cooed against his ear as he brought his hand up to pet his fingers through his hair. I love you so much. You mean the world to me, Kaken. I don't know what I'd do without you. Bakugo nuzzled against his neck and whined softly, Aizu, I'm all yours, 𝗧𝗬𝗧. Deku smiled against his ear and kissed it softly and down his neck, small gentle kisses. My Kaken. Bakugo whined against him as he felt him move then. Deku leaned up and pulled out slowly, making him flinch. He got up and took Bakugo's hand, helping him up and to the bathroom where he cleaned them up, smiling as Bakugo didn't protest any. Deku grabbed Bakugo's shirt to wear to bed as he got dressed and helped Bakugo slip his hoodie back on. They crawled back into bed then and wrapped themselves up in each other's arms. Bakugo nuzzled close against him and Deku ran his fingers through his hair, kissing his head as he cooed, I love you, Kaken. I love you too, 𝗧𝗬𝗧. Bakugo said softly before relaxing into him more and falling asleep. The next morning, Deku woke up relieved to see Bakugo back to his usual self. He was already half-dressed in his hero costume and stretching his arm, flexing his hand a few times before noticing Deku had woken up. Good morning, 𝗧𝗬𝗧. Bakugo said, smiling over at him. Deku smiled and stretched, Good morning, Kaken. Bakugo walked over and laid down on top of him and kissed him deeply. Deku huffed a laugh against his lips and wrapped his arms around him, kissing him back. I'm glad you're feeling better, Kaken. Yeah. Bakugo blushed and got up, pulling the covers off of him. Come on and get ready. Deku checked the time and it was 2 minutes until the alarm was supposed to go off. He sighed and turned it off before crawling out of bed. Oh, my hero uniform is in my room still. Alright, let me finish up and we'll stop by your room before getting breakfast, Bakugo said as he grabbed his gauntlets then stopped for a second and decided to leave them, remembering he's on light duty. Guess I don't need these. Ugh, this is lame. Deku smiled at him. You'll be back to using them in no time, Kaken. Ashen. He huffed and tucked his necklace into his shirt before pulling up the collar. Alright, let's go. Deku followed him to his room and got changed too before they made their way down to the cafeteria. Ida and Todoroki were already there, chatting and waved as they joined them. Good morning, Midoriya and Bakugo. Ida said as they sat. Good morning. Deku said to them happily. How you holding up, half and half? Bakugo asked. Todoroki gave them a small smile. I'm alright. Ready to get started so I can keep my mind busy. Deku gave him a sympathetic smile as the others started to join them. Kirishima came and sat next to Bakugo and whispered to him, Hey man, you good? Bakugo blushed slightly and nodded. Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry I worried you guys. No problem, man. Kirishima said and patted his back. They all chatted and ate as everyone else joined and discussed the day ahead of them. Once they were finished they met up outside and climbed into the bus that took them to their designated work areas for the day. Aizawa looked at them holding hands but didn't say anything as he dropped them off along with Shiro and Kirishima. It's good to have you back, Bakugo. Best Jeanist said proudly with 𝗧𝗏𝗏 on his shoulder. Yeah, it's good to see you guys. Bakugo said, smiling. I'm glad you two have recovered so much, and thank you again for what you did to help Kaken. Deku said, bowing. Of course. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 responded, It was our pleasure. After that, Best Jeanist led them over to where they would need Bakugo to blast rubble out of a large highway. They smiled at each other and nodded, silently agreeing that they would be alright before Deku let go of his hand. He then followed Kirishima and Shiro to the other pros and volunteers that were already clearing smaller debris nearby. Bakugo felt great, blasting away with his good hand and really working up a sweat in the heat, having chosen to wear his winter costume. Kirishima smirked over at the explosions in the distance. Man, he's really going all out already. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to tell he was even injured if it wasn't for knowing he isn't using his other arm. Shiro commented. Deku smiled and grabbed at his necklace below his cape. The loud booms in the distance shook the ground beneath them and made Deku's heart leap, knowing Bakugo was okay. Feeling fired up, he continued to work happily with the others, moving piece after piece while chatting with everyone. Bakugo was breathing a bit after he finished up, clearing the last of it out of the road in the time it would have taken them days without him. He grabbed at his chest, feeling a small sharp pain as he caught his breath. The edges of his vision blurred, and he felt unsteady for a moment as he knelt over and took a few deep breaths. May have overdone it. Stupid heart can't keep up with me. As soon as the dizziness subsided, he recovered quickly and went back to the makeshift worksite nearby to rest and grab some water, thankful that Deku hadn't noticed so he wouldn't get worried. Once he felt his heart rate was back to normal and the uneasiness had left his body, he got back to work, making sure to not overwork himself again. They kept on like this for the next few hours before All Might stopped by to pick them up while everyone was taking their lunch break. "I am here," All Might said as he walked up to them, "to pick you up, young Deku and Dynamite." Deku smiled as he finished his food. "Hi, All Might." "It's great explosion murder god Dynamite." Bakugo barked. All Might smiled happily at them, ignoring Bakugo's declaration. "How did it go? You two do okay today?" "Yeah, we could easily make it the whole day." Bakugo huffed. "They said I can't use my right arm anyways, and that's the only thing really holding me back." "You still need rest, Bakugo," Best Jeanist reminded him. "Your heart and lungs need ample time to adjust back to your strenuous quirk. It's got to have one hell of a recoil." Bakugo grunted, remembering the little pain and dizziness he felt earlier. Yeah. Guess he noticed." Deku smiled at him as they got up and joined All Might, taking each other's hands as they walked. "Bye guys, we'll see you later." Kirishima waved. "See ya," Siro called out. Bakugo grunted and Deku waved back happily before getting in the car. Before they could drive off, a news reporter had spotted All Might and ran up to him. "All Might, do you have a moment?" she asked excitedly, shoving a microphone towards the car window. He rolled it down just a crack and smiled nervously. "I'm sorry, but I have to get these young heroes back to you." "Is that Deku and Dynamite?" she asked, her cameraman aiming at them. "These are the incredible up-and-coming heroes that took down Shigaraki and All for One. How amazing! How have your recoveries been? It's claimed that you two were spotted on a date. Are the rumors true that you're in a romantic relationship?" "Hey, get that camera out of my face!" Bakugo barked angrily. "You guys best back the hell off before I blast you to hell." "Kaken," Deku called and grabbed his arm, pulling him back. "You can't threaten civilians." All Might sighed, already worn out from the situation as the reporters went nuts. "Deku, do you always have to restrain your boyfriend from violence?" "Hey, I'm the one talking here. Don't just ignore me." Bakugo seethed. Deku smiled nervously, still holding Bakugo back and blushing about them calling them boyfriends. All Might rolled up the window and started driving away as soon as he was able to. "Those idiots didn't even get my name right." Bakugo huffed, crossing his arms. "I'm sure they meant well." All Might said, not really believing it. Deku laughed nervously. "It is easier to shorten it, Kaken." Bakugo glared at him and grumbled, "That's stupid. Want me to call you Ku instead of Deku?" Deku smirked at him and said, "I prefer Aizu." Bakugo blushed and pouted at him. "Snot your hero name, Aizu." All Might laughed to himself, glad that they were doing so much better than before. As they quieted down, he glanced up in the rearview mirror and blushed, seeing that Bakugo had moved to the middle seat and laid his head against Deku's shoulder, holding onto his arm. He looked back to the road and thought it was amazing how Bakugo's moods could shift like that for Deku. Deku smiled softly at Bakugo and held his hand, rubbing it with his thumb. "So, you did okay today, Kaken?" Yeah. I was good, didn't use this arm like they said." Bakugo huffed. Deku laughed a little and nuzzled his face down against his head and whispered, "Good boy, Kaken." Bakugo blushed and nuzzled against him more. "Damn it. Why do I like that? How about you, you have any problems?" Bakugo asked after a moment. "I was alright," Deku said, lifting his head back up. "My arms were getting tired by the end though, probably from not using them that much in a while." "Yeah, I guess the 4-hour limit wasn't such a bad thing after all," Bakugo admitted, "but also what about how you felt? Any nervousness?" "No, I think I was fine because I could hear your explosions nearby." Deku laughed. He glanced down at him then, noticing he seemed a bit fidgety. "How's your heart, Kaken?" Bakugo blushed again, not wanting to admit that he was having problems before. Deku caught on to his hesitation and turned to him more, making him look up at him before he admitted, "Well, I did get a bit dizzy I guess, and felt a little pain in my chest once, but that was all. I'm fine." All Might peeked up again, concern growing. "Kakin, did you at least stop after you felt it?" Deku asked worried. "Yeah, I took a break after." Bakugo mumbled, "And like I said, I feel fine now. Let us know immediately if you experience that again or anything like it, young Bakugo." All Might said, drawing their attention to them, "It normally takes months to recover from open heart surgery. Recovery Girl may have sped that process up for you, but your heart still needs time to adjust properly. Not to mention her quirk puts strain on your body as well." Bakugo nodded and huffed. "Yeah, okay. When we get back, do me a favor and stop by Recovery Girl's office with me. I want to ask her about what to expect with it and make sure everything is all right." All Might said as they neared Yue. Bakugo sighed and nodded, regretting saying anything. "All right." Deku squeezed his hand a bit, feeling anxiety rising through him. He rubbed his hand with his thumb and brought it to his lips, kissing it gently. "My Kakin." Bakugo blushed at him, wanting to kiss him so badly but leaned his head back down on his shoulder and squeezed his hand instead. As they got to the school, they followed All Might up to Recovery Girl's office and sat on the bed, still holding hands. All Might sat in a chair nearby and smiled when Recovery Girl came in to see them. "Hey there, Recovery Girl, it's good to see you." "Hello, All Might, good to see you as well," she chimed before raising her brow at Deku and Bakugo. "Oh dear, it's far too soon for you two to be back in here. What happened?" "Actually, I believe everything is fine, but we were wanting a second opinion. They had their first day back today and young Bakugo experienced a bit of chest pain and dizziness. Do you think it was too early for him to be doing so much?" All Might explained. "A little pain here and there is to be expected," she reassured, "though you definitely should still take it easy. As soon as you start feeling out of breath or any small amount of pain, go and take a break right away. Especially the dizziness, we don't need you passing out on us. That's simply your body letting you know it's not ready yet for the level of activity you're trying to push on yourself." Bakugo grunted and nodded, squeezing Deku's hand a little. "Thank goodness, I thought they were going to make me stay on bed rest again. Another thing to worry about after having heart surgery is nausea, fatigue, and mood swings. I figured they explained all that at the hospital, though," she explained. Bakugo blushed at the mood swings, thinking he'd definitely been experiencing that. Deku seemed to have the same reaction, giving him a knowing smile. "Alright, I'll keep that in mind," Bakugo said. "Good, now you boys just need to rest for the remainder of the day," she said with a warm smile. "Thanks for bringing them by, All Might. If you have any more pains that are concerning, definitely come back and I'll examine you just to be sure everything is okay." They thanked her and made their way out, all feeling a bit relieved that nothing major was wrong. "Alright, well, I'm going to head on out. Call me if you need anything," All Might said as he waved goodbye to them. They made their way back to the dorms and up to Bakugo's room with Deku glancing over at him here and there as they walked. "I promise, I'm alright," Bakugo told him as they got to his room and shut the door. "Yeah, sorry, it still made me a bit uneasy," Deku said as he held his hand to Bakugo's chest. "I'm glad everything is okay, though." Bakugo blushed and glanced away, thinking about the car ride home. "Yeah, so, 𝗳𝗍𝗧𝗄. What is it, Kakin?" Deku asked, lowering his hand then wrapping his arms around his waist. Bakugo pouted, grabbing onto the sides of Deku's suit and looked back at him. "I think I like it, that thing you say to me sometimes." "Huh?" Deku asked as he thought for a second then blushed and smiled. "You mean when I say, 'Good boy, Kakin'?" Bakugo blushed more and looked away again, nodding once. Deku smiled more at him as he leaned in and kissed his cheek. "Kakin, you're so cute." Bakugo grunted at him and pulled out of his arms. "Come on, let's go clean up." Deku nodded and they grabbed some clothes before making their way to the bath. Deku kept blushing over at Bakugo this time as they washed themselves, thinking about how intense he was today in contrast to how he was for him last night. "The sight of Kakin, that's just for me." He shook his head, trying to get a hold of his thoughts. "Hey, what are you so fidgety for? Did you get hurt today?" Bakugo asked, glancing over at him. "Oh no, I'm fine, Kakin," Deku said as they finished up and headed to the bath to soak. Bakugo narrowed his eyes at him as they settled down in the water. "What's on your mind then, nerd?" Deku laughed nervously and blushed, glancing away. I just kept thinking how cool you were today. Bakugo smirked and splashed him. Sappy but nerd. Deku laughed and nodded. Bakugo sat against him then, their arms and legs touching as he relaxed and closed his eyes. This feels nice. Don't fall asleep, Kaken. Deku said as he lifted his arm to put around him, groaning slightly as he did. Bakugo peeked up at him. Not. And I thought you said you weren't hurt. I'm not, just a bit sore in my arms and upper back. Deku admitted with a sigh. Guess it'll take a bit to get used to all the lifting and stuff again. Bakugo pulled out of his arm then and grabbed his shoulders, turning him to face away. Ah, Kaken. Deku asked as he moved him. Just hold still. Bakugo ordered and started rubbing his back and shoulders, gently massaging his fingers into his muscles. Deku relaxed and groaned. Ugh. That feels so good, Kaken. Bakugo blushed as he kept massaging him, running his hands along his upper arms and back to his shoulders slowly. Aizu, save that for the bedroom. Deku smirked. Sorry, Kaken, I've never had someone do this before. I didn't realize how nice it was. Bakugo pouted slightly, remembering how Deku has massaged his hand and arm for him before. Action, well, I'll do it anytime you want. Deku blushed and smiled back at him. Thank you, Kaken. He turned then and wrapped his arms around him, nuzzling into him happily. Bakugo smirked and wrapped his arms around him too and kissed his shoulder. Deku kissed his neck softly and started rubbing his back in slow motions. Chimen. Bakugo whined, Hey, no kissing my neck, remember? It's just small kisses. Nothing that would leave a mark. Deku reasoned as he brought his hands lower and grabbed his butt. Bakugo pulled back slightly and glared at him, blushing. Stupid. Deku smiled and slid one hand under his thigh and pulled him up into his lap. Hey, that's not nice, Kaken. Wasn't trying to be nice. Bakugo said as he glared at him more, crossing his arms. Deku laughed and leaned up to kiss him and missed as Bakugo turned his head. He gave him a look before trying again, Bakugo dodging him again and huffing a laugh. Kaken. Deku said as he grabbed his sides. What is it, 𝗧𝗵𝗲? Bakugo teased as he brought his hands down to beside him and leaned against the edge of the tub, caging him in. Kiss, Kaken. Deku ordered up at him. Bakugo lifted a brow at him. Not getting flustered this time. He leaned down to his ear, kissing and biting at it. Aizu-sensei. Deku blushed and slid his hands down, grabbing his butt again and pulled him closer, grinding his pee-pee against him. Kaken. Be a good boy and kiss me, Kaken. Bakugo blushed as he shuddered and grabbed his face, kissing him hard and grinded down against him. You're not playing fair, Izuku. Deku smiled against his lips, kissing him back. Aizu. He corrected. Bakugo huffed a laugh and leaned back, smiling. Such a nerd. Deku smiled up at him, sliding his hands to his thighs. Ready to get out, Kaken? Bakugo nodded and crawled out of his lap. Yeah, we've been soaking for too long already. They felt exhausted as they climbed out of the bath, the heat from the water having taken the last of their energy. As they were getting dressed and putting their necklaces back on, Deku remembered and asked, So, Kaken, when are you wanting to get your ears pierced? Bakugo shrugged. Dunno, maybe this weekend. I was thinking we could go out again, or something, anyways. Deku smiled excitedly and took his hand as they made their way back towards the common room. Yeah, that sounds like fun, Kaken. Bakugo smiled over at him and nodded. Oh, and Kaken. Deku asked as they sat down, snuggling up together on the couch. I knew you'd been getting upset easier. I didn't realize that would be part of the heart surgery thing. Bakugo huffed and glanced away. Yeah, it's stupid. I think it's your fault too. Got me crying and SHT all the time. It's effing annoying. Deku smiled and poked at his cheek. You already cried to me before then, Kaken. Bakugo glared at him and bit his finger, freezing for a moment before letting go as Deku blushed. Bakugo backed up a bit, giving him an incredulous look. The hell, what's with that face? Deku glanced away, embarrassed. Nothing. Did that turn you on, nerd? Bakugo teased, grabbing his hand. Maybe. Deku stammered as he looked back to see Bakugo sking his finger into his mouth. He blushed more and looked around, making sure they were still the only two there, 𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗏. Bakugo smirked and pulled his finger out of his mouth slowly. "Oh, so now you're flustered, Aizu-sensei," he said, teasing as he liked it. Deku shuddered and brought his other hand to Bakugo's head, grabbing at his hair as he slid his finger back into Bakugo's mouth against his tongue, making him gasp slightly. Bakugo closed his lips around it and as he dropped his hands down to Deku's lap and rubbed outside of his breathes, groaning softly against his finger. 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗏. Deku stammered, breathing softly. Bakugo pulled back and huffed a laugh. "Wow, I've never heard you say that before." Deku blushed and looked away as Bakugo smirked at him, sliding his breathes down slightly and gripping his PP. That was kinda hot. Deku hid his face with his hands. "Oh my god, 𝗂𝗂𝗏. I'm so embarrassed I could die." "Why?" Bakugo teased, having way too much fun with this. He rubbed his PP more as he leaned into his ear. "'Cause you said F. Or 'cause I said it was hot." Deku peeked over at him, whining slightly as he squirmed from his touch. 𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗏. "Not here. Let's go back to the room." "No one's around, Aizu-sensei." Bakugo whispered and nibbled on his ear, kissing and liking it as Deku shuddered. "Just keep a lookout for me, sensei, while I work on getting some extra credit." Deku blushed and shook his head nervously as Bakugo got down between his legs sitting on his knees. "That's definitely not dash." Bakugo se his PP into his mouth, groaning against it. 𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗏. "I said not here." Bakugo 𝗧𝗧 harder and gripped him tighter, finding a good rhythm as he peeked up at him. He let out soft hums against him, loving the flustered look on Deku's face. Deku looked around and back down, grabbing onto Bakugo's hair. He knew he needed to stop him, but it felt so good he couldn't pull him off. His toes curled and legs tensed as he breathed down at him, watching his mouth slide up and down on his pages. "Hey, that's enough now, 𝗂𝗂𝗏," Deku reasoned, partly with himself. Bakugo pulled off for a moment and kept rubbing him with his hand, liking the tip and kissing it. "I don't think you really want me to stop, do you, Aizu-sensei?" 𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗏. Deku whined, looking around again then back down at Bakugo as he felt him sking him again. He squirmed beneath him, slightly tugging at Bakugo's hair. 𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗏. Bakugo trailed his other hand underneath, cupping his ball and rubbing them as he hummed against his PP, his own excitement getting the better of him. Deku gripped his hair tighter and moved up into his mouth, body trembling as he came. 𝗵𝗃𝗂𝗏. Bakugo choked against him, moving his hands to his thighs as Deku forced him down. When Deku finally eased his grip, he pulled his head up, coughing slightly and wiping the drool from his chin. Sorry. 𝗂𝗂𝗏. Deku breathed, pulling his breathes back up and taking a quick look around again before looking back down at him worried. Bakugo looked up at him and liked his lips as he caught his breath. "Feel good, sensei." Deku nodded and ran his fingers through his hair and Bakugo leaned into his touch, smiling softly. Deku blushed immediately after, remembering where they were and groaned, 𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗏. "We really shouldn't have done that here though, we could have gotten caught." Bakugo pouted and rested his arms and head in Deku's lap. "You liked it." Deku made a face at him. "No, 𝗂𝗂𝗏. What if Mr. Aizawa had come to check on us?" He groaned embarrassed. "That's why you were the lookout, nerd." Bakugo grumbled back as he sat down and crossed his arms. Deku groaned, still giving him an exasperated look before realizing how sad and pouty his expression had become. His anxiety rose up then as he remembered the mood swings and crawled down there with him, wrapping his arms around him. Bakugo blushed. "What are you doing?" "I was about to get up." Sorry, 𝗂𝗂𝗏," Deku said against him, nuzzling his face down against his shoulder. Bakugo grunted and reached up, pinching his cheek. "Ow, 𝗬𝗚, Deku said as he leaned back and let go of him. "Stupid nerd." Bakugo huffed before letting go. "What did you even apologize for?" "'Cause I made you sad, 𝗂𝗂𝗏," Deku whined. "No you didn't. You were right, I was being too risky." Bakugo grumbled as he glanced away. "Just got caught up in the moment and didn't listen to you." It was my fault. Deku blushed, still not used to seeing Bakugo like this. Well, not entirely, it was pretty fun, 𝗂𝗂. Deku admitted as he fidgeted his hands. I got caught up in it too. Bakugo glanced at him with that pouty face that melted Deku's heart. Deku smiled softly. 𝗂𝗂. You're too hard to resist, and make me feel so good, I couldn't help it. Bakugo blushed and looked away again before standing up and holding his hand out to him. Deku took it and stood up before throwing his arms around him again. Bakugo hugged him back and nuzzled his face into his neck. 𝗧𝗲𝗍𝗍. He leaned back and looked at him, smirking. You said F again, 𝗧𝗍. Deku rolled his eyes before he could catch himself, making Bakugo laugh. Don't roll your eyes at me, nerd, he said, completely amused. Deku smiled back at him now, trying not to laugh as well before pulling him into a kiss. Come on, 𝗂𝗂. Deku said as he took his hand and started pulling him towards their room. Bakugo smiled and followed behind him. As soon as they were in there, he locked the door behind him and Deku grabbed him from behind, kissing his neck softly. Hey now, there you go again being the one breaking rules. Bakugo huffed. I could go lower so no one can see, Deku said as he kissed down the back of his neck and slid his hands under his shirt. Bakugo shuddered slightly and pried his hands off so he could turn around and face him. They wrapped their arms around each other and kissed deeply, then, pressing against each other. Bakugo was already breathing between each kiss and started tugging at his clothes, desperate to feel him inside of him. Deku pulled back so they could throw their shirts off and clung to each other once again, kissing deeply and intensely. Deku rubbed Bakugo's back, taking in every detail of his muscles beneath his fingertips. Bakugo groaned against him and ran his hands down, tugging at the seam of Deku's breathes. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗂𝗂. Deku breathed as he pulled away and finished stripping down. How do you want it, 𝗂𝗂? Bakugo kicked his breathes off too and crashed back into him, kissing him hard as he held his face. Deku threw his arms back around him, pressing into him desperately before Bakugo pulled back slightly, speaking in a hushed voice. However you want me, 𝗧𝗲. Deku blushed and kissed him again, walking them backwards towards the bed. He let go as he sat down and grabbed the oil as Bakugo crawled onto the bed next to him. Deku scooted back a bit and patted his lap. Hey, 𝗂𝗂, lay across me. Bakugo blushed. What, why? Come on, 𝗂𝗂, you said whatever I want. Deku said, smiling. Bakugo made a face at him but listened, laying over him on his stomach. Like this? He asked, embarrassed as Deku started rubbing his butt. Just like that? Deku said, enjoying his flustered face. If you try spanking me or 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏, I swear to God I'll kill you. Bakugo huffed. Deku blushed and laughed, thinking he'd have to try that at some point. He poured some of the oil on his hand and slid his fingers against him, rubbing the outside slowly. Bakugo squirmed slightly, still looking back at him. How's this feel, 𝗂𝗂? Deku asked, wondering if the outside was sensitive. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏. Bakugo mumbled, when are you gonna F me? Deku smirked, I wanna play with you a bit first, 𝗂𝗂, then slid a finger in, making Bakugo flinch. He faced forwards again and pressed his face against the pillow, hugging onto it as he felt him hit his good spot. Like that, 𝗂𝗂? Deku asked, rubbing him slowly. Bakugo nodded as he breathed against the pillow. Yeah. Deku kept going for a few moments, gauging his reactions before sliding another finger in and pressing them in more. Bakugo shuddered and whined slightly. 𝗧𝗵𝗲. You okay, 𝗂𝗂? Deku asked, rubbing his back with his other hand as he continued. Bakugo nodded. Why? Don't stop. Deku smiled softly at him and ran his hand from his back to his head, sliding his fingers through his hair and gripping onto it. Yeah. You like this, 𝗂𝗂? 𝗬𝗵𝗲𝗍𝗍. Bakugo breathed, gripping the pillow tighter and squirming a bit more. Deku started pushing his fingers in harder, knowing Bakugo prefers it that way. 𝗂𝗂. You gonna come for me, 𝗂𝗂? Bakugo groaned and bit into the pillow. 𝗧𝗲. 𝗧𝗲. Why's he always gotta talk so damn much? I won't last long at all at this rate. Come on, 𝗂𝗂. Deku cooed as he slid his hand down to his neck, grabbing it and squeezing slightly. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Bakugo cried as he came, body trembling against him. Deku softened his grip and slowed his movements, smiling down at him. Good boy, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Bakugo breathed, body still shaking slightly as Deku ran his fingers through his hair again and slipped his others out slowly. Deku scooted back on the bed more then and pulled his legs out from under Bakugo, leaving him lying there catching his breath. He grabbed the oil again and started rubbing his pee-pee, getting himself ready. As soon as Bakugo started to sit up, he felt Deku shifting around on the bed and spreading his legs, pressing against him. Hey, what are you doing? Deku rubbed the tip against him while holding onto his hip. You wanted me to F you, right, 𝗧𝗵𝗃? Bakugo shuddered slightly as he looked back at him. Why yeah, but dash. Deku slid into him then, grabbing his hips with both hands now as Bakugo cried out, 𝗧𝗲𝗍. Deku pressed into him deep, groaning softly. You feel so good, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Bakugo's legs trembled as he grabbed onto the pillow again. Deku pulled out slowly and pushed back in, making Bakugo whimper beneath him. He slid his hands up, rubbing his but before running them up and wrapping them around his waist. 𝗧𝗵𝗃. You're so cute, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. 𝗧𝗑𝗧𝗏. Shut up. Bakugo whined, blushing. Don't call me cute. Deku started pushing into him faster and gripped onto his waist harder, pulling him into him. Bakugo cried out, hugging the pillow to his face tightly as Deku breathed, but, it's true, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. He leaned forwards then, propping up on his elbows and pressing down against him. You have such a cute little waist, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. And the sounds you make, they drive me crazy. Bakugo whined, gritting his teeth at him as he looked back. Deku kept slamming into him as he kissed up his back to his shoulder, liking and biting down on it. 𝗧𝗍𝗧𝗏. Bakugo cried, I wanna face you, 𝗧𝗍. Deku smiled against him and leaned back, sliding out slowly. Bakugo pushed up and rolled over, throwing his legs around him and reached up for him. Deku blushed at the sight and pressed the tip against him, sliding back in as he leaned down over him. Bakugo groaned and breathed up at him as he wrapped his arms around him. 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Deku cooed as he started moving into him again. Bakugo whined against his neck, gripping onto him desperately and wrapping his legs around his waist. 𝗧𝗑𝗧𝗏. I love you. 𝗧𝗍. Bakugo cried out between breaths. Deku kissed him hard and deep as he rubbed his hand along his thigh. Yeah, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. I love you too, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. More 𝗧𝗍. Bakugo begged, clawing at his back and feeling the pleasure building up again. Deku grabbed him and leaned back, pulling him into his lap and slamming him down against him hard and fast. Bakugo clung onto his shoulders and ummed desperately with every move, feeling him hitting deep inside. I am leaking. 𝗧𝗍. Bakugo cried as his body tensed, his pleasure rippling through him. Deku pushed into him a few more times and came as well, breathing up at him. 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Bakugo trembled against him, catching his breath as Deku held onto him. Deku kissed his neck and down to his shoulder and chest, biting and skinning it softly as he caught his breath. 𝗬𝗏𝗋. Bakugo breathed and kissed his shoulder before leaning back. Deku leaned back too and looked up and kissed him softly a few times before helping him up off of him. Bakugo laid back down, breathing as Deku got up and went to the bathroom. He came back with a wet rag and cleaned them up as Bakugo laid there recovering. He lets me clean him up now. Here, let's change the sheets, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Deku said as he finished and tossed the rag into the laundry basket. Bakugo groaned and got up, legs still trembling slightly. They pulled the sheets off and Deku remade the bed while Bakugo pulled on some clean boxers and sweatpants. He flopped back down on the bed, completely worn out as Deku put on his underwear and shorts before joining him. They curled up to each other, wrapping their arms around each other and kissed slowly and softly. We gotta remember to lay a towel down again like you did that one time. Bakugo huffed. Yeah, I'll try to remember next time. Deku said smiling. SHT, what time is it? They'll probably be getting back soon, won't they? Bakugo asked, thinking they were probably cutting it close. Yeah, they should be getting home within the next hour. Deku said as he leaned over and checked his phone. What shall wanna do till then? Just this. Bakugo mumbled as he nuzzled into his chest more. Deku smiled and kissed his forehead, running his fingers through his hair. By the time the others got back, Deku and Bakugo were sound asleep. It was dinner time when Todoroki decided to check on them and knocked on the door. Bakugo, Midoriya, are you guys going to come eat? Kirishima was walking out of his room then and asked, they still in there? I guess that's where they are, they're not answering their phones. Todoroki said. Kirishima tried the door just to peek inside and noticed it was locked. He knocked this time and yelled, hey guys. You sleeping? It's time for dinner. Bakugo groaned, hiding his face against Deku's chest as Deku jerked awake and looked around. Oh, geez, we fell asleep, Kaken. You guys up? Kirishima asked, thinking he heard Deku. Yeah. Deku called back. We fell asleep, we'll be out in a minute. Bakugo leaned up, annoyed at the noise, and bit his neck. Deku tensed and pried him off. No, Kaken. You can't do that. Todoroki and Kirishima gave each other a look and decided to head on to the cafeteria, worried about what they may have been doing. Bakugo and Deku got up then and slipped some shirts on before meeting them down there. Everyone waved them down and Mina asked as they joined them, so, how was your first day back? You guys handle it okay? Yeah, SHT was easy. Bakugo grumbled, they've got us stuck on light duty, so. Yeah, I didn't seem to have much trouble, though I was a bit sore afterwards. Deku smiled, I see why they're limiting the amount of time we get to work for now. Yeah, I can only imagine. Kirishima said as he looked at the scars on their arms again. I'm glad you guys are doing all right. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 said happily. Yes, I'm proud Class 1A is back together again. Ida said, only the rest of this week and the next will be dedicated to restoration, then we get to resume our normal classwork again. Yeah, it's crazy that we'll be third years. Mina said excitedly. And they're planning the graduation ceremony for the current third years for next weekend, since the war got it postponed. Tsu said, yeah, I also heard there's going to be a hella after party at one of the third year's houses. Kaminari chimed in. Apparently they're known for being crazy fun. Oh wow, now that sounds intriguing. Siro said, smiling. Deku smiled over at Bakugo. Wow, everything really is going back to normal, I guess. I'm excited, Kaken. Course it is, Bakugo told him, rubbing his hand. They continued chatting for a bit as they finished their meals before heading up to the common room. The girls were all chatting and giggling excitedly as Todoroki joined Bakugo, Deku, and Kirishima on the couch and asked, what are they doing? Mina said they're planning a sleepover in her room. Kirishima told him, apparently they got another one of those card games, but it's just for the girls. Oh, why's that? Deku asked. Beats me, man. Kirishima said, pouting, I'm in charge of making sure Mineta doesn't try to sneak in though. I'll be on guard duty outside while they're all having fun. Hey, Deku. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 called over to him along with the other girls, 𝗵𝗃. And not you, Bakugo. Hagakure added as they stood up together. What? Bakugo barked. Because. It's for girls and Deku only. Mina said, laughing. See, this is what I'm talking about. Mineta said as he and Kaminari walked in, Midoriya is always getting the ladies, so why is he with Bakugo? Kaminari laughed and shook his head. Better quiet down, dude. You'll get blasted if you're not careful. Bakugo growled and looked at Deku as he laughed nervously. I'll be right back, Kaken. Bakugo softened his expression and peeked around. He wanted to kiss him first before letting him go, but everyone was in there. Deku noticed him hesitating to let go of his hand and leaned in, kissing his cheek. Bakugo let go of his hand then and grabbed his shirt, kissing him before sitting back down. Don't take too long. Deku blushed and nodded before turning back to the girls who were collectively going, oh, at them. He went up to them then and Mina said, so Midoriya, how have you been doing with the anxiety thing? Oh, Deku stammered, not realizing that's what this was about. Well, I did good the other night. And besides that, well, we haven't really tested it out again since then. Mina sighed, that's what we figured. We wanted to see if you'd want to join us for a bit before bed. Bakugo can guard the hall with Kiri, so he wouldn't be far from you. What? But I thought it was just a girl's sleepover or something. Deku said, embarrassed. Yeah, but you know you're gay. So you can be one of the girls tonight. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 said excitedly. Deku blushed and glanced at Bakugo, feeling incredibly embarrassed. I am still a guy myself, though. I don't know if Kaken would like me hanging out with a bunch of girls. And the thought makes me nervous. And why'd they ask me but not Kaken? We know Midoriya, they're just teasing. Jiro said with a soft smile, we just wanted to invite you, you don't have to if you don't want to. Yeah, it'll be fun, Midoriya. Su said. Yeah, Uraraka smiled. I dunno. Maybe, if it's okay with Kaken. Deku stammered, still not liking the idea. Being stuck alone with the girls. And they think I'm gay, but I still get flustered around them too. This is bad. I don't wanna upset Kaken. Bakugo was said, not being able to hear what they were saying. When he saw Deku look back at him with that worried face, he decided they could get over it as he stood and marched over there. What's going on? Bakugo asked, grabbing Deku's hand as he came up beside him. They're wanting to help with the distance thing, said I should join them for girls' night. Deku explained, still feeling embarrassed. Yeah, if it's okay with you, Blasty. Mina said teasingly. Hell no. Bakugo said, not liking how fidgety and worried they made Deku look. Deku was surprised by his response and looked over at him as the girls all whined. But why, Bakugo? 𝗧𝗵𝗃 asked. Yeah, we were gonna have you sit right outside the door with Kirishima. Mina said. Yeah, we're just gonna be playing games, Bakugo. Jiro said. I just don't like the idea. We've already had a long day, we can practice the distancing thing tomorrow. Bakugo huffed, tugging Deku along as he turned to leave. Come on, nerd. Kaken. Deku said as he walked with him, feeling relieved. They made their way back to the room and shut the door before Bakugo looked at him. What did they say that upset you? Deku blushed and fidgeted his hands. And nothing really, it was kind of dumb. Just tell me, Aizu. Bakugo said as he put his hands on his arms, rubbing them. They just made me feel weird, saying that I could be one of the girls. I just felt kind of embarrassed, like they didn't think of me as a guy. Deku stammered, looking away. Bakugo sighed and wrapped his arms around him. I don't think they actually meant anything by it. But I'd be set off too, so I get it. Yeah, I know. Deku said as he hugged him back and nuzzled his face into his neck. I wouldn't have minded, but it's because they automatically consider me the girl in the relationship. I mean, it makes sense when you compare us, I guess, and it shouldn't really matter, but it still makes me feel embarrassed. Aizu, I dunno why they would even think 𝗧𝗏 like that. Bakugo huffed as he backed out of their hug. Besides, if anyone's the girl in the relationship, I think I'm the one that technically qualifies. He added with an annoyed look. Deku blushed at him and shook his head. No, Kaken, you're the cooler, taller, stronger one, and you have a tougher personality. I mean, you even had to stand up to them for me while I just fidgeted around. Yeah, but Aizu, you're the one thing my brain's out at night. Bakugo said against his ear, making him tense up. Kaken. Deku stammered, blushing. Bakugo pouted at him, and I'm cute and have a cute little waist. Deku's face turned red as he looked away and stammered. I didn't realize how that sounded when I said it. I'm so glad I didn't mention how I felt about his chest. Bakugo huffed a laugh and pinched his cheek. I mean, it's true. But my arms are more jacked than yours. Deku smiled at him and pushed his hand off his face. Yeah, you have really nice arms. Bakugo grabbed the seam of his breeds and pulled him closer. And you have a really nice pages. Deku's face turned red and he smacked his hands over his face. Kaken. Bakugo laughed and let him go. You feeling better now, nerd? Deku lowered his hands and gave him a look but nodded. Yeah, Kaken. Thanks. Bakugo gave him a little kiss before checking the time. Come on, let's get to bed. Okay, Kaken. Deku agreed and turned off the light before joining Bakugo under the covers. Bakugo snuggled up to him, throwing his leg over him and wrapping his arms around his waist. Deku smiled down at him, holding him close and kissed his head. I love you, Kaken. I love you too, 𝗧𝗬𝗧. Bakugo said as he nuzzled down against him and fell asleep quickly. The next morning, Bakugo decided to stay snuggled up a few extra minutes after waking. He glanced up at Deku's sleeping face and ran his hand up along his scarred cheek, brushing his fingers against the side of his head where his hair was starting to grow back. Deku groaned softly and nuzzled into his touch. Kaken. Good morning, Izuku. Bakugo said, kissing him softly. Deku pulled him against him more and kissed back a few times before letting him pull away. Good morning, Kaken. Bakugo nuzzled back against him, groaning and not wanting to get up out of his arms. What is it, Kaken? Deku asked as he blinked his eyes open and yawned. Bakugo leaned up out of his arms then and stretched before climbing out of bed. Just wish we could stay like that for longer. Deku smiled and nodded as he sat up. Yeah. They got around and got dressed before heading down for breakfast. Deku felt a little guilty about last night, but thankfully the girls seemed fine, chatting about what a good time they had. Kirishima mentioned having to take Mineta back to his room for trying to listen and peep on them 3 different times. Deku couldn't help but to still feel relieved that Bakugo had helped him get out of the whole situation, having picked up on how he was feeling immediately. He smiled over at him, squeezing his hand as they ate. Once they were all finished, everyone met up outside and Mr. Aizawa drove them to their work sites again. 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃 and 𝗧𝗏 had them doing the same tasks again, only Bakugo was going to be blasting up large concrete debris from a collapsed bridge and nearby buildings. Make sure to stop if you get dizzy again. Deku reminded him, still holding his hand as everyone was splitting up to get started. Yeah, I know, 𝗧𝗬𝗧. Bakugo said as he glanced around, wishing he could kiss him. And tell me right away if you have any chest pains. Deku said before letting go. Yeah. Same goes for you if you have any problems. You know where to find me. Bakugo said, turning to go to his area. Deku watched him head off, feeling uneasy as he got farther out. Recovery girl said it's normal. It's nothing to worry about. Deku took a steadying breath then got to work. The first hour dragged by slowly, constant worry about Bakugo's heart in the back of his mind. He kept looking back and noticed his explosions were just a bit more contained today, making him feel relieved that he was actually holding back to be more careful. After a while of chatting with the others, he was able to focus and the rest of their time went by pretty fast. Bakugo was done clearing his area at around the 2-hour mark and 𝗧𝗵𝗃 had him join Deku and the others in moving the remaining debris, giving him a break from the recoil of his quirk. They worked with citizens volunteering who had trucks, helping move out the rubble once it was loaded up. All the concrete was being brought to Cementos so that he could reshape it into usable parts for the new construction. Places around them that had been cleared were being set up for rebuilding, the progress going smoothly. Good job everyone, we got a lot more done today than expected. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 said as everyone gathered around for their lunch break. Bakugo and Deku joined them as they waited for All Might to pick them up again. Be done even faster if we could stay the whole day. Bakugo grumbled as he got his food and sat next to Deku, their knees touching. Deku laughed over at him. We'll get to eventually, Kaken. This is for the best right now. Yeah, Bakugo, you should enjoy it while it lasts. Kirishima added. In fact, you guys should take advantage of it. Why not ask to use the pool or something if you're bored of sitting around? Oh yeah, that does sound fun. Deku said excitedly. That would actually be a great idea for you too, 𝗧𝗵𝗃 added. Swimming is an excellent way to build your strength back up without putting too much strain on your muscles and ligaments. Guess so, Bakugo said then smirked at Deku. Actually yeah, sounds good, 'cause someone still owes me a race. But, Kaken, it wouldn't feel fair with your arm like that still. Deku said, glancing over at him. Like hell I'd lose 'cause of some dumb injury. Bakugo huffed. Besides, it's mostly healed now. You're just scared 'cause you know I'll win. Deku pouted at him. Nah, my arms aren't as bad as yours, so I'd beat you easily, Kaken. Ha! Bakugo yelled as he grabbed him by his cape. I'm gonna make you eat those words, you stupid nerd. Ah geez, you're gonna bust his eardrums, man. Kirishima said with a laugh. Or ours. Siro added. Bakugo didn't pay attention to their comments as he stared at the dirt on Deku's face. He pulled him forwards more and brought his hand up to his mouth, liking his thumb, and used it to wipe Deku's cheek. Deku winced under his touch and couldn't help but to blush as well, knowing everyone was watching this happen. Kaken. You had 𝗧𝗍𝗍 on your face, shit nerd. Bakugo huffed before letting him go. Everyone made a face as Bakugo seemed so sweet for a moment, then ruined it by opening his mouth. After that, they finished eating and cleaned up as everyone else headed back to work. All Might got there soon after and picked them up, avoiding the reporters this time thanks to Hound Dog being nearby to keep them at bay. So, how did you boys fare today? All Might asked as they climbed into the car. I was a bit sore from yesterday, but after we got started everything was fine. Deku said. Yeah, I was fine too. Bakugo said as he sat next to Deku, their arms and legs touching. No weird pains in my chest this time. That's good to hear. All Might said with a relieved smile. Oh yeah, All Might, we were wondering, do you think we could use the pool when we get back? Deku asked as he rubbed his foot against Bakugo's absent-mindedly. I don't see why not. I'll run it by Principal Nizu when we get there to make sure. All Might told him. That cold water will feel nice. Bakugo grumbled as he pulled his collar open. I wear my winter suit to sweat more, and then they didn't even need me to blow anything up the last few hours. Yeah, Kaken, you should be careful with that. I don't want you to overheat. Deku said, giving him a worried look. Fine, Bakugo groaned. I know my limits. Just worry about yourself, Aizu. Deku couldn't help but smile at how grumpy he was being while snuggling up to him. Even with his angry face, he was reaching out with his pinky for Deku's hand, locking their fingers together when he found it. What are you looking at, nerd? Bakugo huffed at him when he noticed him staring. Deku blushed, wanting to hold him and kiss him right then, but knew All Might was right there. He looked away and rubbed his hand with his thumb, making Bakugo blush as well before nuzzling down against his shoulder. Might couldn't help but think Deku must have him wrapped around his finger, being able to calm him down without even trying. Once they got back, All Might took them to the office and they asked about using the pool. Principal Nizu smiled and gave them permission, before going on a long speech thanking them for everything they did in the battle and checking up on their healing progress. When they finally got out of there, All Might headed out and they went back to Bakugo's room to change. My swim trunks are in my room. Deku said as he was undressing. I have an extra pair you can wear, Bakugo said as he pulled them out of his drawer. You know, we may as well move all your SHT in here. Your room can just be your All Might shrine. Deku looked over at him as he finished stripping down. Hey, it's not a shrine. But yeah. Bakugo laughed and handed him a pair of black swimming trunks with red X's on the sides. See if those fit, nerd. Deku slipped them on and nodded. Yeah, perfect. Thanks, Kaken. Bakugo slipped on a plain black pair and grabbed his hand before they headed out. As they walked, Deku looked over at him. Oh yeah, Kaken. I keep forgetting, I want to take more pictures together. Want one right now? Bakugo smirked. You just brought it up 'cause I'm shirtless. Deku blushed. Nah, I just happened to think about it. But yes, I'd like one now. I want to have a bunch of pictures with you, Kaken. Okay, at the pool then. Better lighting outside. Bakugo said as he smiled and fidgeted with the necklace. Deku smiled and continued, we should take some when we get back to the room too. I want one of you wearing my hoodie, maybe I could wear one of yours too. Bakugo huffed a laugh. Yeah, okay. So sappy. Once they were at the pool, Deku pulled his phone out and opened the camera. They took a couple of pictures, one smiling while holding hands, then Bakugo wrapped his arms around Deku's waist, nuzzling closer, and Deku was blushing, then one where Bakugo smirked and gave him bunny ears behind his head, making him laugh. What's another we could do? Deku said as he looked at them. Bakugo grabbed his phone out of his hand. That's enough pictures, nerd. It's time to race me. But Kaken. Deku whined, reaching for his phone. Nope, we can take more later. We came here to swim, not have a photo shoot. Bakugo huffed as he sent the pictures to himself. Deku smiled and nodded. All right. But if I win, you gotta take as many pictures as I want later. Oh yeah. Bakugo smirked. Fine then, and when I win, you gotta do whatever I say for the rest of the night. Deku blushed. Hey, that's not fair. Getting cold feet, nerd. I thought you were gonna win. Bakugo teased as he walked to the edge of the pool. Deku smirked at him and got ready. I will win. As soon as they were ready, they counted down together and took off. Deku dove in with full cowling and used air force to propel him forwards at a crazy speed. Bakugo leaped up and used his left hand for his cluster explosions and slung extra beads of sweat from his right to give it more power, surging him through the air just as fast. They reached the edge at the same time and both looked at each other as they breathed. That was my win. Bakugo said, smirking down at him. No, I reached the edge first. Deku said, unconvinced. Yeah right, I was above you, nerd. I saw when your hand hit the wall right after I landed. Bakugo yelled as Deku crawled out of the pool. No, I saw you land as I touched it. If anything, it was a tie. Deku said, not backing down. Whatever, nerd, you just don't want to admit you lost. Bakugo huffed as he crossed his arms. I think we need someone to judge. Deku said, pouting at him. Well, all the extras are busy. Bakugo grumbled. I couldn't help but think, it's too bad I can't use float and 𝗧𝗲𝗏. Deku admitted. Bakugo's expression softened slightly, but his will to win was still eating at him. Alright, fine then. Rematch, no quirks allowed. Just regular swimming. Are you sure, Kaken? Deku asked, taken aback a bit. But can you swim with your arm? Course I can. Bakugo barked, come on. Deku and him got ready at the edge again before counting down and leaping in. They were neck and neck for most of the stretch, but Bakugo's adrenaline hid the pain in his arm as he pushed ahead in the last second, yelling out in victory as he reached the wall just before Deku. Like I said, my win, nerd. Deku huffed and smiled at him. Wow, Kaken. You surprised me. The hell's that supposed to mean? It's not surprising at all. Bakugo said angrily as he splashed him. Deku laughed and splashed him back, turning it into a back-and-forth battle before they heard Mr. Aizawa behind them, having fun. Deku smiled up at him as they stopped splashing. Oh, hi, Mr. Aizawa. Hello, I just came to check on you too. Mr. Aizawa explained, feeling relieved that they weren't doing anything inappropriate. All Might mentioned you'd be at the pool, so I thought I'd swing by and ask how your day went. It was fine. Deku said happily as Bakugo swam up quietly behind him. We've been able to help out a lot even though we're on light duty, and this. Deku yelped as Bakugo grabbed his shoulders and dunked him, laughing. Yeah, we're doing fine, Aizawa. He said before Deku pulled him under and popped up for air. Kaken's been back to his usual self, as you can see. Deku laughed as he held him down before Bakugo came up and yelled, tackling him back into the water, both going under with a big splash. Mr. Aizawa sighed, getting ready to stop them with his capture scarf. They came back up gasping for air as Deku laughed, clinging to Bakugo's arms. Bakugo smirked and grabbed his sides, lifting him up and throwing him under again. Mr. Aizawa smiled slightly and let go of the scarf, remembering they weren't actually fighting anymore. Don't be out here too long. Okay, Mr. Aizawa. Deku said after coming back up and wiping his hair out of his face. They started splashing at each other again until Mr. Aizawa had left. Then Deku swam up and threw his arms around him. Bakugo laughed and wrapped his arms around him too, nuzzling his face into his neck. This is fun, Kaken. Deku said as he breathed and smiled at him. Yeah, Aizu. Bakugo said as he caught his breath and kissed his neck a few times, pulling him tighter against him. Deku giggled. Kaken, not here. Bakugo grumbled and pulled back and kissed his lips then. Deku kissed back softly, humming against him. After they pulled away, they started swimming again. They did some laps together, before stopping when Bakugo grabbed his arm and groaned slightly. Kaken. Deku called as he came up to him, putting his hands on his arms. Your arm okay? Yeah. I may have overdone it a bit. Bakugo admitted as he rubbed it, trying to ease the burning pain shooting through his muscles. Here, let me. Deku said as he took his arm and rubbed it, massaging his thumbs into it slowly. He worked his way up his arm slowly and carefully and back down as Bakugo watched, blushing slightly. I can't believe Izuku's always been like this towards me. How did I push him away before? Once Deku got back down to his hand, he lifted it up and kissed it. Feel better, 𝗂𝗂𝗏. Bakugo blushed more and nodded, looking away. Why, thanks, 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏. Deku smiled at him. Let's get out and go shower. Bakugo nodded and they got out, holding hands until they had to grab their towels. They went by Bakugo's room and grabbed some clothes, picking out their hoodies to wear so that Deku could take pictures of them wearing them. As they washed up, Bakugo flinched again as a sharp pain went through his arm. He was glad Deku didn't notice this time and continued, moving it a bit more carefully. They skipped soaking in the tub this time as they were still pruny from the pool and got dried off and dressed, blushing over at each other. Looks good on you, Bakugo said, smiling softly at him wearing his black hoodie with the red X across it. Deku smiled excitedly and took his hand. Yeah, you too, 𝗂𝗂𝗏. Once they got back to the room, Bakugo let Deku take more pictures of them, secretly excited to have them as well. They took a bunch of them in the hoodies with their necklaces showing, smiling and holding on to each other. Bakugo even convinced Deku to take one flipping off the camera, though it took him begging a few times, then he couldn't stop laughing at it. Hey, that reminds me. You're supposed to do whatever I say anyways, nerd. Bakugo said with a devilish smile, 'Cause I won. Deku blushed and pouted, scared for what was to come. Yeah. What do you want me to do, 𝗂𝗂𝗏𝗃? Bakugo thought as he took his hand and pulled him to the bed. Well, for starters, you can take those breathes off. Deku blushed more as excitement rose up in him. He nodded and fidgeted with the edge of the hoodie and Bakugo said, No. Keep that on. I like the way it looks on you. Okay, 𝗂𝗂𝗏. Deku said and tugged his breathes down, stepping out of them. Bakugo gave him a look and he grunted, pulling his underwear off as well. He felt embarrassed being the only one undressing, especially with Bakugo watching him so intently. Now sit on the edge of the bed here, Bakugo ordered, patting the bed. Deku listened and sat down, anticipation building as he watched Bakugo get down on his knees in front of him, pushing his legs apart. 𝗂𝗂𝗏𝗏. Bakugo looked up at him as he grabbed his PP and rubbed it slowly, leaning his head next to it and rubbing it against his cheek. Wanna feel good, nerd? Deku nodded, feeling his breath hitch at the sight of him. 𝗂𝗂𝗏 really does like doing this. I guess I can do that for you if you be good and sit still. And keep those hands to yourself. Bakugo said as he liked up his PP slowly, drawing little sounds from Deku. He kept liking and kissing it for a bit, wanting to get him really riled up before giving him what he wanted. He brought his other hand up his thigh slowly and to his ball, rubbing them gently as he kept his movements nice and slow on his pages. 𝗂𝗂𝗏𝗏. Deku whined, squirming slightly. You like this? 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏. You want more? Bakugo teased, gripping him a bit tighter and kissing the tip. Yes, 𝗂𝗂𝗏𝗏. Please. Deku said, curling his toes and gripping the sheets. Bakugo 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 the tippet and liked it, looking up at him and then pulled off, making him whine, like that, 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏. 𝗂𝗂𝗏𝗏𝗏. Deku begged, trying not to move. Bakugo blushed slightly then as he kept looking up at him and let go. He reached and grabbed his hands, pulling them to his head, nuzzling into them before gripping onto his PP again and liking it. Make me, 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏. Deku shuddered and pulled his head down, shoving his PP in his mouth hard. Bakugo gripped onto his thigh with one hand and kept rubbing him with his other as Deku forced him down again and again. He grunted and whined against him with each move, his hand being the only thing keeping him from going too deep. 𝗂𝗂𝗏𝗏𝗏. Deku breathed as he gripped his hair tighter. Feels good, 𝗂𝗂𝗏𝗏. Bakugo whined and 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗍 harder, letting go with his hand to let Deku have full control. Deku pushed into him deeper, choking him. 𝗂𝗂𝗏𝗏𝗏. Bakugo kept groaning against him, barely able to breathe as Deku breathed down at him. After a few moments, he shuddered, holding his head down against him as he came. Bakugo whined and swallowed against him before Deku loosened his grip and let him pull off. He gasped and wiped the drool from his mouth, looking up at Deku with a hint of tears in his eyes and rasped, Feel good, 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏. Deku nodded and ran his fingers through his hair. 𝗂𝗂𝗏𝗏. You made me feel so good. Bakugo blushed and nuzzled into his hand, catching his breath. What do you want me to do next, 𝗂𝗂𝗄? You want me to make you feel good? Deku cooed down at him. Bakugo nodded and Deku grabbed his hands, pulling him up to him. They threw their arms around each other, kissing deeply as Bakugo crawled over him into his lap. How do you want it, 𝗂𝗂𝗄? I'll do whatever you want. Deku breathed between kisses. Bakugo leaned off of him and laid on his back, tugging his breathes down. Deku grabbed them and pulled them off, tossing them aside before grabbing the oil. Bakugo spread his legs, breathing as he watched Deku pouring some into his hand. Deku leaned over him and rubbed him slowly. 𝗂𝗂𝗄. Bakugo gripped onto his arms, squirming as he slid a finger in. Deku rubbed it in and out a few times, massaging the spot that makes him so responsive and listened to his little whimpers before sliding in another finger. Bakugo gripped his arms a bit tighter as he continued. You like that, 𝗂𝗂𝗄? Deku asked, leaning closer. Bakugo nodded, yes, 𝗧𝗏. Deku smiled down at him and kissed him slowly and deeply, working his fingers in and out till he felt ready. Bakugo whined slightly as he slipped his fingers out and leaned back, grabbing his pages. He pushed the tip against him and slid in, making Bakugo groan. 𝗬𝗧𝗏. Deku smiled again and pushed in all the way, making him cry out and squeeze his arms again as Deku cooed, You're so good, 𝗂𝗂𝗄. You take me in so much easier now. Bakugo blushed and breathed as he squirmed beneath him, Move, 𝗧𝗏. Deku pulled out and pushed back in slowly, enjoying Bakugo's expressions as he continued. He rubbed down his thighs up under the hoodie gripping onto his waist, still loving how perfectly he fit in his hands. You want more, 𝗂𝗂𝗄? Bakugo nodded. 𝗵𝗃𝗃. You gotta tell me what to do, 𝗂𝗂𝗄. Deku teased, still moving slowly inside him. Bakugo glared up at him. 𝗧𝗏𝗄𝗏, 𝗂𝗂𝗄. Deku said, slowing to almost to a stop. 𝗧𝗏 please. Bakugo whined, F me 𝗧𝗏. Deku slammed into him then, using him as leverage and pulling him against him with each move. Bakugo cried out and let his hands fall next to him as Deku kept going hard and fast. He wrapped his legs around his waist and gripped onto the sheets. 𝗧𝗏. 𝗂𝗂𝗄. Deku said between breaths, You feel so good, 𝗂𝗂𝗄. Bakugo groaned, gritting his teeth and pulling desperately at the sheets. We forgot. 𝗧𝗏𝗢𝗏. Bakugo whined between breaths. Deku huffed a laugh and leaned down over him, gripping onto his hair and pulled his head to the side and brushed his lips against his ear. Hey now, focus on me, 𝗂𝗂𝗄. Bakugo shuddered and threw his arms around him, whimpering and locking his ankles together. That's right. Good boy, 𝗂𝗂𝗄. Deku cooed as he kissed and bit his ear, pumping into him hard. 𝗧𝗏𝗏. Bakugo cried out and faced him, kissing him. He ran his hands down his back and up again, underneath the hoodie as he ummed against his lips. Deku kissed back deeply, keeping a firm grip on his hair. He pulled back slightly and bit on his bottom lip as Bakugo whined against him. 𝗂𝗂𝗄. You sound so good. Bakugo tensed, clawing at his back. Deku kissed him again and reached down, sliding Bakugo's hoodie up and rubbing and pinching his NPL. Come on. Come for me, 𝗂𝗂𝗄. Bakugo cried out again, digging his nails into his back and squeezing his legs tightly around him as he came, his body shuddering against him. Deku kept pushing into him, not slowing down as he leaned down and bit his neck hard and on it, making Bakugo cry out again, stop, 𝗧𝗏. Sorry, 𝗂𝗂𝗄. I'm not done with you yet. Deku breathed against him as he kept going and bit down again below his ear. 𝗧𝗏. Bakugo cried, feeling overly sensitive from having just finished. Deku smiled against him and kissed down his neck to his chest and on one of his nipples, humming happily against it. Bakugo cried out more, body twitching all over. Stop. Not there. Deku kept going and hummed against him, still holding his hair tightly. 𝗂𝗂𝗄. He said against him as he kissed to the other one and on it as well. Bakugo shuddered and clawed into his back more desperately, feeling the pleasure building up again as he cried out from each move, 𝗧𝗏. Deku wanted him to finish again and slowed when he got close, kissing back up to his neck and biting down. He yawned hard as he grinded into him, making Bakugo whimper and squirm even more. I want you to come for me again, Kaken. 𝗍𝗲𝗄𝗏. Bakugo cried before whining even louder as Deku picked up his pace again. He squeezed his arms around him tightly and bit down on the hoodie as he buried his face against his shoulder. 𝗍𝗲𝗄𝗏. Deku felt him tense as he came, pushing into him as hard and deep as he could and groaned against his neck as he finally came as well. Bakugo trembled beneath him, breathing and whimpering against him as Deku cooed, Good boy, Kaken. Deku relaxed a bit after a moment and loosened his grip on his hair and petting him softly. He slid his other hand down and held onto his waist as he kept biting and skinning his neck. Bakugo held onto him, breathing and catching his breath. Deku pulled off slightly, liking his neck and breathing against him. You did so good for me, Kaken. Bakugo turned to him, nuzzling his face against him, whining slightly. Deku faced him and kissed his lips softly and slowly. Bakugo slid his hands out from under his hoodie and put them against his face, rubbing his cheeks gently with his thumbs as he kissed back. If that was good, 𝗍𝗲𝗄𝗏. Deku smiled against him, kissing him again. Yeah, Kaken. I love you. Bakugo whispered against him, voice feeling hoarse. I love you, Kaken. Deku said softly as he kissed him a couple more times before laughing softly. What? Bakugo asked, tensing from the movement. You seem to really like me talking to you when we do it. Deku said, smiling. Bakugo blushed and glanced away. Why yeah, so what? I like it, Kaken. Deku said, nuzzling against him. Bakugo grunted and nuzzled into him too, wrapping his arms back around him. Deku smiled against him and leaned back, pulling out of him slowly. Bakugo shuddered and loosened his grip with his legs. Hey, Kaken. Deku asked as he laid down next to him. Bakugo snuggled against him, nuzzling his face against his chest. Yeah. Does doing this make it HRD on you at all? Like, should we stop when we have to work a full day? Deku asked, worrying a bit about how rough he's been getting. Bakugo huffed against him, as if, I'm not so effing weak that this could affect me. Deku raised an eyebrow at him and he pouted. Okay. I'm a bit sore afterwards, but it goes away by the next day. So it's not a thing problem. Bakugo admitted, we're still gonna do it. Deku smiled and kissed his cheek. Okay, Kaken. Just tell me if it's ever too much. Bakugo blushed and looked back at him. Yay. Deku kissed him again, running his hand up to his hair and petting it softly. You like this too, right, Kaken? Bakugo pouted up in him and nuzzled his head back down against him. Feels good. Deku held him and kept running his fingers through his hair for a few moments before sighing. We need to clean up, Kaken. Bakugo grunted and leaned up, letting Deku go so he could go to the bathroom and get a wet rag. When he came back, Bakugo had taken off the hoodie and looked up at him. We gotta wash these. Yeah, Deku said, looking down at his before sliding it off. Bakugo leaned back and let Deku clean him off, pouting and glancing away. Deku was glad Bakugo let him do this for him now. When he was done, he went back to the bathroom and cleaned himself off. They went through their routine of getting dressed and replacing the sheets then and headed to the laundry room. Deku groaned while they were in there, looking back at how bad of a mark he left on Bakugo's neck. What? Bakugo asked, annoyed at the look he was giving him. I messed up, Kaken. Deku said, fidgeting his hands. Bakugo smirked, and you got on to me for that. Talk about double standards. Yeah, sorry. I got so caught up in the moment and just really wanted to and didn't think about it. Deku explained. Bakugo shrugged. Like I said before, what we do should be the least of their concerns anyways. Yeah, but Mr. Aizawa said dash. Deku started but Bakugo cut him off with a kiss. Doesn't effin' matter. If my nerd wants to kiss my neck, then he sure as hell can. Bakugo said against his ear, you can do whatever you want to me, wherever you want, whenever you want. Izuku. Deku's face turned red, Kaken. Bakugo nibbled his ear a bit. I liked it a lot, Izuku. Deku grabbed his shirt and pushed him back slightly. Stop, Kaken, you're making me want to go again. Bakugo smirked at him and kissed him before leaning back. No time, I'm pretty sure the extras are gonna be here any minute. Yeah, I know. Deku whined. It's a good thing my winter suit has that collar. Bakugo said, teasing. Yeah, Deku said with a guilty smile. Come on. Bakugo said, taking his hand. They made their way back to the common room where they noticed the others had just gotten back. Hey guys. Did y'all go to the pool? Kirishima asked as he saw them. Yeah, it was fun. Deku said happily. Looks like it. Kaminari teased, raising an eyebrow at Bakugo. So, did you have that race? Zero asked, changing the subject before Bakugo could blast them. Yeah, I kicked his butt. Bakugo said, ignoring Kaminari's comment altogether. Aw man, better luck next time, Midoriya. Kirishima laughed. You guys raced? Mina asked, coming up next to Kirishima. Yeah, we were going to a while back when we used the pool together as a class, but we ran out of time. Deku explained, so Kaken and I had a race today. First we tied, and then when we didn't use our quirks he beat me. Huh, I still think I won the first time too. Bakugo huffed proudly. Deku couldn't help but to smile over at him. Yeah, you did a good job, Kaken. Bakugo blushed and glared at him, squeezing his hand. Don't boost his ego even more, Midoriya, that's the last thing we need. Mina said with a laugh, I gotta go take a bath, I'll be back in it. But she added as she kissed Kirishima's cheek. After that the guys went off as well to go wash up before dinner. Bakugo and Deku went ahead and made their way to the cafeteria. Once everyone was down there they pulled the table over and ate and chatted about the work they did throughout the day. When they were finished, Todoroki walked up to Bakugo and Deku as they were leaving. So, how have you been doing, Midoriya? Oh, well I've been doing great, but I haven't actually left Kaken's side since the other night. He said, embarrassed. Bakugo grumbled, we should probably test the waters again, see how you do. Deku nodded and looked over at Todoroki. Feel like keeping me company, Todoroki? Of course. Todoroki smiled. Will you be alright, Bakugo? Of course I will. Bakugo huffed. Once they got to the common room Bakugo let go of Deku's hand. Alright, I'll see you in a bit. Deku nodded. Okay, Kaken. Deku followed Todoroki to the couch where they sat with Yazu, Hagakure, Ojiro, Jiro, and Kaminari. Hey guys. Kaminari said, where's Bakugo going? Back to his room. Deku said, I'm going to hang out with Todoroki for a bit. Practicing the distance thing again. How has that been going? Do you feel okay? Yayurozu asked. I mean, I don't like it but I'm not panicking like I did that day. Deku admitted, I'm starting to think it's just something that's triggered. Yeah, that's probably all it is. Todoroki agreed. Your therapist wanted you to do this though, so it'll be good to listen and see how things go anyways, just in case. Yeah, I guess you're right. Deku said. I hate that you're dealing with this, Midoriya. Hagakure said, holding onto Ojiro's arm. And sorry about last night, you know we didn't mean anything bad. No, it's fine, Hagakure. I just got weird about it, it was my fault. Deku said with a nervous laugh. I guess Bakugo noticed how you felt and that's why he swooped in how he did, huh? Jiro said with a small smile. He really does know how to read you. Deku blushed as Ojiro added, yeah, he must know you super well. He was so adamant about how you wouldn't be fine on your own when you left too. I'm glad he let us all know and let us help find you. Yeah, Deku said with a sad smile. Kaken really looks out for me. Bakugo laid down once he got to his room, thinking it seemed quiet already not having Deku in there with him. He grabbed his phone and scrolled through some apps, trying to occupy his mind and not message him this time. He blushed suddenly, thinking about how Deku said that to him, in front of the others. The hell was he thinking? You did a good job, Kaken. And with that look in his eye, he knew what he was doing, stupid shit-nerd. Feeling curious, he opened his search bar and looked up reasons for enjoying being called good boy. Could stem from a longing for affection, validation, or emotional comfort. What a load of CRP. Bakugo changed his search to, I like being called a good boy. This is so dumb. The 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁𝗃. He clicked the link and read for a bit, blushing as it talked about sub and dom dynamics. The 𝗬𝗵𝗲 partner enjoys obeying and receiving verbal adoration, while the DMNT partner uses affirming language to control or guide the experience. For example, if the sub is giving a BLWJB, the dom might say, "Your mouth feels so good, baby. Now be a good boy and swallow for me." Bakugo's face turned red and he groaned and rolled over on his stomach, hiding his face in the pillow. The thought of being 𝗬𝗵𝗲 set him off, but he couldn't deny his bnur as he thought about how Deku fed him earlier and all the things he said to him. Bakugo grunted and backed out of the search, deciding that was enough self-discovery for the night. He sat his phone down and hugged the pillow. Whatever. Stupid Aizu. Making me feel weird SHT. He sighed and rolled back over on his back, staring up at the ceiling before thinking about wanting to wear Deku's hoodie again. He hopped up then, deciding to go check the laundry. As he made his way through the common room, he noticed Deku and the others were watching a movie. He couldn't help himself as he walked up and glanced down at Deku. Deku heard him and looked back, perking up at the sight of him. "Kakin? Just checking in on you, nerd." Bakugo said, "Gonna go finish the laundry." "Oh, all right." Deku said then got up. "Can I help?" "Midoriya," Todoroki said, lifting a brow at him. "It's only been 20 minutes. Bakugo blushed and grabbed Deku's hand. "'S fine, nothing has happened so it's dumb to keep doing it anyways." Todoroki watched them walk away with a worried look inside. Deku held onto Bakugo happily as they made their way to the laundry room. Once they were in there, Bakugo pulled him into his arms, nuzzling his face into his neck. "Kakin, you okay?" Deku asked as he hugged him back and put one hand on his head, sliding his fingers into his hair. "This is lame, I missed you." Bakugo grumbled. Deku smiled and nuzzled into him too. "Yeah, I don't like being away from you, Kakin." Bakugo leaned back and kissed him before letting go and finishing up the laundry. They made their way back to the room and he pulled his shirt off and slid on Deku's hoodie. Deku smiled at him and lay down and reached his arms out. "Come here, Kakin." Bakugo flipped the light off and crawled into bed with him, snuggling up in his arms. Deku smiled down at him, petting his head. "Kakin. I love you, Aizu." Bakugo said softly as he yawned. Deku felt like his heart was going to melt and squeezed him tighter. "I love you, Kakin." Bakugo looked up and kissed him, soft, slow kisses before nuzzling back down and falling asleep. The next day, they got up and went through their routine of getting ready, eating breakfast with the others, and heading out to 𝗵𝗃 and the rest of the team. Bakugo and Deku were divided up again today as they needed Deku to help with the public this time, handing out supplies as they were in a worse area affected by Gigantomachia. 𝗵𝗃 thought it best to keep Bakugo with him as they inspected a nearby building for stragglers. They said this building was cleared, but I wanted to make sure before we begin the demolition. People have been known to sneak in even while we're in the middle of working. 𝗵𝗃 explained as they made their way up through the floors. Why not have Cementos come and reinforce the remaining structure instead of rebuilding from scratch? Bakugo asked, curious as they looked around. He's got his hands full in a nearby city right now. Like everyone else, his quirk has limitations. He can only handle so many big projects a day. 𝗵𝗃 explained before stopping, hearing a sound from above them. Bakugo nodded at him and they made their way up to the next level to inspect the sound. As they entered a room, they heard a man's voice from somewhere around them, unable to pinpoint the exact whereabouts, as if echoing all around. "Well, well, well. It must be my lucky day. What the hell, who is that? Come on out." Bakugo barked, annoyed that he couldn't see who was talking. 𝗵𝗃 lifted his hands, getting threads ready for a fight as he sensed the hostility in his voice. "I've been trying to catch you alone, Dynamite, but here you are, making it easy for me." The voice echoed. "Come out and face me then, you big coward." Bakugo taunted as he made sparks with his left hand. "I've been dying for some real action, anyways." "Dynamite, be careful, we don't know if he's alone or what his quirk is," 𝗵𝗃 cautioned, moving behind him to face back to back. They reacted instantly as the man aimed a gun barrel from underneath a desk, shooting at Bakugo. Bakugo used small controlled explosions to push to the side and dodge, careful to not cause any more damage to the already unstable building. He turned at him instantly, firing an AP shot at the desk, blasting it away. The man looked to be in his mid-30s, built physique, and had an unconscious girl in front of him with tape on her mouth and restraints on her arms and ankles. He aimed the gun at her head, smiling. 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝗍 glared at him. "You fiend, release her at once." "Now, why would I do that?" he said, smirking and pressing the gun to her temple. "What do you want so badly that you'd risk doing something so stupid?" Bakugo barked. "The whole area is crawling with heroes. The second you pull the trigger, your only leverage is gone, and you know we're not letting you walk out of here with a hostage. What I wanted was all for one's utopia, a world ruled by the one person who bestowed me with my quirks. I am going to avenge the demon lord," he said as Bakugo and 𝗔𝗫 felt guns pressed to the back of their heads. "Any last words, explosive hero, Katsuki Bakugo?" "Yeah, a few actually." Bakugo huffed, noticing his hand slip and the tip of the gun disappear slightly in the girl's head. "How stupid do you think we are?" 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝗍 grabbed all of the guns with threads that he'd snuck around while Bakugo held his attention. He made quick work of pulling out the ammunition and taking them apart as Bakugo barreled towards him, blasting through the illusion he'd created and slamming him into the floor. Another gun flew out from under his coat and fired at random, sending a bullets flying and one into Bakugo's shoulder before he grabbed it out of the air and blasted it to pieces. He grunted and gritted his teeth, the pain fueling his anger. "You think a little bullet can stop me, you 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍." He slammed his head down and grabbed his wrists with his other hand, holding him down. "You pull any more dumb tricks and I'm blasting you all the way to hell." "Dynamite," 𝗔𝗫 called as he took over, restraining the man with threads. "Are you all right? You need to put pressure on your wound." "I've had worse." Bakugo huffed as he stood and grimaced, placing his hand over the wound. "Kaken," Deku called out as he ran in with 𝗧𝗏 and Kirishima. "Hey, what happened?" Kirishima said, "We heard you guys fighting. Just some nutsack face worshipping fanboy." Bakugo explained, glaring down at him struggling in 𝗔𝗫's bindings. "Well, would you look at that, the other main target has arrived." The man yelled out, laughing as the gun pieces that 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝗍 dismantled lifted and formed back together. "Hey, watch out," Kirishima said as he jumped in front of them, hardening as the guns fired off. Bullets ricocheted off of his body as Bakugo leapt back over the villain and slammed his foot down against his face. "Cut that itchy out." "How does his quirk work?" 𝗧𝗏 asked, taping up the gun pieces after Deku leapt around Kirishima and smashed them with his shoot style. "Dunno, but it's pissing me off. Might have to knock his butt out," Bakugo said, slamming his face against the ground under his boot, causing him to spit out a bloody tooth. You were the ones who ruined everything," he yelled beneath him as he squirmed. "I'll kill you. I'll kill you all." "It's most likely a form of telekinesis quirk, so we do need to sedate him until we get him locked up," 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝗍 said. "𝗧𝗏, take all of the gun parts out of here and give them to the police. Kirishima, inform Edge Shot of the situation while I keep him restrained. It's too dangerous to bring him out near the citizens like this." "Right," they said as they headed out. "Deku, go ahead and take Dynamite out to the first aid station," 𝗔𝗫 said as he took over holding the villain down. Bakugo stepped off of him, looked over at Deku. Deku shuddered, noticing the 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍 coming from beneath his hand and through his fingers as he ran up to him. Kaken. Kaken. What happened?" "Aizu, I'm fine," Bakugo said, concern suddenly overshadowing the blinding pain in his shoulder. "Stupid 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍 shot me. I think the bullet's still in there." Deku threw his arm around his back and walked with him, shaking and watching as the 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍 soaked through his clothes around his hand. His breathing felt uneven and his heart was racing, remembering what he looked like that day. The 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍 coming from his mouth, his chest, there was so much. "Aizu. Stay with me." Bakugo groaned at him as they made their way down the flights of stairs. "Don't go freaking out on me, okay?" It was just one piece of SHT bullet, it's not a big deal. Teach, there's so much BLD, Kaken. Deku stammered, his breathing only growing shakier as he looked at him with panic in his eyes. When Shigaraki dash, that's over, Izuku. I promise, everything's okay. Bakugo said, stopping and facing him, quit looking at the BLD, focus on me. I'm right here. And my shoulder feels like it's on fire, so take me to get it looked at, okay? Deku shuddered as he took a steadying breath and nodded, blinking away his tears. Yeah. Okay, sorry, Kaken. They reached the bottom floor and headed towards the emergency med tent that was set up nearby. Deku led him inside and the nurse that was on standby rushed over to him. Goodness, what happened? I usually just get minor cuts and scrapes. Crazy busy shot me. Bakugo huffed as he moved his hand to let her inspect the wound. Deku had his hand on his other shoulder, still trembling as he watched her turn and grab scissors and gauze. I don't see an exit wound, I'll have to pull the bullet out, she said as she cut open his shirt and pulled it out of the way. Bakugo flinched slightly, gritting his teeth as the searing pain shot down his arm. Of course it was the one that was already injured. And it was just getting better too. Deku sat next to him on the bed, holding his bloody hand in his as they watched her work. She grabbed some numbing medicine, filling the syringe before saying, "This is going to burn pretty bad, but it should stop the pain pretty quickly once it's over." Bakugo nodded and she gave him the injection next to the wound, holding gauze over it to keep the bleeding at bay. Bakugo squeezed Deku's hand and winced at him. "You okay, Aizu?" Deku looked at him and nodded. "I should be asking you that, Kaken." "I'll be fine, this is nothing," Bakugo said, though his whole arm was still screaming in pain. The site of the bullet entry was numb now, but the rest of his arm was burning as though it were on fire. "Alright, I got it out, but it looks like it tore through your muscle pretty bad. Can you move your arm?" the nurse asked. Bakugo nodded and flexed his hand a few times, then lifted his arm, grunting through the pain. "Good, the nerves weren't damaged badly at least. I'm going to stitch you up, then you'll need to follow up at the hospital and probably get some BLD. It looks like you've lost quite a bit." She told him, "You'll need to keep this arm in a sling for a while as well and avoid any sudden movements." Bakugo groaned and Deku rubbed his hand. With his thumb, still watching with a worried face. She finished stitching the wound up and wrapped it. Then she made him put on the sling before letting him leave, even though he protested at first. "Alright, Deku, let's help him stand up slowly," she said, standing close. Deku nodded and Bakugo glared at them. "I don't need any help, I'm fine." As soon as he stood up, the room spun and black circles started appearing in the edges of his vision. Everything was muffled, but it sounded like he could hear Deku calling his name before everything went black. When Bakugo woke up, his body felt heavy as he opened his eyes, squinting from the lights. He was disoriented and didn't remember falling asleep. He felt Deku next to him, holding him in his arms, and closed his eyes back, nuzzling against his chest. "Is it? Kaken, you're awake," Deku said, relieved, voice still shaky from crying. He ran his fingers through his hair, sitting up slightly with him. "Kaken, how are you feeling?" Bakugo grunted against him, tired. "Wait, where are we?" He opened his eyes and sat up, seeing 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝗧𝗔 waiting nearby. He was hooked up to 𝗵𝘃 and there was an empty BLD bag that had been given to him. "How long was I out?" "About an hour. You passed out from the BLD loss and strain that it put on your heart," Deku explained with a worried look. "They said you'll make a full recovery in due time. The bullet was designed to inflict great damage. It fractured your collarbone and tore through an artery. They said it could have been a lot worse had we not gotten you here sooner." 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝗧𝗔 said, "I'm sorry I let that happen, Dynamite. That's the second time I wasn't able to protect you." "Hey, it's not your fault, Denimhead. Stupid Extra was cheating, using guns and..." Bakugo huffed. He looked up as the doctor came in and went over the damage in detail and how they had to treat him. They gave him a printout of aftercare and said he was good to be released now, and that it would be a while before he should use his arm again. Bakugo was said, thinking of how much progress he'd made with his arm just to have some extra F him over. On top of that, he made Deku worry about him. 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝗧𝗔 drove them back to UA and dropped them off, Deku fidgeting and clinging to Bakugo's side the whole time. Are you sure you'll be alright, Bakugo? I can stay if you need. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 offered as they got out. I'm good, don't worry about me. Bakugo said looking back at him, thanks. They said their goodbyes and Bakugo and Deku walked up to his room quietly, holding hands. Once they got up there and shut the door, he looked at Deku and held his arm out. Okay, 𝗬𝗵𝗲. Deku couldn't hold it back anymore then as he started sobbing and hugged him, avoiding his arm in the sling. 𝗧𝗵𝗃. I was so scared, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Bakugo rubbed his back and nuzzled his face against his hair. I know, 𝗧𝗧. He leaned his head back up and grumbled. I'm alright though, just said the hell off. Deku kept crying against him for a moment before looking at him and wiping his face and kissed him, pulling him against him. Bakugo kissed back and gripped the back of his suit. Deku blushed at him before speaking with a broken voice. 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Come on, let's go get cleaned up and get you out of these clothes. Bakugo looked down, realizing he was still in his bloody uniform and Deku's was covered in dirt and dried BLD from him. Yeah, okay, 𝗧𝗧. Deku grabbed them both a clean change of clothes before taking his hand and leading him down the hall. On their way, they saw All Might and Mr. Aizawa walking in their direction. Bakugo, kid, how are you? 𝗧𝗵𝗲 filled me in on what happened. All Might said, concerned and looking him over. Fine. 𝗵𝗵𝗃 just pushed my recovery back some. Bakugo huffed angrily. I'm glad you're alright, Bakugo. Mr. Aizawa said, normally, recovery girl could fix up a wound like that easily, but due to the strain your body has endured the last few weeks, she told me it may be best to let you heal properly on your own. That's fine, I've had worse anyways. Bakugo grumbled, disappointment showing on his face. We'll let you get on now, I'm sure you're ready to get cleaned up. Please take it easy the next few days. All Might told them as they said goodbye. Once they made it to the bath, Deku started to 𝗧𝗔𝗞 out of his uniform and noticed Bakugo grunting, using his hurt arm. No, wait, 𝗧𝗵𝗃, don't do that. Deku said and started undressing him. Let me do it. Bakugo glared at him, then softened his expression, his anger fading as he saw how puffy his face was from crying. Sorry I worried you, 𝗧𝗧. It wasn't your fault, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Deku said, pulling his bracers and equipment off of him. I think it was just the BLD on you. Especially being near your chest, that freaked me out. Yeah. You okay? Bakugo asked as he helped him out of the sling next. Yeah, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Deku said, pulling his suit open and sliding it down off of him. He straightened and held Bakugo's arm gently as Bakugo kicked out of his clothes. Deku slid one hand into his and brought it to his lips, kissing it gently. He kissed up to his shoulder, not getting too close to the wrapped-up wound, then leaned up and kissed his lips. Bakugo melted under his gentle touches and wrapped his other arm around him, deepening the kiss. They pulled back after a few moments and Deku smiled and ran his fingers through his hair, rubbing his head. My 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Bakugo blushed and turned back to the water, careful to keep his bandaged shoulder from getting wet, and started to clean himself. Deku started washing up as well, wanting to keep helping Bakugo but not wanting to make him angry. He noticed Bakugo glancing over at him every now and then and smiled at him, knowing that meant he wanted something. Guess he's okay with it. Thank goodness. He rinsed off quickly and came up behind him and started helping him, scrubbing the dried BLD and dirt from his skin. He washed his hair when he was done and started rinsing him off. Feel better, 𝗧𝗵𝗃? Bakugo said, pouting. He was conflicted with his thoughts, hating having to get help but loving the extra attention from Deku. When Deku was done, he leaned down and kissed the back of his neck while massaging his upper back carefully. I'm so glad you're okay, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Deku cooed against him as he kissed to his ear and brought his hands down his back and around him, hugging him close. Bakugo leaned back into his touch and nuzzled his face to his. 𝗧𝗧, course I'm alright. Deku smiled and kissed him softly before backing up and turning off the water. He took his hand and took him to their towels and started drying him off. Bakugo blushed as he watched him and moved around for him. I can do that myself, 𝗧𝗧. Deku smiled at him. Yeah, but I want to. Bakugo pouted and looked away as Deku finished up and dried himself off as well. Bakugo did stop him from helping him get dressed until he wasn't able to get his shirt on. Deku helped him then and eased his sling on for him, careful to not touch his shoulder or move his arm too much. "Oh, Kaken, we missed lunch," Deku said, embarrassed as his stomach growled. Bakugo huffed a laugh. "All right, I'll make us something. But you should be resting, Kaken," Deku said as they held hands and made their way out. "I can just use my good arm," Bakugo said, "and you could be my helper, I guess." Deku smiled. Wasn't used to Bakugo being so open to help before. It made his heart leap in his chest and he nodded excitedly. "Oh, Kaken." Once in the kitchen, Bakugo ordered Deku around and fussed at him when he did a bad job chopping stuff up and turning the heat up to high, letting water boil over. Deku regretted offering to help and made a mental note to not ever bother Bakugo in the kitchen. Even still, he couldn't help but smile knowing Bakugo had gotten upset at first because they didn't have what they needed for Katsudon. He opted for his own favorite, making mapo tofu. Once they were finished, they sat at the table side by side, their legs and arms brushing against each other's. Kaken, it's a little spicy," Deku said as he grabbed for his drink. "I made it less spicy just so you could handle it, nerd," Bakugo huffed. "It is delicious though," Deku said happily as he ate more. "Is this the recipe you got from Todoroki's sister?" I changed it just a bit, though," Bakugo said. "I wonder how they're all doing." Deku glanced over at him with a sad smile. "Yeah, I've never had a sibling, but I can only imagine losing one would be like losing a best friend, maybe worse." "Yeah, half and half seem to be handling it all right, though. I'm glad they were able to talk to him before he died, at least," Bakugo said as he took another bite. "Still can't believe Endeavor was such a bad dad his son became a villain." "Yeah," Deku said smiling awkwardly, "at least he's trying to do better now." Bakugo grunted and finished his food. When he stood up and reached for his plate to wash it, Deku pulled it out of his reach. "No, I'll do the dishes, Kaken. Just sit back down and wait for me. Don't think you can boss me around, nerd." Bakugo huffed as Deku gathered their dishes and went to the sink. "Hey, don't ignore me either." Deku laughed and got started, smiling back at him. "Kaken, be a good boy and wait for me." Bakugo blushed and pouted at him. "Not fair, Aizu." Deku turned back to doing the dishes and Bakugo came up behind him, resting his chin on his shoulder. He slid his hand around and up his shirt, rubbing his waist and kissed his shoulder and to his neck. Deku blushed and squirmed around a bit as he tried to focus on the dishes. "Kaken." "Don't mind me, Aizu," Bakugo said against his neck, then liked up to his ear, kissing and biting it softly. "Just waiting like you said." Deku finished rinsing the dishes off and setting them aside, then turned to face him. "Kaken." Bakugo pressed against him, pushing him back against the counter and kissed him, running his hand along his face and in his hair. Deku kissed back as he grabbed his waist, pulling against him more and breathing between kisses. "Kaken." Bakugo hummed softly against his lips and slid his leg up against his as Deku ran his hand down his thigh. "Izu what did I say about the PD?" Mr. Aizawa said in an exhausted voice from the entryway. Bakugo and Deku's faces turned bright red as they pulled apart, looking over at an angry Aizawa. Sorry," Deku stammered, embarrassed as Bakugo grunted with an annoyed face, trying to cross his arms before remembering one was in a sling. Aizawa sighed and walked in, holding Eri's hand. "Hi, Deku," she said excitedly. "Oh, Eri. Hey, how have you been?" Deku said happily as he ran over to her. "I've been good," she said as she leapt into his arms holding a piece of paper. "I've been coloring a lot and still practicing my writing, so I made you card." "Ah," Deku said, thinking he would die from cuteness as he held her in one arm and took the paper with the other. "Thank you, Eri." He looked at it and smiled brightly at the hard-to-make-out words and scribbled drawing of her and him eating candied apples. "This is great, I love it. I should have made one for you, Kaken." Eri called out at Bakugo, "You hurt your arm. My power isn't stored up enough to use to fix it right now." Bakugo couldn't help but to smile slightly. "I'll be okay, thanks anyways." "Alright, Eri, let's head back. These two need to rest," Mr. Aizawa said as he took her back from Deku. "Bye, Kaken," Eri said happily as she waved. They said goodbye and waved back, then grimaced as Mr. Aizawa gave them a death glare. Behave. Deku nodded nervously and Bakugo huffed, looking away. Oh yeah, Kaken. Deku mentioned, glancing at his neck. Earlier, at the hospital. They sort of thought the hickey I gave you was an injury from the fight, till they noticed I'd left a bite mark. Bakugo blushed and smacked his hand over his face. Geez, Aizu. Was Genis there when they noticed? Deku's face turned red as he nodded with a guilty look. Yeah, they didn't say anything else, just gave me a look. I was so embarrassed that I stopped crying. Bakugo huffed a laugh at him. If only Aizawa would think it's just a wound too. Deku smirked, then said, oh yeah, let's go to my room, Kaken. I'll go ahead and start moving my stuff over to your room. Okay, sounds good. Bakugo said as he took his hand. Once they got to Deku's room, he grabbed a sports bag and filled it with more clothes and things. Bakugo noticed his notebook on his desk and his chest ached at the memories it brought up. He walked over to it and put his hand on it, remembering how he tossed it and the awful words he said to Deku that day. If you really want to be a hero that badly, there might be another way. Just pray that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life and take a swan dive off the roof. Bakugo shuddered, pain erupting in his chest. God, I said that to him. Izuku of all people. My Izuku. Kaken. Deku called out, noticing what he was doing. Bakugo took a steadying breath, trying to shove the emotions down as he slid his hand off and looked back at Deku. He opened his mouth to say something, but he just couldn't help the thoughts in his head clouding his mind as tears burned the backs of his eyes. Izuku. Deku dropped his bag and walked up to him, wrapping his arms around him but careful not to press against his arm. Bakugo trembled and kept his arms at his sides, staring blankly ahead as Deku held him. What the hell is wrong with me? What the hell did I do to you, Izuku? Ready to go back to our room, Kaken? Deku said, rubbing his back. Bakugo shuddered as Deku let go and took his hand. He grabbed his bag back up and put the notebook in it before tugging him along. Once they got back to their room, he put the bag down to the side and looked back at Bakugo. He pulled him to the bed and laid down, pulling him carefully against him and ran his hand up to his head, petting it softly. Bakugo couldn't understand how someone he treated so terribly before could be so tender with him now as he trembled against him. Deku ran his hand down his face and lifted it up, kissing away a tear from his cheek. Kaken. Sorry. Bakugo rasped, I'm so sorry. I know, Kaken. It's okay. Deku cooed as he kept running his fingers through his hair. Aizu. Bakugo cried softly, I'm the worst, Aizu. Deku shook his head and kissed his tears again, then rolled him over on his back and crawled over him. Kaken. It's okay, Kaken. Bakugo sniffled and shook his head. No, Aizu. Deku kissed his cheeks and nose with soft, gentle kisses, wishing there was some way to make him stop thinking about it. I gotta distract him. Bakugo sniffled up at him and held onto his arm as Deku leaned up and smiled softly at him. My Kaken. Bakugo wiped his face and shuddered again. Deku leaned back down and kissed his lips, then, soft and slow. Bakugo didn't kiss back until Deku bit his lip. Kaken? Kiss me, Kaken. Bakugo's breath came out shaky, but he listened then and kissed him back, gripping onto his shirt. So, Kaken. Deku said between kisses, you told me before I could do whatever I wanted to you. Right? Bakugo blushed, caught off guard and peeked up at him and nodded. I can't move you around too much, but I can still make you feel good, Kaken. Deku cooed against his ear, kissing it as he rubbed the outside of his breathes. Bakugo squirmed slightly from his touch and wrapped his arm around him, nuzzling his face against his. Deku smiled and kissed him before leaning up. I want you in my lap, Kaken. Let's get these off first, he said as he tugged at his breathes. He pulled them off of him and sat up and motioned for him to come here. Bakugo blushed and sniffled as he sat up. He crawled over and straddled him, wrapping his arm around him and looking down at him. His eyes still had small tears trying to escape, but his breathing was evening out as he settled down against him. Good boy, Kaken. Deku cooed as he looked up and kissed him, running one hand along his thigh and the other gently holding his face. He pulled back and 𝗧𝗏 on his fingers, getting them wet. Bakugo squirmed slightly above him as he watched. Deku blushed slightly and pulled his fingers out and put them to Bakugo's lips. Here, you do it, 𝗧𝗂𝗃. Bakugo opened his mouth, blushing as Deku rubbed his fingers against his tongue and into his mouth. Bakugo grinded down against him and 𝗧𝗏 them, whining slightly. Just like that, 𝗧𝗂𝗃. Deku cooed before sliding them back out, drool running down the side of his mouth. 𝗵𝗃. Bakugo said softly, pouting down at him. Deku slid his hand down and rubbed his fingers against him then, making him 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝐿 slightly at the touch. You're so cute, 𝗧𝗂𝗃. Bakugo blushed even more and laid his face down against his shoulder and whined. Deku kissed his neck softly and slid his finger in, rubbing it in and out gently. Bakugo breathed against him, clinging to the back of his shirt. You like that, 𝗧𝗂𝗃? Deku asked as he kissed up to his ear. Bakugo shuddered slightly and nodded. Deku slid another finger in, drawing out more sounds from Bakugo. There you go, 𝗧𝗂𝗃. I want to hear more. You're being so quiet. Bakugo whined against him before leaning back and pressing his forehead to his 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝐼𝐧. Deku smiled softly at him and kissed him, pushing his fingers in harder. Bakugo ummed against his lips, kissing back and grinding down against his hand. 𝐈𝐧𝐿. 𝗵𝗃. 𝗧𝗂𝗃. I love the way you say my name. Deku said against his lips, kissing and 𝗧𝗏ing on his bottom lip. I love you, 𝗳𝗧. I love you so much. Bakugo breathed against him between kisses. I love you, 𝗧𝗂𝗃, more than anything. Deku said softly, kissing him a bit harder between words. He started rubbing his fingers in him a bit faster, making him squirm and whimper more against him. 𝗵𝗃. I want you, 𝗳𝗧. Bakugo pleaded against him. I can't, 𝗧𝗂𝗃, you're hurt. Deku said, still pumping his fingers inside him. Come from my fingers, 𝗧𝗂𝗃. Bakugo nuzzled his head against his shoulder again and kissed and bit it, whining against him. Deku slid his hand up his thigh and under his shirt to his back, holding on to him as he kept going with his fingers. Bakugo breathed against him, legs starting to tremble as Deku nuzzled against his neck and bit it, 𝗧𝗏ing on it and humming against him. 𝗧𝗏𝗃. I want you to come for me, 𝗧𝗃. Bakugo cried out against him, his toes curling. That's right, 𝗧𝗃𝗃, come on. Deku cooed and 𝗧𝗏 on his neck again. Be my good boy and come, 𝗧𝗃𝗃. Bakugo cried out again, squeezing his legs around him and clawing at his back as he came, trembling against him. Deku smiled and kissed his neck softly, rubbing his back as he slowed his fingers. Good job, 𝗧𝗃𝗃. Bakugo relaxed against him, breathing and catching his breath. Deku slid his fingers out slowly and laid him back down gently, kissing him. Bakugo kissed back, completely lax as he held onto his shirt. Deku pulled back then and sighed down at him. We gotta change your shirt now, 𝗧𝗃𝗃. Bakugo pouted and leaned up so Deku could take his sling off and pull his shirt off of him. He wiped him with it, getting the last of the cum off his stomach before tossing it in the laundry basket. Feeling better, 𝗧𝗃𝗃. Deku said, smiling and leaning back down to nuzzle against his face and neck. I want you, 𝗳𝗧. Bakugo said softly in his ear, rubbing his hand below the seam of his breathes. 𝗧𝗃𝗃. Deku whined, I'm sorry but we can't. You're hurt. It'll be fine, 𝗳𝗧. Please. Bakugo beckoned as he grabbed his PP, rubbing it slowly. 𝗧𝗃𝗃. Deku stopped suddenly and they both froze as a knock came from the door. Hey guys. You okay, Bakugo? We heard you passed out earlier. Kirishima said from the door. Bakugo groaned and let go of Deku reluctantly as Deku leaned off of him, face turning red. Yeah, he's all right now. Deku said back as he glanced back at Bakugo. Can I come in? Kirishima asked, making Bakugo stiffen up, trying to see if the door was locked. Hang on, we'll be out in a minute. Deku said as he and Bakugo exchanged a look. Deku hopped up and grabbed Bakugo's 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 and helped him get dressed. Bakugo shook his head no for the shirt, not wanting to lift his arm again yet. With the pain medicine and the excitement both dying down, the pain was coming back in full force. It was a dull ache at the sight of the wound with a sharp pain down his arm at every little movement. Ding, maybe I should keep the sling on. He got up and grabbed the sling as Deku came back in from washing his hands and helped him put it on. He pouted at him slightly, upset that they didn't get to continue. Deku smiled at him and kissed him softly, then they made their way out. They found Kirishima and Mina and 𝗧𝗏 in the common room chatting before noticed them and waved them down. Bakugo, are you alright? Mina asked as they walked up. I can't believe someone shot you. Yeah, it was some crazy 𝗓𝗏𝗏 fanatic. Bakugo grumbled, voice still rough from crying. Yeah, we heard from the police he was a jailbreaker that practically worshipped 𝗓𝗏. 𝗧𝗏 explained, he had multiple quirks including some kind of sense manipulation and pherokinesis. Apparently they said he was quirkless before 𝗓𝗏 found him. That explains why he made shitty use of his power. Bakugo huffed, dumbass extra. I can't believe he was targeting us like that, Deku said. We got lucky that he didn't really have experience. That's scary, you guys. You need to be careful next time you're out. Mina said, worried. Bakugo glanced at Deku, remembering they were going to go out tomorrow. I hope Mr. Aizawa doesn't try and make us stay home. And 𝗵𝗏, I have to wear this stupid sling too. Anyways, we're about to head to the cafeteria for dinner. You guys coming? Kirishima said as he put his arm around Mina. We ate a late lunch. Bakugo said as he looked at Deku. Deku nodded. Yeah, I'm still full, you guys go ahead. As they headed out, Bakugo and Deku stayed in the common room and sat on the couch together, turning on the TV. Bakugo let go of his hand and pulled his arm up and around him, nuzzling closer and resting his head on him. Deku was careful to keep his hand light and still against his arm and kissed his forehead. You okay, Kaken? Hell no, I'm said. He grumbled back. Deku made a face at him. We didn't need to do that anyways, Kaken. Yeah, whatever. He huffed. I want him. I want him so bad. My Aizu. They watched TV for a bit then before Bakugo pouted and looked over at him. Hey, Aizu. Yeah, what is it, Kaken? Deku asked. He blushed and looked away. We'll still go out tomorrow, right? Deku smiled and nodded. Yeah, Kaken, of course. Although, I'm not sure what all we can do with your arm like that. Why not go see a movie? Mina said as they came up behind them. Oh hey guys. Deku said smiling back at them. How about that, Kaken? Me and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 were actually planning on a movie date tomorrow. We could do a double date. Kirishima said excitedly as him and Mina joined them on the couch. Bakugo actually didn't mind the idea and noticed Deku seemed really happy to hear it. Yeah, that sounds alright. Nice. Mina said happily as she snuggled up to Kirishima. Let's pick out a movie, you guys. They all leaned over and looked at Mina's phone as she pulled up the available movies and showtimes for the nearby theater. They agreed on one that was the new sequel to a popular hero movie they'd all seen before about a group of heroes from the US. Ah man, I'm so excited. I didn't even know that was out already. Deku said happily. Heck yeah, it's gonna be awesome. Mina said. Yeah, since the movie is later in the day we could go grab lunch and hang out at the mall till time to go. Kirishima said, that sound good to you guys? Yeah. Deku said, oh, yeah, isn't there a place in the mall that does piercings? Yeah, there is. Mina said, after talking about it the other day I was wanting to get mine done. I'm glad you brought it up. Kaken also wants his done. Deku said happily as he glanced at Bakugo. Oh yeah, Blasty. We can get it done together. Mina said excitedly. Bakugo nodded. Yeah, let's do it. Awesome, this'll be great, you guys. Kirishima said. They chatted for a bit longer as some of the others joined them, asking about Bakugo's wound and everything that had happened. Bakugo was feeling exhausted from the long day and having to explain everything so many times and nudged Deku, pouting at him slightly. I think we're going to head on to bed, guys. Deku said after giving Bakugo a soft smile. They got up as everyone said goodnight and made their way back to the room. How are you feeling, Kaken? Ready for bed? Deku asked as he closed the door behind him and went over to the desk. Bakugo grunted and nodded and sat on the bed as he watched him grab the pain meds the doctors gave for him. He grabbed some water and brought them to him, and Bakugo took it, thinking he should have taken some sooner. Thanks. Once he sat the water down, he took off the sling carefully and lay down, waiting for Deku. Deku smiled at him and turned off the light before lying down, having him snuggle up into his arms and kissed his head. Good night, Kaken. Bakugo nuzzled against him and let out a relaxed sigh. Good night, 𝗧𝗲𝗄𝗧. Deku ran his hand up to his hair, running his fingers through it as Bakugo started to doze off. I love you, Kaken. HMN. Love you. Bakugo said, half asleep already. During the night, Bakugo started dreaming of the battle again. The dull ache in his shoulder reminding him of the pain he felt throughout his body as his heart was burst open and arm completely shattered. His emotions from earlier was only fueling the bad dreams taking hold of his mind. Gotta win. Right, Izuku? He raced towards Shigaraki, his explosions coming from all over, giving him immense speed. Right side. He dodged the attack and landed one of his own. My whole body hurts. He went for him again, his destroyed arm still firing off explosions. So, Izuku, can I still catch up to you? Shigaraki launched at him. Everyone tried to jump in the way. They were too late. His heart was destroyed in an instant. Everything was cold, his suit soaked with BLD and rain, and yet he couldn't feel anything at all. Bakugo jerked awake, unable to catch his breath as he surged forwards, gripping at his chest. He winced and grunted at the searing pain in his shoulder from his sudden movement. Deku stirred from his sleep and reached out, worried. Kaken? Kaken, are you okay? He leaned up, grabbing onto his arm. Izuku. Bakugo rasped, taking in his surroundings through his panic. Izuku is here. Alive. Kaken, what happened, Kaken? Deku asked with a shaky voice as he rubbed his back and slid his hand down his arm to his hand that was still gripping at his chest. Was it a dream? Are you hurting? Bakugo kept breathing for a moment, trying to steady his breathing as his body trembled. Kaken, breathe, Kaken. Deku cooed as he held onto his hand and leaned so his face was in front of him. Deep breath, okay. Bakugo looked at him and nodded, taking in a big breath as Deku counted, 1, 2, 3, 4. Pay out slowly. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bakugo took a few more steadying breaths as his body relaxed slightly, tension he didn't realize he had easing out of him. He held onto Deku's hand and faced him then. Izuku. Sorry. Hey, it's okay, Kaken. I'm just glad you're okay. Deku said even though he was trembling as well. He sniffled a bit and wiped tears from his eyes. You are okay, right? Bakugo nodded and wrapped his arm around him, pulling him close. Deku wrapped his arms around him as well as they both nuzzled their faces into each other's necks. Bakugo shuddered again as he rasped, I love you, 𝗧𝗲𝗄𝗧. I love you too, Kaken. Deku said, squeezing him just a bit more. Bakugo leaned into him more, wishing he could wrap his other arm around him as well. When that happened, 𝗧𝗲𝗄𝗧, I was thinking of you. The whole time. Deku blushed and nuzzled into him more as he listened. I was thinking about everything. How you'd fought through pain like that, time and time again. You always came out on top too. I used to be scared of how strong you were getting. But I loved it too. Bakugo said, tears streaming down his cheeks as his voice broke. I'm glad I got a second chance. To stay with you. And be by your side. To apologize properly. I thought I would never see you again, 𝗧𝗲𝗄𝗧. Kaken. Deku cried softly. Bakugo gripped onto the back of his shirt and nuzzled into him more, wiping his tears against him. I love you, Izuku. I love you so much it hurts. Deku pulled back, still sobbing, and kissed him as he lifted his face. Bakugo kissed back, slow, desperate, as their tears kept falling. I love you, Kaken. Deku said between kisses as he brought his hands to his face. I love you, I love you. Bakugo crawled over and sat between his legs, wrapping his legs around his waist and threw his arm back around him. Deku wrapped his arms around him, rubbing his back as they nuzzled into each other. Bakugo said softly against his shoulder, catching his breath from crying, "I love you, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Deku cried softly, "I dunno what I would have done without you. I can't picture my life without you, 𝗂𝗂." Bakugo gripped onto his shirt again as he shuddered against him. "You'll never be without me, Izuku. If you'll have me, I'll stay by your side for the rest of our lives. I won't ever let you go, 𝗧𝗼. I love you so much." Deku loosened his grip enough for him to lean up and into a kiss again, harder this time as they pushed into each other, desperate and needy. Minutes passed by before they finally slowed, pulling back to catch their breath and wipe their faces. They were sniffling and gave each other a broken smile at how much they'd cried. Plus, Deku put his hand on Bakugo's face, rubbing the scar on his cheek with his thumb. "I love you, 𝗂𝗂. I want you forever." Bakugo nodded and put his hand over his and kissed it softly. Deku leaned back then and Bakugo crawled over, lying down against his side as they wrapped their arms around each other, careful to move his hurt arms slowly. He nuzzled his head against his chest, both of them relaxing into each other before falling back asleep. The next morning, Bakugo woke up to Deku petting his head and holding his hand. His body felt heavy from the pain medicine and his shoulder was tingling slightly. Deku's warmth was comforting though, and his fingers running through his hair was soothing him. "𝗓𝗵𝗃. Bakugo mumbled, blinking awake. "Good morning, 𝗂𝗂." Deku said softly as he smiled down at him, "How are you feeling?" Bakugo nuzzled against him and slid his fingers between his, holding onto his hand. "M'alright. How about you?" "Yeah, I'm good, 𝗂𝗂," Deku said as he kissed his head. Bakugo looked up and kissed his lips softly. "Is it time for breakfast yet?" "Yeah, I wasn't sure if I should wake you or not," Deku told him with an awkward smile. Bakugo grunted and sat up. "Let's go, I'm hungry." "Alright, 𝗂𝗂," Deku said as he joined him. Bakugo grabbed Deku's hoodie and had him help him with the sleeve as he put it on. Deku helped him put the sling on next, then remembered they had their double date later. "Oh, what should we wear, 𝗂𝗂?" Deku said as he looked through his clothes. "I'm wearing this. I'll put some jeans on though," Bakugo said as he made his way over and grabbed a pair. He changed out of his sweatpants and into the black jeans that had a chain on the side. Deku decided to wear Bakugo's hoodie and some black jeans as well to match him, smiling to himself as he grabbed them. Once he was ready, he held his hand as they made their way to the cafeteria. Deku noticed Bakugo walked a bit closer today and was still a bit quiet compared to his usual self. Mina waved at them excitedly as everyone said good morning. They joined them at the table and Deku kept one hand on Bakugo's thigh, rubbing it slowly with his thumb. Bakugo slid his foot around behind Deku's and pulled it between his as he ate. They all chatted and asked about Bakugo's injury and their plans for the day. Once they finished up, most of them gathered in the common room. Bakugo and Deku joined Kirishima and Mina on the couch, and Deku noticed a message from his mom asking him when he would come visit. "Oh, 𝗂𝗂, would you feel like visiting our parents for a bit before we go out today?" Deku asked as Bakugo nuzzled into him. "Yeah. Let's just go to your mom's today and we can stop by my house tomorrow. I don't feel like rushing around all day," Bakugo said against him as Deku held him close, rubbing his arm. "Yeah, that makes sense," Deku said as he smiled down at him. "He's so cuddly today. Even in front of everyone. Don't lose track of time, you guys." Mina chimed in. "I'm so excited for later." "Yeah, we won't," Deku said as Bakugo leaned off of him so they could get up. "Yeah, I'll message you when we leave, Kirishima, and we can meet up then," Bakugo told him as he took Deku's arm. "Alright man. See you guys later," Kirishima said happily. They said goodbye and made their way to the train station and headed to Deku's house. Usually they held hands, but Bakugo was clinging to Deku's arm still and nuzzling his head down against his shoulder this time as they made their way there. About halfway there he tugged Deku's arm around him, nuzzling closer like when they cuddled on the couch, making Deku blush at the looks they were getting. "𝗂𝗂 really is clingy today. I hope he's okay." When they got to Deku's house, it was really nostalgic for Bakugo, as he hadn't been there since they were kids. He opted for just holding his hand as they made their way to the door, considering they'd be with Deku's mom. "It's about time you come and see me," 𝗵𝗃 said as she welcomed them, "and hello, Katsuki. You boys come on inside." "Hey, Mom," Deku said as he went in, and Bakugo nodded at her. "So how has the restoration process been going? They're not working you two to hard, are they?" 𝗵𝗃 asked as she joined them on the couch. Bakugo felt a bit nervous being back there and around Deku's mom, knowing how their relationship was now. He was still holding his hand and blushed slightly, wishing he could snuggle up to him again, but knowing that would be insanely awkward. I wonder what she thinks of this anyways. Her son being with a guy. And it being me of all people. Does she know anything about how I treated him before? She would hate me if she did. No, we've been on light duty for the most part and only allowed to stay for half the day. Deku explained, though, after the accident with the villain yesterday, I'm not sure how things will go next week. Bakugo grimaced slightly at the thought. SHD didn't even think about that. They better not try and put me on bed rest again. Bakugo grumbled. Maybe not. Deku said with a nervous laugh. Well, I just want you to make sure you heal properly. 𝗵𝗃 said, smiling over at him, then looked back at Deku. So, you said you boys are going to be hanging out with friends later? Yeah. We're going out to eat and to see a movie with Kirishima and Mina. Deku said happily. That sounds fun. 𝗵𝗃 said, then gave them a knowing look. So, is it a date? Mom. Deku blushed and gave her an exasperated look. Bakugo squeezed his hand and pouted slightly, glancing away. Why? I knew it. 𝗵𝗃 beamed. I mean, you make it so obvious, Izuku. I don't know why you wouldn't just tell me you were dating before. Well, that's 'cause we weren't when you mentioned it before. Deku explained, feeling embarrassed. She cooed, making them both blush and fidget around. And what is that? Did you boys get matching necklaces? Deku blushed even more and nodded, suddenly wishing they didn't come visit. Bakugo couldn't help but feel a bit relieved, glad she was so accepting of them being together. They chatted for a bit more, and when Deku left to run to the bathroom, Bakugo looked over at her and said, Hey, thank you. For being okay with us. With me. Oh, what do you mean, honey? 𝗵𝗃 said, surprised. Of course this is okay with me. You make my boy so happy, and that means the world to me. Bakugo blushed and nodded, feeling overwhelmed with emotion again. I'm glad then. He means a lot to me. You mean a lot to him, too, Katsuki. You know, it's also a plus because I'm such good friends with your mom. 𝗵𝗃 said happily, then gave him a teasing smile. We'll have to have more family get-togethers. When you two get married. Mom. Deku said as he came back into the room red-faced. What are you talking about with him? Bakugo was red-faced as well as he felt his heart leap at the idea. Married. Izuku and I. 𝗵𝗃 put up her hands. Hey, I'm sorry. Your mother is just excited for you. Is that so bad? Deku sat back down next to Bakugo, taking his hand as he gave her a look. 𝗵𝗃 laughed and softened her expression. Well, you two just focus on school for now anyways. I'm so happy you want to be a teacher, Izuku. You're going to do so well. Yeah, I'm really starting to look forward to it. Deku said happily, then glanced at Bakugo with a sad smile. Though, I will hate not getting to do hero work anymore when the embers are gone. Bakugo squeezed his hand, remembering the suit they're working on secretly. You'll get to, Izuku. That's all right, I would have left you in the dust anyways. Bakugo teased. Nah. Deku said, giving him a playful smile. It's gonna be all right, sweetie. 𝗵𝗃 added. Her tone turned teasing then as she said, though, I don't see how you two can go into separate career paths when you never leave each other's sides. Deku blushed again and smiled nervously, fidgeting with Bakugo's hand. How's therapy going, by the way? She asked them. We've only been the one time, we go back on Monday. Deku told her, I've been doing better, well, until Kaken got hurt. Yeah, but you held it together more this time. Bakugo said, looking over at him, you did good, all things considered. Deku nodded, thanks, Kaken. Oh shoot. 𝗵𝗃 said, standing up. What is it, Deku asked as he watched her grab her keys. I forgot I needed to grab some things for lunch later. I'm having the neighbors over. They were out of work for quite some time after everything that's happened and don't have much food. 𝗵𝗃 explained as she got ready to leave. Thank you boys for coming by. I hope you enjoy your date later. Izuku, honey, will you lock up when you leave? Thanks mom, we will. And yeah, I got it. Deku said. She waved bye at them and headed out the door. Once she'd left, Deku looked over at Bakugo and started to apologize for all the stuff she'd been saying. Before he could get the words out, Bakugo wrapped his arm around him and nuzzled into him. You okay, Kaken? I'm sorry Deku started as he wrapped his arms around him. It was fine, Aizu. Bakugo said, cutting him off. As annoying as it is, I'm honestly relieved too. Relieved? About what, Kaken? Deku asked as he turned to him more and ran his fingers up through his hair. That she was so accepting of us. He explained, blushing against him. I mean, I don't need anyone's approval to be with you, but the fact that we have it makes it better. Ah, Kaken. Yeah, I never even really thought about that. Deku admitted, Mom doesn't really care about that kind of thing. She just wanted me to get married one day in general. Yeah, I just knew my mom had mentioned wanting grandkids once before when asking me why I wasn't dating anyone. I couldn't tell her that well, you know. Bakugo stammered. Wait, you mean you've always preferred guys, Kaken? Deku said, surprised. Bakugo kept his face hidden against him and nodded before saying, well. I just knew I wasn't attracted to women like all the other guys were. I mean, I wasn't really attracted to guys all that much either. Until I started liking you. I dunno, it's hard to explain. Oh, I think I get it, Kaken, Deku said after thinking about it for a moment. In SEC ed class I think they called that demisexual. It's when you don't feel SXL attraction towards anyone until there's a strong emotional bond. Yeah. Bakugo looked up at him. Well, there's definitely that. Deku blushed and smiled down at him. Yeah. Hey, Aizu, I want to see your room. Bakugo said, leaning back. Oh, sure, Kaken. Deku said as he took his hand. They got up and made their way to Deku's room. He had just a few things still lying around as most of his stuff was at his dorm at UA. Bakugo huffed a laugh at the All Might posters and action figures and shook his head, stalker level. Haha. Deku said at him and sat on the edge of his bed. You gonna collect SHT like this of me when I'm a pro nerd? Bakugo said as he examined all the figurines. Deku blushed and pouted, looking away. I mean, not if you're just gonna tease me for it. Bakugo looked over at him, smiling. Oh, I'm gonna tease you regardless. And when we live together, we're not having our house decorated in All Might's. Oh, come on, just a little, Deku said playfully. I know you love All Might too. Yeah, not this much though. We can have some stuff, but not all throughout the house. Bakugo said as he joined him on the bed. Fine. Deku smiled, and I'm totally going to get a great explosion murder god dynamite action figure. Bakugo laughed. DMN right. You can even keep it on your desk while you're teaching. Deku blushed at that and laughed softly. I probably will. When my students ask about it, I'll tell them it's my favorite hero, Kaken. Don't go teaching kids to call me that. Bakugo huffed. Yeah, I won't, Deku said, leaning close. 'Cause you're just Kaken for me only. Bakugo pouted at him slightly, leaning in as well. Yeah. Just before their lips could meet, Deku leaned back and said, and Kaminari started calling you that, have you noticed? He's just teasing 'cause you call me that, nerd. Bakugo said, giving him an amused smile. Yeah, well? Deku said, pouting slightly, you're my Kaken. You jealous of Dunce's face? Bakugo asked with a laugh. No. Deku said, glancing away, I mean. I'd just rather be the only one that calls you that. Yeah. Bakugo said, grabbing his shirt and pulling him back to him. Don't worry, Aizu. I only like it when you say it anyways. Good. Deku said as he closed the gap and brought their lips together. My Kaken. Bakugo kissed back, loosening his grip on his shirt. Deku slid his hands down to his waist, kissing him deeper as Bakugo leaned into him more. He slid his hand up to his shoulder. using him as leverage as he twisted around, throwing his leg over him and sat in his lap, kissing him harder. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗃. Deku said against his lips, sliding his hands down and back up below his hoodie, grabbing onto his waist. 𝗧𝗏. I want you 𝗧𝗏. Bakugo said softly between kisses. But, 𝗃𝗃, you dash, Deku started before Bakugo kissed him harder and deeper. This'll probably be our only chance for a bit. Bakugo reasoned as he pulled back slightly, we'll be spending the rest of the day with Kiri and Mina. And the extras will be home all day tomorrow too. Yeah, but your shoulder, 𝗃𝗃. Deku reasoned, I can just dash. Bakugo slid his hand down the front of his breathes, grabbing his PP as he breathed against his lips. You can just stick your PP in me, 𝗧𝗏. Deku shuddered and kissed him again, gripping his waist a bit tighter. Are you sure it's okay, 𝗃𝗃? Yes, 𝗧𝗏, it'll be fine. Bakugo beckoned between kisses as he rubbed his PP. Please. I want you, Izuku. Oh wait, 𝗃𝗃. Deku said, pulling back slightly. We don't have anything to use. Shit. Bakugo groaned and dropped his head against his shoulder, grinding down against him. Surely there's something here we can use. Look it up, see what's. Even if there is, Mom could be back soon. Deku said nervously. It's only been like 5 minutes, and we can make it quick. Bakugo huffed as he let go of him and crawled out of his lap. 𝗃𝗃. Deku whined as he followed him down the hall and into the kitchen. He walked in behind him and found him already peeping through the cabinets until he pulled out some almond oil. He whipped out his phone doing a quick search before smirking at Deku. Jackpot. Deku blushed as Bakugo grabbed his hand, pulling him back to his room. Are you sure, 𝗃𝗃? I don't want to hurt you. Deku said as he fidgeted his hands together. Bakugo locked the door and turned to him, walking him back to the bed and shoving him down on it. Deku yelped and looked up at him. 𝗃𝗃. The sight of his nervousness and looking up at him as though he was scared brought back the bad memories again, rocking him to his core. He had that same fear in his eyes as when he'd shove him down before, when he bullied him. It made his chest ache worse than the dull pain in his shoulder, overshadowing everything else. Whatever, you're really starting to piss me off. Bakugo huffed as he tossed the oil on the bed and turned around. Deku gulped, scared that he really upset him. He got up and came up behind him, wrapping his arms around him. 𝗃𝗃, I just don't want you pushing yourself. Bakugo grunted and tried to pull out of his arms, but Deku kept holding on. 𝗃𝗃, 𝗃𝗃. Thing, let me go, stupid 𝗧𝗏. Bakugo barked, his whole body beginning to tremble. It's me, not you. So why am I taking it out on you? Deku held on tighter. Oh, I didn't mean to upset you, you know that right, 𝗃𝗃. I was just worried about you. I'm sorry. Bakugo groaned and gave up trying to pull away. I don't like you worrying about me. Well, if you're really sure it won't hurt you, then we can do it, 𝗃𝗃. Deku said, holding him and trying to get him to look at him. You make it sound like you don't even want to, so forget it. Bakugo said, feeling overwhelmed and grabbing at his chest. The hell is wrong with me? These stupid thing emotions are pissing me off. Deku groaned at him slightly and turned him around. 𝗃𝗃, you know that's not it, you're being unreasonable. Bakugo was taken aback for a moment and glared back at him. I am not. I told you I was fine, 𝗧𝗏. You're the one to chicken shit to do anything. Deku huffed and kept one hand on his waist and grabbed his throat with the other and pulled him forward, kissing him hard. Bakugo grunted and closed his eyes, melting into him instantly. He kissed back just as hard, letting out his frustration as he slid his hand behind Deku's head and gripped his hair. Deku pushed against him, walking him backwards until he was pressed against the wall, breathing against him between kisses. Bakugo arched into him as Deku slid his hand down his waist to his thigh and lifted his leg up, pressing between them and grinding into him. He squeezed his neck slightly, making soft 𝗵𝗃𝗃 escape from Bakugo's lips before sliding his hand behind his neck to pull him even closer. Bakugo grunted and bit down on Deku's bottom lip before speaking in a shaky voice. I hate this, 𝗧𝗏. Deku froze and looked at him scared, loosening his grip on him. What do you mean? 𝗃𝗃. The way my chest hurt. When I thought you didn't want to do this. I get it that you're just worried, but it made me feel these stupid feelings, Bakugo said as tears threatened to spill out. He reached up and gripped at his chest again. I just want you, Izuku. I want you, and I want you to want me, but I don't even deserve that dash. Kaken, you already know I want you. Deku said, relaxing against him even as his heart raced. He slid his hand up to his head, running his fingers through his hair. Kaken, I was just scared because of your injury. He leaned in and kissed him again and kissed to his ear. 'Cause if we do it, then I'm going to be rough with you, Kaken. Bakugo shuddered and grabbed his shirt before biting his ear and liking it. Then be rough. That's what I want, you butt. Deku leaned back and grabbed his other thigh, picking him up against him. Bakugo wrapped his legs around his waist and held on with his arm as Deku walked him to the bed and laid him down. Bakugo shoved his breeds and boxers off as Deku threw off his shirt and kicked out of his breeds as well. He grabbed the oil then and crawled over him, pressing down between his legs. Bakugo breathed up at him, watching him get his fingers ready before leaning down and kissing him. He jerked as Deku shoved a finger in suddenly, all the way. Deku kissed him hard and deep as he pumped his finger inside him and worked in another. Chimin. F-Izu. Bakugo groaned against him, curling his toes. Kaken. Deku-ku'd, you've been being so needy, Kaken. H-men. Bakugo whined as Deku pressed into the sensitive spot again and again. Yeah, sorry Izu. Deku kissed down his cheek to his ear. Are you gonna feel better if I F you, Kaken? Bakugo nodded. Emichim. Yes, Izu. Deku kissed his ear and down his neck as he slowed his fingers and pulled them out, making him squirm. Okay, Kaken. Bakugo wrapped his legs around his waist as Deku took his wet fingers and started rubbing his pages. You sure you want it, Kaken? Deku said as he pressed the tip against him, still a bit nervous as he glanced at his arm in the sling. Bakugo gripped onto his arm and nodded again. Yes, Izu, I want you please. Kaken. Deku rasped as he pushed in and leaned down over him, making him cry out, I really love when you beg me like that, Kaken. Bakugo shuddered as he felt him go in all the way. Izu, you feel so good. Yeah, Kaken. Deku cooed against his ear as he pulled out and back in hard. You feel good too, Kaken. Bakugo wrapped his arm around him and clawed into his back as he breathed and whined. Izu. Deku gripped onto his hair and kissed him deep, pushing in and out of him in slow rhythmic movements. Kaken. You know I love you. Right, Kaken. Bakugo nodded, his emotions from before resurfacing. Wait. I love you so much. Kaken. Deku said, looking down at him and rubbing his fingers through his hair. I'm sorry I made you feel bad. Bakugo squeezed his legs tighter around him and whined up at him. Izu. It wasn't your fault. I'm just effing emotional right now. Deku kissed him again, softly this time before saying, What's wrong, Kaken? I dunno. Bakugo said between breaths, Deku still pushing in and out of him slowly. I love you. So much. That I get overwhelmed. I need you closer. Right in that moment, and I know it was 'cause of the injury you were hesitant, but it made me feel like. As if you just didn't want me. Kaken. Deku cooed at him, pressing small gentle kisses against his cheeks. I always want you, Kaken. I wanted you so badly last night too. But I gotta take care of you. Your heart is mine now, remember? Bakugo shuddered slightly as Deku kissed down his neck and continued, You're mine. And I'm yours, Kaken. HMN. Izu. Bakugo whined, pressing his face into his shoulder and grinding against him. I know. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry, Kaken. Deku spoke softly up to his ear again. I didn't mean to make you feel unwanted. I'm gonna make it up to you. Okay. Bakugo nodded against him and ummed as Deku pushed into him harder. He kept a hold of Bakugo's hair with one hand and held onto his thigh with the other as he moved into him faster, not thinking about the injury anymore. Bakugo whimpered and cried out from each move, pleasure overshadowing the pain from the movements. Deku bit down on his neck and he yawned it, making Bakugo squirm. Izuku. Izuku. Deku breathed against him as he kissed and liked up his neck, finding another spot to bite down and suck on again. Mine, Kaken. You're all mine. So I'll take responsibility, and always make you feel good, anytime you want, no matter what. Bakugo gritted his teeth as his toes curled and tears prickled his eyes. And since you're mine, I'll F you whenever I want to. Deku said as he bit his ear softly. Chimen. Yes, please Aizu. Bakugo whined, F me, use me, however you want, Aizu. Deku shuddered and kissed him hard and deep, gripping into his hair tighter and pushing into him more and more. Bakugo kissed back as he whimpered against his lips, locking his ankles around his waist and clawing desperately at his back. He could feel the pleasure building up as he cried out against him, body trembling as he came. Deku didn't slow down as he kept pumping into him, making Bakugo cry out even more. Aizu. Bakugo whined, his legs falling from around him and shaking with each move. Hold on just a bit longer, Kaken. Deku breathed. You went and got me all riled up. I don't want to finish just yet. Bakugo cried out and held on to him, pressing his head into his shoulder again. Aizu. You're doing so good, Kaken. You're so perfect. Deku cooed against his ear before kissing it softly. Bakugo's tears finally spilled out, hearing him say he was perfect of all things even though he'd been so horrible to him. Aizu. I love you, Izu. Deku breathed down against him and slid his arms below him, holding him as he moved hard and deep, listening to Bakugo's cries. I love you, Kaken. I love you so much. Bakugo clawed at his back and bit down on his shoulder, whining against him. Deku bit down on his neck again, sking on it as he held him tighter. Izu. Bakugo cried, throwing his legs back up around him. It's so sensitive. Why you're gonna make me again? Deku hummed against his neck, biting and kissing up it. I'm good, Kaken. I won't finish until you do. Izu. Bakugo whined, miming out with each move. Deku shuddered as he felt Bakugo tense as he came and listened to him cry out his name. He bit down on his neck again and groaned, body trembling as he finally finished as well, pushing into him hard and deep. Bakugo twitched and squirmed below him, catching his breath. Aizu. Deku let go of his neck slowly, kissing and liking it before kissing his ear. Good boy, Kaken. You did so good for me. Bakugo shuddered, locking his ankles around him and nuzzling against him. Again Aizu. Deku smiled down at him. Kaken. I would, but Mom probably is gonna be back any minute now. Bakugo blushed, having forgotten where they were. Deku kissed his head then down to his cheeks a couple times, making Bakugo smile and push at his chest. Stop that. But you're so cute, Kaken. Deku said as he kissed his lips again. Bakugo kissed back then pushed him back again. Aizu. I love you, Aizu. I love you too, Kaken. Deku said, giving his face a few more kisses. You feel better. Bakugo blushed and nodded. Yeah, Aizu. Deku's face turned red then and he groaned slightly. Oh man. We need to hurry and leave before Mom gets back. Bakugo looked up at him in question then noticed he was looking at his neck. In an Aizu. He teased. Sorry, Kaken. Deku whined. Bakugo blushed and glanced away. Well, I don't mind it, so do it whenever you want. Deku slid out of him slowly and Bakugo loosened his grip on him as he whined, letting his legs fall from around him. Everyone's gonna see though. It's kind of embarrassing. I'm the one having to walk around with this Bakugo said, squirming as he pulled out. Yeah, but they know I'm the one who did it. Deku said with a guilty smile, though, that might honestly be why I like it. You're making me weird, Kaken. Bakugo blushed again and pouted, looking away. Aizu. You were already weird. Now shut up, we need to go. Deku blushed at him and got up and grabbed his clothes to get dressed. He finished up and grabbed some tissue and started cleaning Bakugo off, thankful that his hoodie had gotten pushed up out of the way. Bakugo pouted slightly as he watched and then sat up. Deku helped him pull his boxers and briefs back on and asked, "So how is your shoulder? Did I move you around too much?" "It's fine," Bakugo told him as he reached for his hand then stopped. "Go wash your hands, nerd." Deku nodded. "Right, be right back." Bakugo hobbled to the hall, rubbing his stomach as Deku washed his hands and heard 𝗵𝗃 pulling up. Bakugo suddenly remembered the oil and staggered back to the room and grabbed it, then rushed back to the kitchen and put it back where he found it. Deku came out and saw him rushing around and blushed as 𝗵𝗃 walked in just as Bakugo closed the cabinet. "Oh, you boys are still here. What time were you going to see your friends?" 𝗵𝗃 asked as she was carrying in bags and taking her shoes off. "We were just leaving," Deku said nervously as Bakugo came up beside him, trying to make sure to face with his hickeys opposite from 𝗵𝗃's sight. "I showed Kaken around and showed him my room since it had been so long since he was here last, and we got busy talking. Wanna help me put these up before you go?" she said as she struggled with the bags. "Of course. I'll be done in just a sec, Kaken," Deku said as he ran over and took the bags from his mom and followed her to the kitchen. Bakugo felt so embarrassed he could die. "I should have just listened to 𝗧𝗏 earlier, thank F she didn't show up any sooner." Bakugo waited by the door, face red as he pulled out his phone to look at his neck. "What the F, 𝗧𝗏? Med bruises and bite marks everywhere." Deku came back in then and blushed at him with a nervous smile as Bakugo gave him a death glare. "Bye, love you," he yelled as he grabbed Bakugo's hand and walked out. "𝗧𝗏." Bakugo grumbled as they walked. "What? I thought you liked it." Deku reasoned. "I did in the moment, but this is gonna take a few days to go away." Bakugo groaned. "I just hope you're ready to hear all about it from the others." Deku blushed and nodded. "Message Kirishima that we're on our way back." Yeah. Bakugo said as he let go of his hand and pulled his phone back out and started texting him. After a moment he checked it and said, "He said they all went to the pool, they would get out and get ready now while we head back." "Okay, sounds good," Deku said happily as they made their way to the train station. Bakugo was pouting and clinging to his arm again as they stood, having no available seats. Deku could tell he was sore and smiled softly at him, knowing better than to say anything. Once they got back, both cringed as they saw Mr. Aizawa down the hall. Deku tugged Bakugo around the corner, really not wanting to have that conversation right now. "What are you two doing?" Aizawa said with a tired voice as he noticed them hide. Deku looked at Bakugo nervously as Bakugo covered his mouth trying not to laugh. "Kaken." Deku whined and then turned to face Mr. Aizawa who'd walked up around the corner. "Oh, hey, Mr. Aizawa," he stammered. Mr. Aizawa lifted an eyebrow at them then sighed as he saw all the marks on Bakugo's neck. "I thought I told you two to behave. Am I going to have to assign someone to supervise you?" "What? Hell no." Bakugo huffed as Deku blushed and bowed. "I'm so sorry," Deku said, embarrassed. "It won't happen again." "Right, so you've said," he said with a sigh. "Listen, I'm being serious. When school starts back, this cannot be happening. And I've noticed you've been staying in Bakugo's room at night. I can't keep letting you get away with this if you keep making it so obvious you've been fooling around." Aizawa glared at them with his quirk then, making them flinch slightly. "Understood." Bakugo and Deku both blushed then and looked away, nodding. Mr. Aizawa left then, really confused that it was Bakugo covered in all the marks and not the other way around. He couldn't picture him letting Deku do that, and really didn't want to. Bakugo and Deku looked back at each other, relieved that that was over. They made their way down to the common room and saw Kirishima and Mina waiting on the couch. "Hey guys," Kirishima said happily as he saw them. He was wearing black jeans and a white shirt with a red and black flannel. Mina was in a cute red dress that hugged her hips and fanned out at the skirt, coming to just above her knees. "Hey, you ready to go?" Deku asked happily. "Heck yeah," Mina said excitedly then looked them over and hid her smile with her hand. "I was going to ask what Mr. Aizawa was saying to you guys, but I'm guessing he was chewing you out." Bakugo huffed as Deku blushed and nodded. They started walking out and Mina leaned over to Deku. You need to do it in a place only you'll see. Deku blushed and stammered, a place only I'll see. Bakugo's face was red as he listened. Kirishima had a guilty smile as he added, yeah, so you don't get in trouble and avoid the awkwardness. You saying you got some shark bites under that dress, Pinky? Bakugo asked, teasing. Mina smirked and winked at him while Kirishima put his arm around her, blushing and looking away. Yep. But probably nowhere near as bad as what you're sporting, Blasty. Deku blushed and looked away as well, feeling like he could die from embarrassment as Bakugo smirked back at her. Yeah, 𝗧𝗍 gets carried away. Isn't that right, 𝗧𝗍𝗧𝗏? Deku whined, face steaming. Mina giggled and looked over at Bakugo. It's adorable that you have a cute name for him now too. Bakugo blushed then and glanced away. Yeah. Have you always called Bakugo 𝗂𝗃𝗵𝗃? Kirishima asked then. Yeah. It was what I called him when we were little and just sort of stuck. Deku said with a small smile. That's so sweet. Mina chimed. You two seemed to be on bad terms when we all first met, but I bet you loved him calling you that, didn't you, Bakugo? Bakugo blushed more and grumbled. Well, I mean, it never bothered me. Deku smiled at him and squeezed his hand a bit. Actually, now that I think about it, I am surprised you never got mad about me still calling you that. Deku said, amused. Well, things were just always different with you. Would have been weird if you called me anything else. Bakugo mumbled, squeezing his hand back before pulling to him more, hanging onto his arm again. They kept chatting as they got to the train station and rode to the restaurant they decided on. It was crowded from the weekend lunch rush, so they had to stand in the middle huddled up to each other. Deku stayed on Bakugo's hurt side to make sure no one could bump his arm, making him blush when he noticed how protective he was being. Once they got to the restaurant, the server led them to a booth and Kirishima and Mina sat on one side and Bakugo and Deku on the other. As soon as Deku got sat down, Bakugo tugged at his hand till he scooted so that their legs were touching and he held onto his arm again. The waiter gave them a look but tried not be noticeable before taking their order. So, guys, not to bring up a touchy subject, but how have you been doing? I know you seemed pretty panicked when Bakugo got hurt, Midoriya? Kirishima said with his voice low once their waiter was gone. I didn't get as bad as the other time it happened, thankfully, but I think it was only because I knew I had to make sure Kaken was okay. Deku admitted. Yeah, I bet, man. And what about you, Bakugo? Kirishima said with a worried look. I'm still dealing with SHT from the heart surgery, I guess. Bakugo admitted as he glanced away. They said it causes mood swings. And I keep having bad dreams and yeah, we're here for you guys anytime you need to talk or something, okay? Mina said, giving them a soft smile. We didn't want to embarrass you by bringing it up or anything, but I was hanging out with Kiri in his room last night when we heard you two crying. Bakugo and Deku both blushed and glanced over at each other before Bakugo said, sorry. Sort of woke up panicking. Izuku had to calm me down. Between the bad memories from the battle and this new wound, it's just kind of put us both on edge a bit, I think. Deku said, yeah man, I bet. Kirishima said, Mina and I were actually the same way after the raid that day. When Miss Midnight, you know. Oh you guys. I'm so sorry. Deku said softly. It's all right. Just know we understand, Mina said with a sad smile, and we're here for you anytime you need. We want you to be okay. Thanks guys. Same here. Bakugo said. Of course. Kirishima said with a smile. Anyways, back to more fun topics, Mina began. I found out something during our girls' night the other night. Deku laughed a little and asked, what was it? Momo totally has a crush on Todoroki. She squealed happily, you guys talk to him the most, do you know if he likes her back? Oh, I don't know. Deku said, but I know that night we played games he did mention having a crush on someone. It probably is Yuzu, Bakugo said, he talks to her a lot and they're very similar. I can tell he respects her at least. Yeah, that's true. Kirishima said happily, we need to have a chat with him, get him to confess. Yeah, I'm so excited. Mina said happily as their food was brought out. I couldn't help but notice, you're all those students from UA, right? The waiter said as he sat their food down, "The sports festival was amazing with you guys in it." Bakugo huffed as Kirishima and Mina chatted with him about it all and started hyping them up. "Yeah, Bakugo really took advantage of my limits in our fight." Kirishima explained, "I'd do much better now though. I didn't get a fair fight. Of all people I had to face Tokoyami and Dark Shadow." Mina complained, "I wanted to face Deku and have a real fight with Todoroki, but I didn't get either of those." Bakugo grumbled, "Wow, you're the crazy one that won and had to be restrained on stage. And you were the one breaking your fingers with your quirk? That was insane." The waiter said excitedly as he pulled out his phone, "Can I get a picture with you?" "Hell no." Bakugo barked, "We're trying to have a date here, can't you leave us the hell alone?" Deku fidgeted next to him, squeezing his hand as he blushed. The waiter seemed stunned as he noticed they really were together. "Oh, sorry," he said and bowed. "Please enjoy your meal." "Phew, these annoying but extras." Bakugo groaned as he let go of Deku's hand to eat. Deku and Mina gave him an exasperated look as Kirishima also began digging into his food. After they ate, Kirishima paid for his and Mina's and Bakugo started to reach for his wallet before Deku swatted his hand away from his pocket. "No, I got it this time, remember, Kaken." Okay," Bakugo said, blushing slightly. Once they were done, they chatted and walked around in the area and made their way to the nearby mall. They window shopped and talked about how great it was to have some free time and how much fun Kirishima and Mina had at the pool earlier. Mina got excited as they noticed the piercing shop and grabbed Bakugo's arm from Deku. "Come on, Blasty. Let's go." Deku and Kirishima smiled at each other and laughed at him being dragged into the shop. They followed them in and watched as they sat and picked out their earrings. Mina picked out the rubies, winking at Kirishima. He smiled at her and nodded. "Yeah, those look great, Ashido." "Which ones are you getting, Kaken?" Deku asked as he leaned over, looking at the selection with him. "I'm just gonna go with the black ones," he said as he handed them back to the piercer. Deku watched closely as he pushed the needle through and put in the earrings. He thought it looked painful, but Bakugo didn't budge or make a face or anything. He got up after he was done and looked in the mirror, then looked back at Deku. "Well, what do you think, nerd?" Deku blushed and nodded. "You look great, Kaken. I like them." Bakugo blushed a bit too and smiled as he glanced away. Deku took his hand and stopped himself from kissing him after leaning in close. "Oops," Deku said as he backed up and smiled. "Looking good, Blasty," Mina said excitedly as her and Kirishima joined them. "Yeah, yours look good too," Bakugo said with a small smile. They kept walking around the mall for a bit, then made their way to the theater. They found their seats and Deku sat on Bakugo's left side so they could keep holding hands, and Mina sat to his right with Kirishima on her other side with his arm around her. They whispered quietly to each other as the movie began, then quieted down to watch. Deku kept getting super excited, enjoying all the action and crazy fight scenes. Bakugo even got a little pumped up when the main heroes defeated the villains in the end. He also loved seeing Deku nerding out. At one point he pouted over at him and tugged at his hand, and Deku glanced over and smiled. He let go of his hand and wrapped his arm around him, kissing his cheek before looking back to the movie. Bakugo smiled softly and reached up holding his hand as they finished watching. After the movie was over, they made their way out laughing and talking about the funny scenes and how good it was. Bakugo couldn't help but talk about what he could have done better, and Deku only hyped him up even more as Kirishima and Mina laughed at them. "Oh yeah, you guys go on without us. We need to stop by the grocery store before heading back," Bakugo told them as they walked out. "Oh, what for, Kaken?" Deku asked as Kirishima and Mina waved goodbye. "Alright, see you guys," they said as they walked on ahead. Bakugo nodded as Deku waved and said goodbye as well before looking back to him. "Gonna grab a few things to have for next time we cook," Bakugo told him as they continued down the street. Okay, good idea," Deku said happily, knowing Bakugo was going to buy stuff for Katsudon. Once they were at the store, Deku grabbed a basket for them and Bakugo told him what all to grab. He wasn't able to hold his hand since he needed it to do their shopping, so he opted for holding onto the edge of Deku's shirt. Deku felt like he was blushing the entire time. having Bakugo acting as if he couldn't stand to not be touching him in some way. What is he doing? He's being way too cute. What? Bakugo asked him, noticing he kept glancing back at him. Oh, it's nothing, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Deku smiled. I'm just enjoying this. Bakugo blushed slightly and glanced away. Yeah. Well, when we have our own place, we'll be doing this more often. Deku blushed and nodded. Yeah. When they were done, Bakugo paid for their things and then they made their way back to the train station. He squeezed Deku's hand as they sat there and laid his head against his shoulder again. Deku was getting used to Bakugo being so clingy, but it still made his heart beat faster when he did it so openly. He didn't mind the looks they got, only focusing on Bakugo's steady breathing and warm body against his. My 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Once they were back at the dorms, they put away their things and headed back to the common room, noticing everyone was heading to the cafeteria for dinner. Bakugo was clinging to his arm again as they joined everyone. They walked with Kirishima and Mina and sat at their table with the others, and everyone asked them how their day had been and talked about Bakugo and Mina's new piercings. Bakugo nudged Deku's foot with his, pulling it between his before he let go of his arm to eat. Deku was loving his neediness, but couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. I hope 𝗧𝗵𝗃's really okay. Once they finished up, Bakugo and Deku made their way back to their room, waving goodbye to everyone. Today's been fun, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Did you enjoy it? Deku asked as he shut the door behind them. Yeah, I was gonna say let's go wash up, but I think a lot of the others are going right now. Bakugo said as he glanced at his neck in the mirror while pulling his sling off. Yeah, we can wait a bit and go when everyone else is done. Deku said as he came up and helped him. Yeah, it really will be nice when we have our own place. Bakugo said as Deku helped him tug the hoodie off. It's gonna be amazing, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Deku said then, his face pinched with concern. We need to change the bandages, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. It's bled through some. Are you okay? Yeah, 𝗧𝗏 nerd. Bakugo grumbled as he went to the bathroom and got the bandage wrap from the cabinet and some alcohol. Deku came up and held out his hands to take it, and Bakugo pouted and asked carefully, Are you sure you can? I don't want you freaking out again, Aizu. 𝗧𝗵𝗃, I gotta help you. Deku said as he took it and grabbed his hand, pulling him to the bed and sitting down. Now will you be honest and tell me how it feels? Bakugo huffed and glanced away as he unwrapped him. It was bad the first day. Today it's just an annoyance. I promise. Deku smiled softly as he finished up and started cleaning it gently. Oh, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Bakugo pouted at him and grabbed his cheek. What's with that face? Deku slowed and looked at him, tracing his fingers over to the scar on his other shoulder, just thinking. You've really put your body through a lot, and for my sake. Bakugo glanced down and remembered how he'd saved Deku that day, getting stabbed by 𝗲𝗏 in the process. You had anxiety about this one too for a while. I remember. I was harder on you back then. Deku nodded and smiled as he finished cleaning around his wound then. Yeah, but it wasn't as bad then, and you being so intense reminded me that you were okay. Yeah. So honestly, are you okay now? Bakugo asked cautiously. Deku nodded as he grabbed the bandages and started wrapping him back up. Yeah. I think the panic before was just because it was so sudden. This is fine, plus there's less bled. Bakugo rubbed his face and cheek with his thumb and Deku nuzzled into his touch before kissing his palm. Alright, well you know, I'm going to get hurt from time to time. You are too, we always do. Yeah, I know, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Deku said as he got done wrapping him up and looked at him, pressing his hand to his. I'll be okay. Good. And you gotta let me take care of myself some too, you know. Can't have Mr. Aizu-sensei taking off work to coddle me anytime I get injured. Bakugo teased. Deku blushed as he thought about their future together and smiled. Yeah. Hey, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Bakugo asked as Deku lowered their hands to his lap. I really love you, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Deku said with a soft expression as he rubbed his hand with his. Would it be weird to want to go ahead and look at rings? Bakugo blushed and pouted at him, his heart seeming to skip a beat. I mean, we already decided anyways, right? For the rest of our lives. Deku nodded and held his hand a bit tighter. Yeah, and we can wait till after we graduate to actually do it, of course. But we could still go ahead and Pick them out now. I mean, if you want to, we don't have to, I just want to dash. Bakugo kissed him to shut him up, then said, I'd like that. Deku smiled and kissed him softly and slowly as he lifted one hand and put it over Bakugo's chest. I love you so much. Kaken. Sometimes I still can't believe this is real. Bakugo nodded and kissed back softly. Yeah, I know what you mean, Izuku. I would have never imagined something like this between us. Well, it's a good thing. Deku asked teasingly, between kisses. The best thing. Bakugo smiled before wrapping his arm around him and kissing him deeper. Deku threw his arms around him as well, pulling him close before backing slowly out of the kiss. So, Kaken. I've noticed you've been really clingy today. Are you sure you're okay? Deku asked carefully, not wanting to make him mad. Bakugo nodded, his expression softening even more. Yeah, Aizu. After last night, I guess I'm just wanting to be close to you. Deku gave him a soft smile and kissed him again. Yeah, I understand. Bakugo nuzzled his face down against his neck then and sighed. I'm tired. It's been a long day. Deku lifted his hand up to his head, running his fingers through his hair. Yeah, wanna go clean up now and go to bed. Bakugo nodded against him and leaned back, kissing him before getting up. Deku grabbed some clean clothes for them before taking his hand and making their way to the bath. Thankfully, everyone had left by the time they got there, and they gave each other a quick smile of relief before getting undressed. Hey, Kaken. Deku said as they started washing themselves. Yeah. Bakugo asked, carefully avoiding his bandaged shoulder as he sat under the water. We're gonna have to take new pictures now that your ears are pierced. Deku told him, smiling over at him. Oh yeah, guess so. Bakugo said, smiling back. What if we took one now? Deku asked shyly. Bakugo smirked at him. Let's get cleaned first, nerd. Deku nodded and came up to him, washing himself and helping him clean up as well. He washed his hair for him again and rinsed him off carefully as Bakugo leaned back against him. When they finished up, Deku dried his hands and grabbed his phone, pulling up the camera as Bakugo came up next to him. He took a couple of pictures of them waist up with wet dripping hair and Bakugo's arm around his waist, then one of them kissing. Deku smiled at the pictures. You're so cute, Kaken. Okay, that's enough now. Bakugo said with an amused smile as he backed off and grabbed his towel. They got dried off and dressed and Bakugo decided to go shirtless still to make it easier on his shoulder. Deku took his hand as they made their way back to their room, saying goodnight to the others that were still in the common room. You ready to lay down, Kaken? Deku asked as he closed the door behind them. Yeah. So guess we're going by my house tomorrow? Bakugo asked as he sat up on the bed waiting for him. Deku turned off the light and crawled into bed with him, lying down and wrapping up under the covers together. Yeah, we should. Is there anything else you want to do tomorrow when we leave? Bakugo blushed and glanced away, thinking about the rings again. Deku noticed him getting shy and smiled at him. What is it, Kaken? Bakugo nuzzled into him more, hiding his face as he pulled closer. Well, I mean we could go get the rings. If you wanna. Deku hugged him a bit tighter and nodded. Yeah, Kaken. Bakugo looked up at him then and they smiled at each other before kissing softly and slowly. I love you, Izuku. Bakugo said before resting his head back down against his chest. I love you too, Kaken. Deku said back as he ran his hand up to his head, running his fingers through his hair before falling asleep. The next morning, Bakugo woke up to Deku gently nudging him. Kaken. Ready to wake up, Kaken? 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Bakugo groaned against him, nuzzling his face down and pulling the covers over his head. Deku huffed a laugh and pulled the covers back down off his face. Kaken, I let you sleep through breakfast already. We need to get up or we'll sleep all day. Fine. Bakugo grumbled against him, tugging at the covers. Kaken. Deku cooed, not letting him cover back up. He started kissing his forehead and down his face across his cheeks and nose, making Bakugo smile and hide his face against him. Stup, Izu. 𝗬𝗲𝗍, don't you love my kisses, Kaken? Deku said as he kept placing kisses on his head. Bakugo looked up and kissed his lips then smiled at him. Oh, I'm up. I guess you slept better last night. Kaken? No more bad dreams? Deku asked as he rubbed his back. 𝗬𝗫𝗃 slept fine. Bakugo said as he gave him a few more kisses. How about you, Aizu? Yeah, I slept good too, Kaken. Deku said as he kissed back. So you said we missed breakfast. Wanna go get something before we head to my parents'? Bakugo asked as he sat up. Yeah, that sounds nice, Kaken. A breakfast date. Deku said as he sat up and stretched. Bakugo smirked at him then got up. They started looking through their clothes and Bakugo opted for a white button-up shirt and black briefs. Deku put on a white shirt with a green and black checkered button-up and black briefs. Deku helped Bakugo button his shirt then kissed him, smiling brightly. Someone's in a good mood. Bakugo laughed. What's up with that smile? I'm just happy, Kaken. Deku said as he put his arms around his waist and kissed him again. I had a good time yesterday, then got to wake up to you, and I get to spend the day with you. We spend every day together, nerd. Bakugo said blushing and ruffled his hair then grabbed his hand. Come on, let's go. They headed out then, holding hands as usual. It made Deku curious as he thought about how Bakugo had clung to his arm the day before. Hey, Kaken. Deku asked as they made their way to the train station. Bakugo asked, glancing over at him. Really were extra clingy yesterday? Was it really just 'cause you felt bad? Deku asked. Bakugo blushed and glared at him. I wasn't that clingy. Deku gave him a knowing smile. Kaken, you were hanging on to me all day, even held onto my shirt in the store. Bakugo pouted and looked away. Oh, shut up. Deku giggled and squeezed his hand. I liked it, Kaken. But I'm glad you're feeling better today. Bakugo grunted and they kept going, boarding the train and finding a spot to sit. On the way there, a girl noticed them and ran over excitedly. Oh my god. You're Deku and Dynamite, right? Bakugo groaned, making an annoyed face as Deku smiled awkwardly at her. Why yeah, that's us. It's so cool to meet you guys. I'm glad you're both okay after that fight. I don't know what anyone would have done without you. Thank you, for everything. She said as she bowed. Deku and Bakugo both glanced at each other, blushing slightly as Deku responded with a smile. Oh, of course. It's why we're heroes after all. She smiled back and waved goodbye as she made her way back to her seat. Deku squeezed Bakugo's hand slightly and smiled at him. Wow, she was so nice. Bakugo grunted and nodded, and not too nosy like others usually are. That wasn't bad. They started getting more looks after that encounter and were approached by a couple of other people before making it to their stop. Some were the same as that girl, thanking them for what they'd done. Others were more intense and asking for pictures, to which Bakugo went off on them and scared them away while Deku begged him to calm down. Geez, that was annoying. Bakugo grumbled as they got off the train. Deku agreed with an awkward laugh. Going out in public is a bit much lately. It's probably going to just get worse from here on out, more and more people seeing the footage from the battle. We were already recognizable since the sports festival, and now we have these scars on our faces just pointing us out to everyone. Bakugo said as they walked into the cafe. Yeah, I would suggest disguises to avoid a lot of attention, but the scars really do give us away. Deku said with an exasperated look. They were greeted then and led to a table where they sat on the same side, scooting close together so that their legs were touching and held hands again. An older couple nearby smiled at them and chatted about how bold young couples were these days, making them blush slightly as they pretended not to hear. Deku looked over at Bakugo with a nervous glance then. Oh, Kaken. I just realized the media might go crazy if they see us buying rings. Oh, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Bakugo grumbled. I was also wanting to buy actual lube too. Deku blushed and looked around, making sure no one was overhearing them. Why yeah, I dunno if we could do that without anyone recognizing us and word getting out. Geez, how embarrassing would that be? We'll just have to split up and you can grab it. Bakugo said as he smirked at him. Why me? Deku whispered yelled. Bakugo laughed at his flustered face. You had an idea about disguises, put it to good use. Deku grimaced and peeked over at him. Kaken. I'll do it. Bakugo said, smiling over at him completely amused. If someone recognizes me they can shove it. Deku blushed more, hoping that didn't happen. Their waiter came up and took their order then, giving them a curious look at their closeness. When she was gone, Bakugo squeezed Deku's hand slightly. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏. Yeah, Kaken. Deku asked, looking over at him. Do you mind this? You mentioned I was too clingy yesterday. I kinda wasn't thinking about the attention it was drawing. Bakugo said, blushing and pouting slightly. Wah, Kaken, no, of course not. And I didn't say too clingy. I even said I liked it, remember? Deku stammered, worried Bakugo was getting upset. Bakugo nodded and glanced away, and Deku let go of his hand and wrapped his arms around him, kissing his cheek. Bakugo blushed more and looked at him. 𝗧𝗲𝗍. Deku smiled at him. See, it doesn't bother me, Kaken. Bakugo blushed and glanced away again. Okay, you made your point. Deku pulled his arms back and held his hand again, smiling over at him as the waiter came back with their food. Once they were finished, Bakugo paid for them and they smiled shyly at each other, both enjoying taking turns paying for meals. After that, they headed back to the train station where they thankfully didn't have anyone approach them this time. Bakugo was fidgeting with Deku's fingers as they sat there, looking at how much more rugged they were compared to his. What is it, Kak? Deku asked, noticing him playing with his hand. You really fed your fingers up with one for all. Bakugo commented as he pulled his hand in his lap, rubbing it softly. They're a bit crooked, I guess. Deku said with an awkward smile. Bakugo lifted it up to his lips and kissed his fingers, one at a time, making Deku blush. Bakugo smiled over at him then, wishing he could kiss him but knowing better than to do that on the train. You're all red-faced, nerd. Kaken. Deku said pouting, 'Cause you're being too cute. Bakugo smirked and locked their fingers back together again. Oh yeah, how bad is my neck this morning? Deku sighed, looking away nervously. Yeah, it's still kinda noticeable. Mom's gonna say something, so I hope you're mentally prepared for that, nerd. Bakugo laughed. Deku groaned, wishing he'd had more self-control before. They got to their stop and walked down the street to his house, and before they could knock, Mitsuki opened the door excitedly. Katsuki. It's about time you showed up, and with Izuku no less. Bakugo grimaced, already tired of her energy as he pulled Deku past her into the house. Yeah. She shut the door and turned to him. How's your arm, kid? The sling is new. You didn't tell her, Kaken? Deku asked, shocked he wouldn't mention literally getting shot to his mother. Tell me what, Katsuki? Mitsuki shouted. Some stupid extra shot me in the shoulder so dash. Bakugo groaned but was cut off. Shot you? What the hell, Katsuki? I thought you were working on clearing debris, not doing actual hero work yet. Mitsuki asked as they sat on the couch. Some dumbass came out and attacked me and best genist out of nowhere. Bakugo huffed. Geez, son, are you okay? Masaru asked. Of course he's okay. Mitsuki said to him, okay enough to not tell us anything about it. Bakugo grimaced as Deku fidgeted his hand awkwardly, watching the scene unfold. Yeah, of course I am. No dumb bullet is enough to actually hurt me. Good. Mitsuki said, they're really after your arm, aren't they? Yeah, got my shoulder and fractured my collarbone, stupid but extra. Bakugo huffed. Well, did you at least take him down? Mitsuki asked. Of course I did, heck. Who do you think I am? Bakugo yelled angrily. Quit yelling while you have your boyfriend right next to you, Katsuki. Mitsuki yelled back, making Deku blush. You're gonna make him go deaf. He's used to it. Bakugo replied before glancing away, annoyed. Mitsuki couldn't help but smile now. Not denying it anymore, Katsuki. Well, course not. We're actually dating now. Bakugo groaned, embarrassed. His dad looked surprised and Mitsuki's smile got brighter as she looked at him. I knew it. I told you he was gay. What the hell? Bakugo barked. When did you think that? Well, you've never had a girlfriend, and every time I'd pry about it you would get angry and shut me out. Someone's been in the closet. Mitsuki said, proud with herself. Bakugo's face was practically steaming and his dad still looked surprised. Wow, son, I would have never noticed. I guess you were right, Mitsuki. course I was right, she said with a smug grin. Even though Deku was embarrassed, he couldn't help but smile as he noticed that's definitely where Bakugo got his personality. Oh shut it. Bakugo groaned, then looked at Deku. And the hell are you smiling for? Katsuki, I just told you to stop yelling. Mitsuki shouted over at him, making Masaru wince. Deku laughed nervously as he and Masaru exchanged a glance. Bakugo and Mitsuki kept going back and forth as Masaru said, "We're really in over our heads with these two." Deku nodded with a big smile before being brought back into the yelling fit. Everything calmed down after some time and they chatted and stayed for a bit before Bakugo got up and told them they had somewhere else to be. "Alright you two, have a good rest of your day." Mitsuki waved as they walked out. They waved goodbye and Bakugo groaned as she shut the door. Phew, that was annoying as hell. Deku couldn't help but to laugh a little before nodding. It was a bit much, though I'm glad she didn't mention the hickeys. Bakugo nodded. Yeah, guess there's that. Anyways, wanna head to the mall now? Bakugo asked as he walked a bit closer, rubbing his hand with his thumb. Deku smiled, loving how quickly he calmed down when it was just the two of them. Yeah. They got on the train and Bakugo held Deku's hand in his lap, fiddling with his fingers again and rubbing them. Man, I really hate this 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Deku asked nervously, thinking he meant his hands being messed up. My arm. That extra really fed me over. Bakugo grumbled before leaning to Deku's ear and whispered, I just got to where I could jack you off without it hurting. Deku blushed furiously, then looked at him concerned. Wait, it was hurting you. Bakugo blushed slightly, realizing what he just admitted, just would start to get sore and numb sometimes. It was worth it, to see your face so satisfied. Deku blushed even more as he fidgeted around and he squeezed his hand. Kaken? Bakugo smirked at him, keeping his voice low. Oops, sorry, you getting turned on, nerd. Deku pouted at him and leaned to his ear. You don't have to use your hand anyways. When I can just F your mouth. Bakugo blushed more now and bit his lip without realizing, then whispered back. Yeah. You'd like that, wouldn't you, Aizu? Deku nodded and whispered back. And I've noticed you like it too, isn't that right, Kaken? Bakugo curled his toes at the thought. I like it when you F me in general, hand, mouth, but whatever you want. Wherever you want, and whenever you want. Deku shuddered slightly and squeezed his hand again before whispering back. You're such a good boy, Kaken, letting me have my way with you. Bakugo blushed at him then, his heart racing. Our stop is gonna be soon and I've got a raging ner. Bakugo fidgeted around and looked away, then, okay, let's change the subject now. Deku agreed as he realized where they were, then his necklace over his shirt caught his eye. Oh, Kaken, I just had an idea. What is it? Bakugo asked, still calming himself down. We need a picture of us today, it's our third date now. Deku said, smiling and pulling out his phone. Bakugo huffed and smiled at him. Sappy? Deku pulled up his camera before Bakugo said, hang on, let's do it when we get off. Deku nodded and they waited till they got off the train and went over to the area just outside the mall with some cherry blossom trees. They stood next to one and hugged up to each other, snapping a couple of pictures before someone approached them. Hey, want me to take your picture for you? Bakugo and Deku both blushed slightly as they saw it was 𝗔𝗫𝗄 and Kaminari. Hey guys. Deku said with a small laugh. Yeah, actually, would you? 𝗔𝗫𝗄 smiled and took his phone. Of course. Now smile, Bakugo. Bakugo felt embarrassed but couldn't help but to listen and smile, seeing how happy Deku was. 𝗔𝗫𝗄 took a few pictures for them and gave him back the phone. Bakugo peeked over at them as Deku looked up and smiled brightly. Thanks. You guys want your picture too? Bakugo asked, glancing away and holding out his hand. Thanks. Kaminari said as 𝗔𝗫𝗄 handed him her phone. Bakugo gave it to Deku and let him take their picture. 𝗔𝗫𝗄 said as she took the phone back and looked at the pictures. Thanks. No problem. Deku said happily. What are you two doing here? Having our first official date. Kaminari said, smiling and putting his arm around her. 𝗔𝗫𝗄 blushed and smiled. Yeah, been so busy with the others we finally got to break away for a bit. Bakugo huffed and agreed. Yeah, makes sense. Anyways, we'll see you guys later. We're about to catch a movie. Kaminari said as he waved. Alright, see you guys. Deku said as he waved back. As they walked away, he looked over at Bakugo. That was funny timing. Yeah, he smiled. Come on, nerd. They made their way through the mall, looking around and chatting until they reached the jewelry store. Suddenly they both got nervous and smiled over at each other, blushing and fidgeting their hands. They went inside then and looked around, a set of black bands catching Bakugo's eye. Deku smiled at him when he noticed him looking at them. You like those, Kakin? Yeah, nice and simple. Bakugo said softly. And they'd match your earrings. Deku said happily. Bakugo smirked and glanced away. Yeah, then he noticed one similar, a black ring with a blue band wrapping around the middle. He looked up at a worker and waved him down. Hey, do you have those in other colors? Oh, this. Yes, the band can have whatever color you want. They're fully customizable and you can add engravings or a gemstone if you want. He said, pulling out another selection from behind the counter to show them. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, I'd like the green one. Bakugo said, pointing at the black and green ring. Deku smiled and pointed at the one with the red band through it. And this one for me. He nodded and asked for their ring size before checking and smiled, pulling out the rings for them. You're in luck, we have those in your size, so you can get them now if you'd like. They smiled at each other and nodded. Bakugo paid for Deku's and Deku paid for Bakugo's even though they were the same price. They couldn't stop smiling as they got the boxes and left the store. They stopped and sat on a bench outside the store and opened them up. Could we wear them already? Deku asked, holding his. I want to. Bakugo smiled and admitted as he glanced over at him. But maybe we should just wear them in private for now. Everyone would freak out and think we eloped or something. Deku looked around, blushing as he noticed people passing by. Yeah. When we get home, I want to put yours on you, Kakin. Bakugo blushed and nodded as he put his back in the box. Yeah. I'll put yours on you too. Deku agreed and put his back up as well. So what do you want to do now, Kakin? Deku asked as he put the boxes back in the bag and took Bakugo's hand. Bakugo smirked at him. We need to buy lube. Deku blushed and looked away. How? Are we supposed to do that with so many people everywhere? Bakugo shrugged and stood up. We go in, look around separately. If no one runs up to us, I'll go grab it and buy it while you keep a lookout. Okay. Deku said, embarrassed. They went into a store there at the mall that sold a lot of edgy stuff, band shirts, body jewelry, adult games, and in the back of the store was all the adult items. They lifted their hoods up before going in and browsing around. They waited for a few moments and were relieved when only a couple other people were in there and were busy looking at the merchandise. When he was sure no one seemed to notice, Bakugo made his way to the back and looked around, grabbing what he needed and went to the counter. He bought it and met back up with Deku and smiled. Mission accomplished. Deku breathed out a sigh of relief just as someone entered the store and yelled, Hey, is that Det? I'm your biggest fan. Bakugo blushed and glanced down at the bag, fidgeting with it before calming down again. Thank if you can't see through this bag. Stupid but extra. Deku talked to the guy nervously for a few moments and let him take a picture with him before Bakugo grabbed his hand. All right, time to go, Deku. See you later. Deku waved and smiled as Bakugo pulled him from the store. Geez, that was close. Deku groaned as they walked and took their hoods down. Yeah, anyways, let's get home now. Bakugo said, giving him a look. Deku blushed and smiled back. Kakin? Bakugo squeezed his hand and smirked. Guess we could grab lunch first. Yeah, good idea. Deku said happily. What do you have in mind? Somewhere that has 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Bakugo said, smiling at him still, gotta make my nerd happy. He leaned in and whispered in his ear, so he'll F me good later. Deku blushed. Kakin. Everyone's off today though. Yeah, I guess we can go one day without it. Bakugo said, I don't like trying to be quiet. Deku nodded and sighed. Yeah, and the thought of someone coming to check on us makes me a nervous wreck. Tomorrow then, since we still have a week of leaving early. Bakugo told him, then leaned in again, whispering, I want to spend every second with your PP inside me. Kakin. Deku whined at him, trying to adjust himself without being noticeable. Bakugo smirked at him as they arrived in the food court and walked up to a restaurant that served katsudon. Once they were at their table, Bakugo looked over at him. I wonder what they'll say tomorrow about my shoulder. Aya. Deku wondered. We should talk to Mr. Aizawa about it when we get back. Yeah, guess so. Bakugo mumbled. Deku looked over at him and squeezed his hand. Kaken? What is it, Aizu? Bakugo asked, looking back at him. If they say you have to stay home, I want to stay too. Deku admitted, rubbing his hand with his thumb. Their waiter came over and took their order. Then before Bakugo looked back at him, I'll just make sure and come with you guys regardless. If they don't let me do anything, I can at least be on the sidelines so you can help out. No sense in me holding you back, Aizu. You wouldn't be holding me back, Kaken. I just don't want to be that far away from you yet. I'm not sure how I would react to he honest. Deku said as he glanced down at their hands. When I get busy and have the others distracting me, I'm alright. But if I knew you were back home alone and still hurt while I was away, I'd feel awful the whole time. Bakugo grunted at him and squeezed his hand again. Sappy nerd, I'd be fine. You just worry too much. He looked down at their hands too then and softened his voice. But, yeah, I wouldn't like it either. Especially knowing there's crazy people out there after us. If there's more like that guy from the other day, ones that actually know how to fight. I don't want to let you out of my sight. If someone tried to hurt you, I'd want to be there, so I could kill him. Deku smiled over at him. Yeah, I can't be separated from you with things how they are, Kaken. Like you said, you can come with us either way. I just remembered though, we have therapy tomorrow. Oh, that's right. Bakugo said, pouting slightly. I forgot about that. I think we've done pretty good, all things considered. Deku reasoned. Yeah, I dunno why it makes me nervous. I guess knowing we'll be dragging up feelings and ht again. Bakugo admitted. Yeah, the last 2 days have been pretty nice. We actually haven't cried today. Deku laughed and Bakugo grimaced. Geez, I can't believe how emotional you make me. Bakugo grumbled. Hey, it's not all my fault. Deku told him, smiling playfully. Bakugo smirked at him. Yeah, whatever. Oh my god, it's true. A girl loudly whispered at a nearby table. Deku and Dynamite are totally a couple. What a shame, they're both so hot. The other girl said back, I can't believe they're gay. Deku blushed as Bakugo turned to face them. We can hear you, you know. They both went, eep, and covered their mouths before one said, sorry. Bakugo groaned and Deku smiled nervously before their waiter brought their food. They ate and stayed quiet as the girls and some others in the restaurant kept glancing over at them, making Bakugo more and more angry. Deku paid for their food and Bakugo grabbed his hand and walked out with an annoyed face. You okay, Kaken? Deku asked nervously. You're squeezing my hand kinda tight. Bakugo huffed angrily but loosened his grip. Yeah, just tired of all these med extras. Let's get home. Deku smiled over at him and tugged at his hand to make him stop and wrapped his arms around him. Sorry we have to deal with this, Kaken. Bakugo blushed, glancing around and hugged him back, nuzzling his head against his shoulder. Yeah. I don't care. Deku loved how easy it was to calm him down now, especially knowing touching him in the past would typically make it worse. He pulled back and held his hand again as they made their way to the train station. They shared headphones and listened to music on their way back to UA, holding hands, and Bakugo rested his head on Deku's shoulder. Once they were back, they hurried up to their room and were thankful they didn't run into anyone. Bakugo shut and locked the door as Deku sat their bags down and smiled over at him. Bakugo came up next to him as he pulled the boxes out and held out his hand. Here, Kaken. Bakugo blushed at him and gave him his hand, and he slid the ring onto his finger. He grabbed the other ring and Deku held his hand out, letting him slide it on for him as well. Both their hearts were racing, enjoying the private and tender moment with each other. It feels like we're married now, Kaken, Deku said in a hushed voice, unable to stop smiling. Aizu. Bakugo agreed, feeling silly for how happy he was. Ichimen, Kaken. Deku asked as he pressed his forehead to his. I love you, Izuku. Bakugo said, smiling softly. Deku smiled and closed his eyes. I love you too, 𝗂𝗂𝗃. They went in for a kiss then at the same time, wrapping their arms around each other. It was soft at first and turned into a more needy and deepened kiss as they continued. Bakugo ran his hand up under the back of Deku's shirt, rubbing his back as he pulled tighter to him. After a few moments, Bakugo pulled back and said, "Oh yeah. We should go find Mr. Aizawa." "Oh yeah." Deku nodded and loosened his grip on him. 𝗂𝗂𝗃. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗄𝐻. Bakugo asked, holding onto his shirt. "What?" Deku blushed and glanced down. "What, Izuku?" Bakugo asked, lifting a brow at him. "I'm a little scared." Deku admitted, "About therapy. And I don't want him to separate us tomorrow." "Hey, Aizu," Bakugo said as he put his hand under his chin and lifted his face to his. "Therapy is supposed to help your anxiety, not make it worse. If it does, then we don't have to go back. And Aizawa knows how we've been lately. I don't think he'd do that to us. Besides, I wouldn't let it happen if you weren't okay with it." Deku took a deep breath and nodded before pulling against him again and nuzzling his face into his neck. "I love you, 𝗂𝗂𝗃." Bakugo slid his hand up to his hair and ran his fingers through it and kissed his head. "Yeah, I love you too, Aizu. Now come on, let's go talk to him." Deku pulled back and nodded before kissing him one more time. After that they held hands and went to the door before Deku stopped them. "Oh, yeah, the rings." Bakugo blushed and took his off. "Yeah, we can wear them again later." "I want to wear them next time we do it, 𝗂𝗂𝗃," Deku said with a little smile as they put the rings away. 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Bakugo said, smirking at him, "We can take a picture of us with the rings on too." Deku smiled brightly at that and nodded before they held hands again and made their way out. Once they got to Mr. Aizawa's office, Deku went to knock and stopped as the door opened. "Oh, hello, Midoriya, Bakugo," Aizawa said as he stepped back to let them in. "I was just about to go look for you too, actually." Hello, Mr. Aizawa," Deku said as they walked in and sat down. "We wanted to ask about the plan for tomorrow, since 𝗂𝗂𝗃's injury, and our therapy session." "Right about that, you two just take the day off tomorrow," Aizawa said as he closed the door back and joined them, sitting at his desk. "When you get out of therapy, swing by Recovery Girl's office. She said she wants to examine you first, but that if she thinks you're up for it she'll go ahead and use her quirk for your shoulder, Bakugo." Bakugo smiled. "All right, I'm definitely up for it." Deku smiled over at him and back at Mr. Aizawa. "Thanks so much, sir. Of course. How have you two been doing anyways? Any more panic attacks, Midoriya?" Aizawa asked. Well, not really. Just got a bit worked up when 𝗂𝗂𝗃 first got hurt." Deku answered. "What about you, Bakugo? Have you been all right?" Aizawa asked, glancing at him. Bakugo grimaced slightly and looked away. "I'm fine." "All right," Aizawa said as he stood back up. "I'll be gone to a press conference with Principal Nizu for a little while tomorrow. You two behave while I'm away, please, and call if you need me." They stood up and Deku bowed. "Right. Thanks, Mr. Aizawa." They said goodbye then and made their way out. Bakugo was relieved that he might get Recovery Girl to heal him tomorrow, especially since him and Deku would be home alone for a while. He smiled over at him and squeezed his hand, making Deku look over and blush. "Hey guys," Mina said, waving them down from the common room. They joined her and some others on the couch as they said hello, and Mina showed them a card game. "Check this out, wanna play with us? It's for couples." "Yeah." Each couple will sit across from each other and will read a prompt asking a question about your partner, and everyone will answer on their marker board, then show their answers. The couple that gets the most correct answers about each other wins. Hagakure explained. Deku smiled over at Bakugo and shrugged. Want to 𝗂𝗃𝗃? Bakugo rolled his eyes and nodded. "Sure, I guess. Sounds kinda lame." "Oh, come on. It's a way to see how well we know each other," Mina said happily as she pulled Kirishima to the floor across from her. "Girls line up here and guys sit across from us. Oh, and you two just do whatever, I guess." Bakugo smirked at Deku, remembering how he felt the last time they considered him the girl, and let go of his hand and sat next to Mina. He patted the spot in front of him next to Kirishima and looked at Deku. Come on, sit down, nerd. Deku blushed and nodded, sitting next to Kirishima and grabbing the little whiteboard and marker from 𝗬𝗂𝗧𝗏. She sat on Mina's other side with Ojiro across from her and Jiro and Kaminari next to them. Alright guys, first prompt. 𝗬𝗂𝗧𝗏 said, what is your partner's favorite food? Bakugo and Deku smiled at each other as this one was easy for them. Kirishima and Mina got theirs right as well, but the others got theirs wrong and chatted for a moment about what they liked. See, we're gonna learn stuff too. Alright, next, 𝗬𝗂𝗧𝗏 started, what is your partner's favorite part of your body? Deku blushed, thinking about how often he tells Bakugo about his waist. I wonder if he'll put that. What's his favorite part about me? He said I have a nice. Oh god, I can't put that. What would it be? Deku thought for a moment and wrote down, hands, as he remembered him fiddling with them on the train. Bakugo did exactly as Deku thought and put, waist, while giving him a look. When they showed their answers, Bakugo huffed a laugh. Wrong, though I do like them. Ah, what was it then, 𝗬𝗂𝗧𝗏? Deku asked. Bakugo reached and grabbed his cheek, making him wince. Your face. I love your stupid freckles, nerd. Now, what about me, did I get it right? He said as he let go. Deku was blushing more now and nodded. Yeah. But I love every part of you, 𝗬𝗂𝗧𝗏. His waist, Midoriya. Mina teased. Yeah, I can see it. You got a nice figure, Blasty. Bakugo glared at her. Oh, shut it. Okay, next one. 𝗬𝗂𝗧𝗏 said after they all talked about their answers, what is your partner's love language? The options are words of affirmation, physical touch, receiving gifts, acts of service, or quality time. Deku was stuck between words of affirmation and physical touch, knowing Bakugo really liked him talking to him and praising him, but also loved being close and touchy. He ended up blushing as he chose physical touch, since he knew Bakugo was only like that with him and gets super clingy when he's emotional. Bakugo put quality time for Deku, knowing he was super cliché like that and just enjoyed being around him. They smiled at each other and nodded that they were right. Wow, I would have never guessed before you guys got together. Mina said as she elbowed Bakugo. Yeah. Same honestly. Bakugo admitted, glancing away and smiling softly. Deku blushed at him, thinking he was being adorable in that moment. Alright, next is what is your partner's favorite thing you say to them? 𝗬𝗂𝗧𝗏 said. Deku blushed, immediately thinking of, good boy, 𝗬𝗂𝗧𝗏, and knowing he couldn't put that. Bakugo blushed too, as if thinking the same thing, then wondered what Deku liked hearing him say. When they revealed their answers, they both blushed and nodded as Deku put, 𝗬𝗂𝗧𝗏. And Bakugo put, eyes. Will you two stop being so freaking cute? 𝗬𝗂𝗧𝗏 groaned as her and Ojiro had funny answers. Okay, next is a spicy one. What is your partner's favorite place to kiss you besides your lips? Mina and Kaminari smirked over at Deku and Bakugo as Jiro said, we definitely know Midoriya's. Deku hid his face behind the board for a moment, smiling and red-faced as Bakugo huffed a laugh and wrote his neck. Couldn't help but think of Bakugo kissing down his body and had to shake his head, steadying his thoughts and went with a more family-friendly answer and wrote his fingers. Bakugo smiled softly at him and nodded when they showed their answers, then pulled out his phone and sent him a quick text. If we weren't with the others though, I'd have to say your pages. Deku smirked at him, still red-faced, and messaged back. I know. Hey guys, no private conversations. I see you two messaging. Mina teased. Anyways, next one. 𝗬𝗂𝗧𝗏 continued, what is something you do that makes your partner angry? Deku huffed a laugh then as Bakugo gave him a look. Deku thought he had tons of options, considering how easily Bakugo got angry. He ended up putting annoying him when he's busy, as he thought of trying to help him cook. Bakugo had to think for a moment. Something I do that makes the nerd angry. He doesn't get all that mad too often. They showed their answers and nodded as Deku read he'd put, when I don't cooperate. Next, 𝗬𝗂𝗧𝗏 called out, what makes your partner jealous? Bakugo smirked at him, thinking about Kaminari calling him 𝗬𝗂𝗧𝗏, and wrote it down. Deku was blushing because he just knew he did that. He had to think then, realizing he wasn't sure what to write for his own answer. What makes 𝗂𝗂𝗃 jealous? Deku was still blank when everyone else was ready and showed their answers. Hagakure asked, really? Nothing makes Bakugo jealous. I can't think of anything. Deku said, glancing over at him. Huh? Oh man Midoriya? Kaminari said, I only did that to tease, I swear. Deku blushed and looked the other way as Bakugo laughed, then looked over at him. Deku couldn't help but to ask then, well, what makes you jealous then, 𝗂𝗂𝗃? Bakugo shrugged and glanced away. I don't really like when you pay a lot of attention to the extras, when we're out. Deku blushed again and leaned closer. What? 𝗂𝗂𝗃 really? Bakugo grunted as he kept avoiding looking at him. Ah, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 wants all your attention, Midoriya. Mina teased. DMN right. Bakugo huffed. He's my nerd. The extras need to leave us alone when we're trying to spend time together. Deku hid his face behind his hands, completely moved by him saying things like that in front of everyone. Hagakure giggled at the next question. Okay guys, another steamy one. What is your partner's favorite position? Everyone blushed then and Bakugo and Deku looked at each other nervously. I think I'd need a few drinks before I could get this personal with you guys. 𝗧𝗪𝗓 said as she twirled her earphone jack. Ah, come on. No 𝗧𝗵𝗲 here. Mina said with a smirk at Kirishima, I'll spill mine. Ojiro smiled at Hagakure as she agreed and wrote down an answer. Bakugo knew his answer, but what was Deku's favorite? He'd done him from the front, and with him on top. In his lap. From behind. He pouted and wrote his own favorite down, sort of hoping he was right. Deku was wildly embarrassed by it, but put down an answer as well. As soon as they were about to show their answers, they noticed Mr. Aizawa heading their way from down the hall and frantically erased everything. Deku sighed in relief that they didn't have to reveal something so embarrassing as Aizawa came up and asked, You guys are going to miss dinner if you don't go now, just thought I'd remind you. The day has gone by way too fast. Hagakure said as everyone got up. They put their boards back in a pile for Hagakure and all headed to the cafeteria then. We should do a girls' night again. Mina told her as they walked, then looked over at Bakugo. Hey, 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Wanna join us? Since Midoriya didn't want to last time, how about you? Bakugo gave her an exasperated look inside. What are you guys even doing in there? Why the hell would I want to join? We play games and chat about things we don't want the boys to know. We'd be trusting you to keep your mouth shut. Hagakure chimed. Yeah, and I want you to do my nails for me again, Hagakure. 𝗧𝗪𝗓 said. You two seem like you're doing fine lately anyways, why not try it out and make sure about your progress? Mina prodded. Bakugo groaned and rolled his eyes. Aizu, would you be okay with that? Deku blushed, surprised Bakugo was considering it and nodded. I don't mind, 𝗂𝗂𝗃. I'll humor you idiots for a bit I guess. Bakugo grumbled. After that, I'm going back to my room. The girls jumped and squealed with excitement as Kaminari laughed and said, Wow, Bakugo. Any other guy would be thrilled to be stuck in a room with a bunch of girls. That's why no other guys are invited. 𝗧𝗪𝗓 said, lifting a brow at him. Are you sure you want to, 𝗂𝗂𝗃? Deku asked, pouting at him slightly. Bakugo smiled softly at him and squeezed his hand. I was thinking we needed to try this one more time at least, since we go back to see Miss Rachel in the morning. Deku looked down, fidgeting with his fingers and nodded. Yeah. I guess you're right. Hey, it'll be okay, Midoriya. Kirishima said happily. Why don't we have our own thing too? A guy's night. It'll be so manly. Ah, yeah, sitting around in a room with a bunch of dudes. How fun. Kaminari said, tone dripping with sarcasm. It could be. Ojiro joined in. I'm down to hang out, Kirishima. Hell yeah. He said excitedly. What do you say, Midoriya? Deku glanced at Bakugo then smiled softly and nodded. All right. They made their way through the cafeteria then, grabbing their food and heading to their tables. Bakugo scooted close since he couldn't hold his hand while he ate and wrapped his ankle in behind Deku's, pulling his leg between his as they ate. Deku smiled over at him and kept his hand on his thigh, rubbing it with his thumb. 𝗂𝗂𝗃's feeling better but he still loves to cling on to me. So cute. They all ate and chatted for a bit before heading back to the common room where the girls split up from them and Mina smirked at Bakugo and Deku. Okay, 𝗵𝗃, you gonna let us borrow Bakugo for a bit? Deku blushed and glanced over at Bakugo as he grimaced and started to pull his hand away but really didn't want to. Bakugo noticed his hesitation and tugged him forwards, kissing him right in front of everyone. It'll just be for a bit, Aizu. Deku let go then and nodded. Kaken. Don't worry, 𝗵𝗃. We'll have tons of fun. Kirishima said as he threw his arm around him and led him down the hall with the others. Bakugo pouted at them as they walked away, then Mina took his hand. Kmun, you'll be okay. Well, of course I'm fine. Bakugo huffed as he pulled his hand away and started walking with them to Hagikure's room. As soon as they shut the door, Hagikure said, Spill. What were y'all's answers? Mina laughed. You first. You first. Ojiro totally likes missionary, but I'm a fan of being on top myself. Hagikure said, covering her face even though they couldn't see her blush. Ding, Jiro smirked. I can see that. Me and Kiri like doggy. Mina said, elbowing Hagikure. Hits the good spots. Okay, F this. Bakugo barked, face completely steaming as he turned to leave. No. You have to answer too, Blasty. Mina said as she grabbed onto his arm. Yeah, Bakugo. We know you 2v done it. Just answer. Hagikure said as she sat and grabbed his leg. Jiro was laughing at them as he struggled, face completely red still. Why the hell do you want to know that, SHT? Is this really what you like talking about? Bakugo groaned as he reached for the door while dragging them along. Mina giggled. Why are you so embarrassed, Bakugo? Just admit what you like. I'm not embarrassed, it's just stupid to talk about this sort of thing with people who have no business knowing. Bakugo huffed at her and pulled his arm, trying to break free of her grip. It's fun, Blasty. Mina prodded. Tell us. Tell us. Tell us. Hagikure chanted, hugging onto his leg with her arms and legs, or we'll never let you out of here. Bakugo groaned. Fine. I dunno what Izuku likes best. He said as he stopped struggling and looked away from them. I prefer missionary. I like seeing his stupid face. Oh, see, that wasn't so hard. Mina said happily and let go of his arm. Hagikure giggled and let go of him as well. Wow, Bakugo, you really are a big softy, aren't you? Yeah, whatever. He huffed and tried to cross his arms but grunted at the sharp pain in his shoulder, having forgotten about it. Anyways, ears. You haven't answered. Jiro blushed and smiled awkwardly, looking away. Well, actually, Kaminari and I haven't gotten that far yet. Ugh, Mina said with a smile and elbowed her. You gotta give me the details when you do. What have you guys done, Jiro? Hagikure asked teasingly. Oh yeah, and what color nail polish do you want? Well, I mean we've fooled around a little bit, but never had the time to make it farther than that. She said with a sigh, and purple. Hagikure ran over to a drawer and went through her nail polish and grabbed the purple for her. Mina, you want red? Yes, please. She smiled. It'll match my earrings. Hey, Blasty, come over here and sit with us. Bakugo was slowly inching his way back to the door before she noticed and sighed. What am I even doing this for? Whatever, I'll just humor them a bit longer, I guess. I hope Izuku is having an easier time at least. Bakugo walked over and sat on the bed with them as Hagikure got positioned in front of Jiro. She grabbed the red nail polish and handed it towards Bakugo. Here, you can do Mina's. What? Why do I have to? He grimaced. 'Cause it'll be faster this way. Plus, you're good at everything you do, I bet you'll be good at this too. Mina said happily. Well, yeah, it's easy as SHT, course I'm good at it. Bakugo grumbled as he swiped it out of her hand. He pouted then as he realized his diamante hand was the injured side and sighed. He sat it down and reached over and pulled his sling off so he could move his arm more freely. Oh shoot, I wasn't even thinking about that, Bakugo. Hagikure said, are you able to move your arm okay? Yeah, Blasty, we don't want you to hurt yourself. Mina said, realizing the same thing. I can handle this SHT. My arm is fine as long as I don't lift it too high. Bakugo said as he shook the nail polish and opened it up. He held out his hand and Mina gave him her hand and he started carefully painting her nails. Wow, you really are good at everything. What the hell? 𝗧𝗪𝗧 said with a confused look. My mom used to make me do this for her. Bakugo grumbled, 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Oh, is your hair getting in your way? 𝗬𝗲𝗄𝗧 asked as she noticed him blow his bangs out of his eyes. Here, I got you. Bakugo glanced over and she grabbed a headband and slid it in his hair, pulling his bangs out of his eyes. Thanks, he said as he kept working on Mina's nails. Oh, can you do my toenails too? She asked excitedly. Hell no, I don't want to touch your nasty butt feet. Bakugo huffed. Hey rude. She whined. I took a bath before you guys joined us. Did you guys have a good time at the mall, by the way? 𝗧𝗪𝗧 asked as she smiled over at him. Bakugo blushed as he thought about buying the rings. Yeah, we did. You two are the cutest. 𝗬𝗲𝗄𝗧 beamed. Oh, 𝗧𝗪𝗧 is so serious all the time. I wish he'd get all sweet and bashful like that. Kaminari is surprisingly sweet. He wouldn't let me even try to pay for anything, and when we went to the arcade he tried his best to win me the plush I wanted, didn't give up till he had enough tickets. 𝗧𝗪𝗧 said with a small laugh. Yeah, Kiri is the same, Mina said with a giggle. How about you, Bakugo? Does Deku buy your food or do you split it? We take turns, Bakugo said as he swapped to her other hand. I paid the first time, then he did, and we just go back and forth. I guess that's how it would be with two guys. 𝗧𝗪𝗧 said as 𝗬𝗲𝗄𝗧 finished her nails. She scooted back and let her start on her toes next. Drew this scene cause I thought it was cute? Yeah, and I think it's super sweet you're not afraid to kiss him in front of us. Yeah, and I think it's super sweet you're not afraid to kiss him in front of us. 𝗬𝗲𝗄𝗧 said happily. Bakugo blushed and reached for Mina's other hand again. Oh, doing a second coat? Mina asked. Thanks. You really know your stuff. Yeah. Bakugo said then sighed. It's not dry enough yet. You really want your toes done too? Yes, please. Mina beamed and scooted back next to 𝗧𝗪𝗧 and put her feet in his lap. Oh yeah, 𝗧𝗪𝗧, she said in a teasing voice. How much have you and Kaminari gotten to do anyways? 𝗧𝗪𝗧 blushed and glanced at her. I mean, you know. Just touching and stuff. Come on. Mina laughed. Has he gone down on you yet? Bakugo felt his face turning red again, wondering how they'd gotten back to this subject. Just once yet. It was nice, she admitted while twirling her earphone jack. Bakugo grimaced, trying not to picture that. Gross. What about the other way around? 𝗬𝗲𝗄𝗧 teased. That's it. 𝗧𝗪𝗧 said red-faced. I was so scared to the first time. 𝗬𝗲𝗄𝗧 said with a laugh. But 𝗧𝗪𝗧 acts like it was the best thing ever, so I guess I did all right. Oh, same here. Super scared, especially with Kiri, cause he's big guys. Mina said. No way it would all fit in my mouth. He didn't seem to mind though. Bakugo sucked to her other foot, feeling like he was going to die of embarrassment if they didn't shut up soon. Jeez. Aizu is pretty big too, 𝗬𝗏 always chokes me. Guess he's more rough with me cause I'm a guy. He'd probably be gentle if it was with a girl. They all collectively glanced down at him, noticing how shy and awkward he was getting, and Mina said, So, what about you, Blasty? Anything to add to that? Bakugo stopped and covered his face with his hand as he glanced away. No. Mina smiled teasingly. Come on, it's obvious you're thinking something. Spill. Bakugo grimaced and started painting again, feeling them all staring as they waited for a response. He groaned and glanced up. This stays between us. Duh. 𝗬𝗲𝗄𝗧 said. Yeah, nothing we say here leaves this room. Mina chimed in. Swear it. It'd be hella embarrassing otherwise. 𝗧𝗪𝗧 agreed. Bakugo blushed and glanced away. I mean, yeah, I was nervous the first time. Only even thought about doing it cause my hand was still fed. Wait, you didn't even use your hands? Mina asked, leaning forward. Kiri's is too big not to. Bakugo blushed more and looked back down as he worked. I mean, I did a little, but Aizu is kinda rough. Likes to grab my hair and pull me down on it, so my hand kinda just gets in the way. And he's big too, just doesn't give a SHT. I think making me choke turns him on more, honestly. They all blushed and Mina said, Blasty, I'm surprised you let him do that to you. Yeah, I figured you'd blast him for even thinking about something like that. 𝗔𝗫𝗀 admitted, granted, I thought it'd be the other way around in general. Yeah, Bakugo, I can't even imagine Midoriya being like that. 𝗬𝗪𝗀𝗧𝗏 added, does it not make you mad? Bakugo pouted slightly as he finished up and reached for her hand then to start the second coat. Well, it did at first. But it made him look so satisfied and I guess I sorta started liking it. Dom. Mina said with a teasing smile, you would like it rough. Yeah, that definitely makes sense, 𝗬𝗪𝗀𝗧𝗏 agreed. What about the other way around? I bet you're even worse on him, aren't you? Yeah, right? Bakugo huffed. 𝐈𝐧𝐭𝐫𝐴 is way worse. Stupid innocent face is deceiving as SHT. Not gonna lie, kinda hope Kiri grabs my hair like that sometime. Mina said, pondering it. Nah, if Ojiro did that to me, I'd dump him. 𝗬𝗪𝗀𝗧𝗏 said as she finished up with Jiro's nails. All done. I'm with Mina and Bakugo on that one, the hair-pulling thing seems kinda hot. Jiro admitted as she examined her nails. Well, as long as it's not too hard. Bakugo blushed as he finished Mina's nails and went back to her feet to do the second coat on them. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 always pulls hard. What about during section? Mina asked Bakugo. Kiri's never pulled my hair during it. Does Midoriya do that too? Bakugo nodded, remembering how he'd grip onto his hair while skiing and kissing his neck, ramming into him. He blushed more and fidgeted around for a second. Yeah. Sometimes. SHT. They probably realized I'm the bottom. Oh well, not like it matters. They all blushed and smirked at each other before 𝗬𝗪𝗀𝗧𝗏 said, you like that, Bakugo? I bet you like him leaving all those hickeys on you too. Bakugo moved to her other foot and nodded again. Yeah. Me too, and you can't see mine. 𝗬𝗪𝗀𝗧𝗏 giggled. I'll never get in trouble for it. Lucky little, Bakugo said, smirking over at her. Oh yeah, look guys. Kiri does get rough with the biting. His teeth are so sharp. Mina whined as she pulled her shirt down, showing a bite mark on the top of her left ear. DMN. Jiro said with a pained look, I don't think I'd let those teeth anywhere near my chest. Or anywhere else for that matter. Yikes. 𝗬𝗪𝗀𝗧𝗏 agreed, I like kisses, not bites. That's a big no for me. Bakugo looked up at it and rubbed his shoulder. I like the biting. Wow, you got more battle scars than what's on your neck, Blasty? Mina asked. Just a bit, it's mostly my neck. Bakugo admitted as he finished up and closed the nail polish. He pulled open the top few buttons of his shirt and slid it over a bit to show them the base of his neck and top of his shoulders where Deku had bitten him last. DMN, get it Midoriya. Mina teased. Bakugo, I know we're having you here as one of us, hun, but please cover up. You're still hot. 𝗬𝗪𝗀𝗧𝗏 said with a giggle. I feel like I'm cheating just by looking at you. Bakugo blushed and faced away. F***ing perv. He glanced over at Mina then as he started trying to button his shirt back up and winced from the pain in his shoulder. You guys started showing skin first. Mina laughed and helped him, buttoning the buttons for him before leaning back. Yeah, but we know you're not attracted to us. I mean, you are gay, right? I don't know. Bakugo huffed as he pouted. I mean, yeah, I guess. But I'm not attracted to anyone but 𝗳𝗧𝗏 really. Okay, now that's actually cute as Jiro said, smiling. What about Midoriya? 𝗬𝗪𝗀𝗧𝗏 asked. We figured he was straight until you guys got together. Yeah, I dunno. I guess he's bi. Bakugo grumbled, honestly. I think he only liked girls before we sort of, well, happened. Were you worried at all when you first liked him? 𝗬𝗪𝗀𝗧𝗏 asked. I can't imagine having a crush on someone and not thinking they were even attracted to me at all. Well, I mean... Bakugo mumbled as Mina took his hand and black nail polish from Jiro. I didn't even realize I liked him, really. Until after a while in the hospital, after everything happened. He was so distracted with his thoughts, he didn't realize Mina had started painting his nails. I guess it didn't cross my mind what his preferences were, I just knew suddenly that I had these feelings. And I asked him if he felt the same. It was honestly terrifying. Ah, Blasty. And then he admitted to liking you too. Mina asked as she worked. Yeah. Well, we both agreed we thought we did at least. Bakugo said, glancing away with a soft smile. That's when I asked him if I could try something. And then that's when I kissed him. That's so freaking cute. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 squealed as Mina took his other hand. Then I knew 𝗧𝗍𝗍 liked me before it even crossed my mind really that I thought he was straight. Bakugo explained, then I was just worried about our parents, but they were fine with it too. That's great to hear. 𝗓𝗪𝗡 said happily. That rocks for you guys. Mina said excitedly as she finished up his other hand. So, what do you think? Bakugo grimaced and shouted, hey, what the hell? I didn't agree to this. They all laughed and Mina closed the nail polish. Oh come on, it looks good on you. You should just go full goth, Bakugo. 𝗓𝗪𝗡 said, got mostly black clothes, got your ears pierced, now your nails painted. Just need some tattoos. Bakugo groaned and rolled his eyes. I'm not doing any of that. I like black but not that much. He huffed. But it looks so good, Blasty. Mina said happily, then smiled at him and teased, I almost did green. Bakugo blushed and grabbed his sling to put it back on, careful to not smudge the drying paint. Mina smirked as she noticed, then asked, want us to do your toenails too? Hell no. Keep your hands to yourself. Bakugo barked. Oh guys. I have just enough face masks for all of us. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 said as she rummaged around in her bathroom. Think Midoriya will like your nails, Blasty? Mina teased. Bakugo blushed, embarrassed to think of him seeing them, then realized it had been a while and grabbed his phone. I dunno. He told her before noticing Deku had messaged him a bit ago. Hey, Kakin, how's it going? Bakugo messaged back real quick. They effin' painted my nails and 𝗧𝗧𝗍𝗃. How are you? Meanwhile, when Deku got to the room with Kirishima, Kaminari, and Ojiro, Kirishima went over to the TV and grabbed some controllers. Alright, guys, let's play. I've got lots of multiplayer games. They all sat down and took a controller as Kirishima said, so, what was you guys' answer for that last one? Well, I can't see 𝗧𝗵𝗃 so I prefer missionary where I can feel her how I want and see where she's at on the bed. Ojiro said, blushing as they picked their characters for the game. I think she likes it too, but I'll have to ask her. Kaminari blushed and scratched at his face. 𝗓𝗪𝗡 and I haven't actually made it that far yet. Oh really? Kirishima asked, you'll get there. What about you? Kaminari asked him. Ashido really likes it from behind. It's super hot in front of a mirror especially. I'd have to go with that as well. Kirishima said with a smile, what about you, Midoriya? Deku's face was steaming from listening to them. He couldn't stop picturing how much Bakugo loved facing him and clinging onto him. Same as Ojiro, missionary is the best. Kakin really likes it like that. Oh geez, I still can't picture you doing that with Bakugo. It sounds hella scary. Kaminari said with a worried look as they began their game. Deku blushed more as he almost laughed, realizing they still thought he was the bottom. Nah, I have a feeling Midoriya is the one in charge, am I right? Kirishima said with a smirk, making Deku smile guiltily. What? But no way. Bakugo is so. Bakugo. Ojiro said, shaking his head. Yeah, I feel like you'd need a RP whistle. Kaminari said, bet you have a safe word, if he even listens to it. Kakin isn't like that. Deku huffed, and he's not forceful at all. He blushed, thinking about the time he made him SRP and climbed up on top of him. Well. It depends on his mood actually. Oh geez, like I said, terrifying. Kaminari groaned. No, it wasn't really. Deku stammered, blushing more as he remembered it. Even when he initiates or comes on super strong, he always wants me to take over. That's really surprising. Ojiro said as he smirked in victory, first round is mine. Think the girls are in there talking about this too? Kaminari asked, so not fair Bakugo got to join them. Does that bother you at all, Midoriya? Knowing he's just in a room with a bunch of girls right now. Ojiro asked as they got ready for their next game. Nah, Kakin never really was attracted to girls. Deku said, and him and Mina are kind of close. I'm glad he can spend time with other people and not just have to be stuck babysitting me. What makes you say that, Midoriya? 'Cause of the panic attack thing. Kirishima asked. Yeah, it doesn't feel fair to Kaken when I think about it sometimes. Deku explained, that's why he even started coming to my room in the hospital in the first place was 'cause I freaked out one night. Dude, have you seen the way he clings to you? Kaminari said blandly. I'm pretty sure you're the one babysitting him. Yeah, trust me, we've all noticed how clingy he's gotten with you. Ojiro said, it's like he's gotta have some form of contact with you at all times or he'll die. Well, he's just been a bit emotional lately. It's part of the heart surgery side effects, along with everything that happened in the battle in general. Deku said as he put his controller down and pulled out his phone. He sent Bakugo a quick message before joining back in the game. I hope Kaken is okay. So when did Bakugo realize he liked you, Midoriya? Like, was he attracted to you this whole time? Kirishima asked. Well, he spent the night in my room with me after I had the panic attack. Then when he went back to his room, he came back later in the night and crawled back into bed with me 'cause he'd had a bad dream too. Deku explained, we kinda just got used to being close after a while, and it started feeling different. Then after we kissed, everything really escalated from there. I think that's when he actually felt attracted to me. Oh, is he? So it was like a falling for each other without even realizing kinda thing, then you felt attraction. Kaminari said. Yeah, usually it's the other way around. Ojiro pointed out. I mean, I'd never really thought of Kaken that way until he started being so sweet, when it was just the two of us. And so, close all the time. My heart started racing when he'd do or say certain things. I found myself suddenly thinking he was cute. Deku admitted as he lost the game again, Kaminari winning this time. So you said everything escalated after you kissed, you guys didn't do that at the hospital, did you? Ojiro asked, lifting a brow at him. No. And not that exactly. Deku stammered, remembering the things they did do. Oh, 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗧, you guys fooled around in the hospital. What if a nurse had come in? Kaminari laughed. That would have been a real shocker. Deku groaned and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Yeah, we really shouldn't have. Kirishima laughed and slapped his shoulder. Hey, least you didn't get caught. Oh my god, I would have died. Deku groaned, hiding his face. I'm just surprised you leave all those hickeys on him considering how embarrassed you get when talking about this stuff. Kaminari said with a laugh. Midoriya, you still playing? Kirishima asked and Deku put his hands back down to his controller. Yeah. I get a bit carried away in the moment and don't think about the consequences. Deku admitted with an exasperated face. I lucked out with 𝗧𝗵𝗃, for obvious reasons. Ojiro said with a smirk. She likes me to be super gentle with her, though. Which is weird, 'cause she comes on pretty strong. Ashido likes when I'm rough with her, but I'm scared to be. Kirishima admitted, I don't wanna accidentally hurt her or something, so not manly. Deku blushed and kept playing as Ojiro lifted a brow at him. I'm not sure if we should even ask about you too. Again, I bet Bakugo is terrifying. Kaminari shivered. Deku blushed and pouted. Well, he's not. He actually gets really gentle and cute when we're doing that stuff. How? Kaminari asked, confused and trying not to sound disgusted. Well, he gets even more clingy. Always wants to face me and really reacts when I talk to him. Deku said, picturing his face and how much his body trembles beneath him. Wait, you two like talking during. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 would probably kill me if I tried to say anything. She gets surprisingly embarrassed for someone who's invisible. Ojiro said, really? Mina loves it, especially when she's super into it. Kirishima said, makes her go crazy. Kaken's the same way. Deku agreed. I think that's why I like the mirror so much. Kirishima admitted as he blushed. It's her favorite position, and I still get to see the faces she makes. Deku nodded as he remembered the time they did it like that. Yeah, I like seeing Kaken's reactions too. He wants to be holding on to me though, and hides his face against my shoulder sometimes. Yeah, 𝗧𝗵𝗃 likes to hold on too. Ojiro agreed. I especially like when she wraps her legs around me. I don't think Ashido's done that with me yet. Kirishima said, thinking. Kaken always does. I've noticed he's started locking his ankles around me too. Deku said with a soft smile. No way. Kaminari said as he started to put everything together. Damn it, I owe Mina money. Deku froze, face turning red as he realized he'd just given it away. Ojiro nodded at him. So, Bakugo really is the bottom, huh? Ishido called it back when you first got together. She said you guys make it super obvious. Kirishima said as he won the next round. She said she could tell by the way he was walking when you guys walked through once after leaving your room, plus I've seen the bruises on his thighs when you guys are in the bath. Deku hid his face again, face steaming as he pleaded, please, don't mention anything about it to him. Kaken's gonna kill me. Trust me, as much as I want to tease Bakugo, I'd rather live to see another day. Kaminari said with a smirk, I'm pretty sure he'd murder all of us for knowing, not just you. Still weird thinking Bakugo would be like that. Ojiro said, I mean, I really couldn't picture you being the bottom either, Kaminari admitted, but with Bakugo's personality, I just really assumed he'd want to be the top. Yeah, I get that, Deku admitted with an awkward smile. To be honest, I would have thought so too. I sort of figured it out when I thought about it more though, realizing he was the one pulling me on top of him when we kissed. And when he'd get on top, he'd be sitting in my lap, with his legs around me. So, it just sort of happened that way then. Kirishima asked, I mean, I don't want major details, but did you not have to discuss it or anything beforehand? Well, not exactly. We agreed we wanted to do it, but not how. I honestly just risked it, knowing he'd just kill me if I was wrong, Deku said with a sigh. Thankfully I wasn't wrong. So, I'm also curious about this. I thought you liked girls before? Kaminari said, did you like guys this whole time too? Deku blushed and shook his head. No, I've never been attracted to guys before. Well, until we got closer. Like I said, I just started reacting to him differently. He can be sweet and gentle. And it started making my heart race when he held on to me. So that's when you started feeling attracted to him, too? Ojiro asked. Yeah, he answered. Seeing that side of him made me start having these feelings. And I couldn't help but to think he was cute. Especially with the faces he'd make sometimes. Oh God, speaking of faces. Kaminari said, blushing, that's got to be the best thing, seeing Jiro's face. Down there. Kirishima nodded, oh yeah, for sure. Ojiro made a face and they laughed a bit before looking over at Deku. Wait, Bakugo doesn't do that, does he? Deku blushed and nodded, fidgeting with the controller. I'd be scared he'd bite it off. Kaminari teased, making the others laugh. Deku's face turned more red, picturing how Bakugo looks up at him with little tears in his eyes as he grabs his hair. Oh, Kaken. I wonder if he responded yet. Deku pulled out his phone and saw Bakugo's message and laughed nervously. Apparently they painted his nails. Uh-oh, Kirishima said with a laugh. Poor guy. Maybe we should go rescue him before he blows them up. Deku nodded and they all got up and started heading for Hagikure's room and saw Mr. Aizawa in the hall. What are you boys doing on the girls' floor this late? I already had to give Mineta detention for when school starts back. Mr. Aizawa groaned as he saw them. Oh, we're on a rescue mission, sir. Kirishima declared. Yeah, Hagikure, Mina, and Jiro have Bakugo held hostage and are painting his nails and stuff. Ojiro said with a laugh. If we don't get him away soon this whole place might come crumbling down. Mr. Aizawa looked at Deku and sighed. Well, I'm glad you two were able to handle some time apart. Please go get him before he does cause any damage. Yes, sir. Deku said with an awkward smile and they made their way down to her room. Ojiro knocked on the door. Hey, Hagikure. You guys done with Bakugo? Jiro opened the door with a face mask on, making them jump at the sight. She glared at them as they looked in and saw the others wearing them as well, including Bakugo, along with his nails painted, a headband in his hair, and brushing Mina's hair for her. He scowled at them as Kaminari busted out laughing and pulled his phone out. You take a picture and you die, spark plug. Bakugo barked. He finished brushing Mina's hair then got up and slung the headband off onto the bed. Thanks, Blasty. We had a blast. Mina teased. That was so cheesy. Jiro said with a laugh. That was super fun, Bakugo. Come hang out with us more often. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧 beamed as he made his way to Deku and grabbed his hand. Dang man, what did they do you two? Kirishima said, looking at his face. Bakugo grimaced and Deku smiled at him. Did you have a good time, Kaken? They all waved by then and started making their way back to the boys' floor. It wasn't that bad. Bakugo huffed. Did you do okay? Deku said, blushing as he thought of everything they talked about. Bakugo raised a brow at him and the others went quiet, fearing for their lives before he grumbled, oh, whatever. I'm effin' tired, let's head to bed, Aizu. Deku smiled at him again as they made their way to their room and waved goodbye to the others. We need to wash that off your face, Kaken. Deku laughed as he shut and locked the door. I think this SHT is supposed to peel off, I dunno though. Bakugo grumbled as he went to the bathroom and started pulling at the mask. He got most of it off with bits here and there on his face and groaned. Deku came in and wet a rag and reached for his face. Here, let me. Bakugo huffed and pouted as Deku cleaned the remaining parts off his face for him. Bakugo smirked at him then. I'd rather you be cleaning something else off of me. Deku blushed, Kaken. Ha, too easy. Bakugo huffed a laugh, proud that he'd flustered him already. Deku pouted at him then grabbed his hair, pulling it tight in his fist and bringing his head close to his. I missed you, Kaken. Bakugo blushed then and kissed him hard, throwing his arm around him. Deku groaned against his lips, kissing him deeper and wrapping his arms around his waist. After a few moments Bakugo pulled back, breathing against his lips. So, what is your favorite? Deku thought for a second then realized what he meant. Definitely facing you, anything you like where I can see your face, Kaken. Bakugo blushed and kissed him again. Yeah, same. Deku smiled and nodded. I know. Come on, let's go to bed. Bakugo said as he backed off and grabbed his hand. They made their way to the bedroom and started undressing to change into their sleep clothes. Bakugo stopped Deku once he was down to his underwear. Let's just sleep like this. Deku smiled and nodded. Oh, and let me change your bandages real quick, Kaken. Hasn't bled through again, has it? Bakugo asked as he looked down. I don't think so, but we need to make sure it's clean. I don't want you getting an infection. Deku said as he went to the bathroom to get the bandaging wrap. Bakugo sat on the bed and waited for him, looking at his nails once they caught his eye. So annoying. He blushed as he thought about their conversations and painting their nails, thinking he actually didn't have a bad time. It was actually kinda nice, getting to talk about Aizu like that. Can't effin' do that with the guys, that'd be embarrassing as hell. Deku came in then and sat across from him and started unwrapping the bandages. What is it, Kaken? Bakugo pouted and looked away. Nothin'. Just, tonight wasn't so bad I guess. Deku pouted at him then. Yeah, it was okay. I'd still have rather been with you, though. Bakugo lifted a brow at him and smiled. Don't tell me you got jealous. No, well, not in that way. Deku mumbled as he cleaned the wound. Just a little jealous. 'Cause they got to spend time with you while I wasn't able to. Bakugo smirked at him and grabbed his cheek. Someone's a jealous nerd. Don't worry, I thought about you the whole time. Deku blushed and started wrapping him back up. Yeah. I was thinking about you too. Bakugo let go of his face and watched him as he finished wrapping him up. When he was done he brought everything back to the bathroom and put it away. He came back to Bakugo lying down holding the covers open and smiling at him. Come here, jealous nerd. Deku blushed and smiled before turning off the light and joining him in bed. They wrapped their arms around each other and Deku slid his leg between Bakugo's. They nuzzled into each other and Bakugo kissed his shoulder a few times and up his neck to his ear. I love you, Aizu. Deku smiled against his shoulder and squeezed him just a bit tighter. I love you too, Kaken. Bakugo slid his hand down to the front of his underwear then, rubbing him as kissed him. Deku squirmed slightly and kissed back before pulling away. We gotta wait till everyone leaves tomorrow, Kaken. Yeah. Bakugo said as he kept rubbing him through his underwear. We will. Deku made a face at him. Then what are you doing, Kaken? Just teasing a little. Bakugo whispered in his ear, kissing it and nipping at it. Nothing wrong with that, is there, Aizu? Deku whined and bit down on his shoulder, liking and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 it as he grinded against his hand. Bakugo smirked against him and slid his hand up then down under his underwear, gripping his PP as he kissed just below his ear. Deku ran his hands down his back and gripped his but as he groaned softly and moved into his hand. He kissed down his shoulder to his chest then and liked his NPL, making Bakugo grunt down at him, "Hey, stop that 𝗧𝗬𝗍." Deku looked up at him playfully then. "Just teasing a little. Isn't that right?" Bakugo glared at him then whined slightly as Deku squeezed his but harder and harder on his NPL. He pushed Deku off then and crawled down under the covers and yanked his underwear down as Deku watched. He threw the cover back so he could see him as Bakugo grabbed his PP and shoved his mouth down around it, humming against it as he 𝗧𝗑𝗧. Deku shuddered beneath him and grabbed onto his hair. Bakugo looked up at him and liked up his PP before taking it back into his mouth, gently massaging his ball with his other hand, trying not to move his arm too much. 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗃. Deku breathed down at him, rubbing his fingers through his hair. Bakugo hummed against him again, enjoying hearing him say his name in such a satisfied way. He worked his mouth and hand against him nice and slow, wanting to make it last. Deku squeezed his hair into his fist after a moment and started pushing him down farther, making him groan against him. "You're such a good boy, 𝗧𝗃." Deku cooed down at him, "Now go faster." Bakugo shuddered, anger spiking at being bossed like that but a wave of 𝗬𝗨𝗧𝗟 following it. He glared up at him but listened, taking him faster and deeper in his mouth before closing his eyes and letting go with his hand. Deku started moving up into his mouth then as he kept a firm grip on his hair. "𝗧𝗃. That feels good, 𝗧𝗃." Bakugo whined against him, gripping onto his thigh as he shoved him down harder and faster. Deku blushed down at him, seeing his painted nails and remembering how cute he looked with the headband. "If he was wearing it, I could see his face better when he does this." Bakugo choked against him slightly, bringing Deku back from his thought. He shuddered beneath him again, not knowing why but loving the sounds he made when it happened. "Just a bit more, 𝗧𝗃." Deku cooed, holding his face with his other hand and moving into his mouth as he whined against him. "You're doing good, 𝗧𝗃. You take my PP so well." Bakugo whined against him then adjusted himself on the bed for a better angle, trying to get more comfortable as his shoulder and chest was starting to ache from the movement. I keep forgetting my stupid but collarbone got fractured. Hurry up and come, shit-nerd." Deku slowed then as he noticed the pained look go across his face and pulled his head up, making him cough for a second and catch his breath. "𝗧𝗃, are you okay?" Deku asked, worry taking over his mind. "Damn it," Bakugo groaned as he wiped his mouth, "were you at least close?" Deku smiled softly and ran his fingers through his hair, softly petting him and rubbed his cheek with his other hand, making Bakugo blush up at him. "Sorry, 𝗧𝗃, I did get close but then I got worried." Deku admitted with an awkward smile, "It'll be better when your shoulder is all healed up." Bakugo huffed and laid his face down next to his PP, pouting up at him. He grabbed it with his hand again and rubbed it slowly. "Can you just put it in?" Deku shuddered at the sight and took a deep breath. "The others would hear us, 𝗧𝗃. Moves the bed too much, and I like you being loud." Bakugo liked up his PP and kissed the tip a few times, watching his face. "Fine." Then it back into his mouth. "Wait, 𝗧𝗃." Deku stammered as he watched him. "We can wait till tomorrow. You're hurting dash." Bakugo harder, taking him in all the way. Deku shuddered and curled his toes as he gripped his hair again. 𝗧𝗃. Bakugo groaned against him, pushing back against his GG reflex as he kept taking him again and again in his throat and gripped onto his hip. "Like hell I'd lose to a little pain." Deku squirmed beneath him, breathing as he watched. "𝗧𝗃. 𝗧𝗃." Bakugo kept going and smacked his hand up over Deku's mouth, giving him a look to shut up before closing his eyes again and picking up the pace. He was grunting and whining against him, taking him in all the way each time. Deku groaned against his hand and held him down as he came, body trembling. Bakugo choked then as he struggled to swallow before Deku finally eased his grip on him. He popped his head up and brought his hand back down as he coughed slightly and smirked at him. "There, how is that, 𝗧𝗍𝗪?" Deku breathed down at him and rubbed his cheek. "Good, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Your mouth feels amazing. Bakugo nuzzled his face into his hand, smiling against him at the praise. Deku leaned up and pulled him into his arms, hugging him to his chest and petting his fingers through his hair. You really took it deep this time, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Bakugo blushed and pouted against him. Wanted to make you feel really good, 𝗧𝗍𝗍. Deku rubbed his hand down his back and put his lips to his ear. Yeah, you did a good job, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. You're such a good boy, making me feel so good. Bakugo shuddered against him and nuzzled up against his neck. 𝗧𝗍𝗍. Damn it, I love when he talks to me like that. Deku smiled against him and kissed his neck softly, wanting to bite it so bad. Bakugo breathed against him and tilted his head, pressing his neck against his mouth more. Deku couldn't help it as he bit down and hissed on him, humming against him. Bakugo grinded down against his leg, whining softly. 𝗧𝗍𝗍. Deku laid back, pulling him down on top of him and pulled his mouth back to 𝗧𝗍𝗃 on his fingers. Bakugo pressed against him, legs around his and kissed his neck softly while holding onto his shoulder. Deku tilted his head then and kissed his lips as he slipped his hand down into his boxers and rubbed his wet finger against him. Bakugo groaned against his lips, kissing back and breathing against him. Deku slid his finger in and muffled his sounds as he deepened the kiss, rubbing his finger in and out slowly. Bakugo rocked his hips down against him, whining slightly till he slid in a second finger. He shuddered and hummed softly against his lips as he felt his toes curl. 𝗧𝗵𝗃. My 𝗧𝗵𝗃. You're such a good boy, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Deku cooed between kisses. I want to make you feel good too. Bakugo whined against him and leaned back slightly, breathing down at him. Why, 𝗧𝗍𝗍. Your fingers feel so good, 𝗧𝗍𝗍. Deku smiled softly and kissed his neck again, trying to be more gentle as he found Bakugo's good spot. Bakugo trembled against him and laid his face down into the pillow. Deku kissed down his neck and bit it at the base, where he believed his shirt would cover it, and 𝗧𝗍𝗍 hard. He pushed his fingers in and out faster now, making sure to rub the spot that made Bakugo squirm the most. Bakugo whined into the pillow. 𝗧𝗍𝗍. Sure. 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Deku cooed against him. Stay quiet for me. Bakugo whimpered softly, biting down on the pillow as he grinded against him. Deku slid his other hand into his hair again and gripped onto it as he kissed and he on his neck. Bite me again, 𝗧𝗍𝗍. Bakugo said between breaths. Deku shuddered and bit down hard, making him flinch. Oh. You like that, 𝗧𝗵𝗃? He said as he kissed it and then he on it, biting softer. Bakugo nodded as he breathed. Yeah, 𝗧𝗍𝗍. I love it. Want more eyes? Deku shuddered again, feeling barely able to hold back. 𝗧𝗵𝗃. I wanna F you so bad, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. He breathed before biting down again, miming against his skin as he 𝗧𝗍𝗍. Bakugo whined into the pillow and squirmed as Deku pushed his fingers in hard and fast. 𝗧𝗵𝗃. 𝗧𝗍𝗍𝗍. Bakugo cried softly into the pillow. I'm leaking, 𝗧𝗍𝗍. Deku pulled his hair tighter and 𝗧𝗍𝗍 harder on his neck as he tensed against him, miming into the pillow as he came. Deku slowed his fingers then slid them out carefully as Bakugo trembled against him. 𝗬𝗏𝗋. Good boy, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Deku cooed after kissing softly up to his ear. Tomorrow, I'll make you come from my PP, we'll do it however you want, 𝗧𝗵𝗃, and you can be as loud as you want too. Bakugo trembled as he nodded and turned to kiss him, still catching his breath. He sat up after a few moments and crawled off of him so they could go to the bathroom and clean themselves up. Once they got back in bed, Bakugo nuzzled up against Deku's chest as they wrapped their arms around each other and relaxed. Good night, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Deku said softly, rubbing his back. Night, 𝗧𝗍𝗍. I love you. Bakugo said back, already half asleep. I love you too, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Deku replied as he nuzzled his head down on top of his.